Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Good morning, traders. How we doing? Welcome back, and it's a fast market. We've got, of course, some jobs data to come through. I'm here trying to cash on some gold because you guys know how I am, and I can't say it better than I love gold, baby. We'll see what happens out there. I'm a gold member today as I'm looking to see this continue higher. So we'll see what happens. Can we get the push? Can we get the lift in gold? Gold lifting off, of course, as oil comes down, and we'll be talking about some more trade ideas. But did you guys see the stock that I was talking about yesterday? FLNC talked about how this could have a massive run off of the earnings. And did it have a massive run? Look at that bar. You guys know why you guys come over here to trade the pool. And just to give you guys another one, right? And yesterday we talked about TSM, right? Well, take a look at this. Did TSM get the rip? You guys know why you guys come here. Money Mitch at it again, killing it like he always does, guys. Excited to keep going. And don't miss today, guys. We're going to be doing a little bit of some raffle where we keep pushing our earnings streams. There's ways for you guys to get into it, so don't miss it. We'll talk all about it coming up here. Now we'll kick off the playbook. We'll talk about some plays that are out in the market. But you guys can see there's some plays already doing well for me too. I got some green on the bottom screen here, looking to cash in on some of these names. AA, Alcoa. Can we get the cash out here? Have an order to sell some up here, right above it at the 65.20s. We'll see if we get above it, already getting that nice little lift there in some aluminum play. So let's go to our playbook. You guys already see 3 plays on there, but there's more plays for you. You know where you're at. It's Trade the Pool. Let's get to some trade ideas. All right, traders, let's talk about some trade ideas. And of course, yesterday's stock that I told you guys also, just to keep it going, right? The party doesn't stop. What did I talk to you guys about? I talked to you guys about LEU and uranium stocks, how they could continue to see the lift all day long. And that's exactly what happened. We talked about this stock around the 210 level. It went all the way up there to 230s. It's holding sideways right here. Uranium breakout really getting strong. Now I'm looking for any pullbacks back towards the 220s, especially out the gates. We'll look to see what happens here. Anything back down into that 220 area would be a good look there for LEU. But you saw it in a bunch of uranium names, right? UEC going higher, and NE higher all day long, SMR higher all day long. And then, of course, the uranium ETF that I was looking at, URA. So whichever way you want to go about it, big breakout there in uranium, big breakout overall in the metals. And I think that's an important outlook to kind of keep an eye out for, guys. We'll see what happens with these metals trades. There was so many that went massive. I mean, I'm still watching some more plays here in the metals and minerals. We'll be continuing to watch whether it be like a CCJ, right? Higher. I know a lot of people are not talking about the rare earths trade because they're focused on the semiconductor trade, and I can't blame them. That has been a massive breakout. But we've been waiting for another quick run for these names. And LEU looks clearly like a stage 1 breakout going into a stage 2. So we can talk a little bit more about stage analysis. I'm actually working up some kind of bot, not only to trade my normal swing strategy, but also looking to maybe take some of these stage 1s. I'll talk about that with Michael Noss as we expand on some more system talk. Let's go to another trade here. Let's keep the party going. Why not a long deer? I've talked about this name for a while, above, looking for a breakout to 600. Yesterday, you get the lift from the 580s all the way up there towards the 597s in pre-market, and it looks like it's ready for the run, ready for the rally. Of course, CAT has been breaking out through new all-time highs, so I'm expecting the same kind of run here for deer. A run back through all-time highs. We'll push it back through 670s, eventually maybe making a run to 700. We'll see what happens here in deer. Doesn't look bad. And there's other construction names, other farm and construction names to look at, right? AGCO is another one that I'll be looking at to see if it gets above 121. You can see the sideways consolidation there, clear as day. Any move above that 122.50 starts to trigger some buys. We'll see what happens. Can this one go into another breakout, get back above the 140s? Of course, this was making the move before in February, then pulled back with the war, but has gone sideways. That tells us more and more accumulation. Getting ready to go, just hasn't broken out. All right, let's go to it and let's keep the party going. Let's talk about a long on ARM. Yesterday, I talked about, could we have seen just a pullback on ARM's earnings because of course, the high bar that was set by AMD. Yesterday, going into the day, I talked to you, look for the names in the semiconductors that hadn't run yesterday with AMD's run to get the run, and the ones that had to get the pullback. And that's exactly what we got here. So ARM with the pullback, AMD with a pullback, Intel with a little bit of a pullback. But what are the stocks that kind of continued? TSM, right? You got Nvidia to push, and those were the stocks that didn't really run with that AMD run and now getting the lift. So ARM, now that we got in this pullback, the earnings really weren't that bad. We talked about it here. It was an overshadowing, a record Q4 beat. The guidance really wasn't the best, and that's really where the concern was. It was mainly focused towards the mobile area of ARM, so it's not necessarily the kind of the end-all be-all solution here. And of course, ARM has been expanding into different kind of chips that they're trying to build. So I think at this point, we keep looking to see ARM maybe get the rebound. Now, could it come back into this area? Yes. I mean, you made a new high, you've pulled back, but it could also just rebound just as quickly as it did on the way down. So we'll see what happens with this one. Fading in the morning. I think it's going to maybe fade maybe 2-3 days and then come back ramping. We'll see what happens in ARM. All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there, traders? How we doing? It's good to see you guys in the chat. What's going on? Lunar may look like it's ready. Of course, I like that name. We can talk a little bit more about that. Some space names, right? Hey, keep a look, guys. We'll definitely talk about it. And of course, don't miss our earnings challenge. Of course, you guys see it right there in the description, in the chat. Go ahead and get to our, of course, we're going to be doing a raffle right here, guys. So don't miss it. It's going to be a nice little kind of evals given away, guys. You don't want to miss it, right? And then the best part is we do this again on the earnings streams, right? So I'm excited to go ahead and kick this off. We're doing 2 flex of 25K accounts. Of course, these are evals, but get ready, guys. We're doing the raffle. I'll make sure to throw up the link one more time in the chat to make sure that you guys are signed up. If you haven't done so, make sure you're on it already. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look at some other trades out there in earnings challenge. Get to the earnings challenge, right? You need to get towards that earnings challenge. There it is in the chat. So definitely go ahead and click that. Make sure that you're joined in already so that you have your opportunity to win. All right, guys, that's going to do it for at least the trade conversation there. The theme today, of course, is the broadening out of the rally is fully confirmed. The market extended well beyond tech today, yesterday, with basic materials, industrials, and consumer cyclicals all ripping. The primary market catalyst was the Axios report that the U.S. and Iran nearing a 14-point end of the war. We'll see what happens. I mean, I know there was more and more talk on it. I think that at this point, they're just kind of not escalating things and just going to be talking for a while about what really is to come for this. What are we going to get any of the uranium? Are they going to have nuclear access? All the kind of just political nonsense at this point. So I think at this point, we just continue to ignore the war. As long as we don't hear anything negative, we can continue this upside push. The stocks are still focusing on the earnings and focusing on the AI trade. All right, guys, let's go ahead. Let's take a look at some other trades that are making a move. We're going to get over to the Sunrise Report. Like always, guys, the Sunrise Report is our way of giving you guys what stocks are moving and why. It's always good to see some new traders in the chat. So if you're for any reason hanging out here for the first time, say hello. Always like to see some new names. Of course, we got some loyal listeners like always. Snowman out there. How we doing? We got Lance in the chat. What's going on, guys? How we doing? It's good to see you guys. Good morning. And Mine Music Muscle. I like the name there. Get after it. You can't go wrong with those three, right? It's a little bit of some mind, some muscle, and a little bit of some music. We all need a little bit of music. So let's keep the tunes going. Let's get to the sunrise report and get to what stocks are moving today and why, of course. All right, let's get to the sunrise report. The digital resiliency is shown here, guys. We'll be talking about to see what's going on out there, but you guys can see we've continued to push the SPX, of course, up 0.07%, the Nasdaq up 0.1%, and the Dow Jones at 0.15%. Definitely getting the lift there. WTI, though, underneath the 100 spot. That's the real key. The TNX 4.33, the yield ceiling, right? Elevated energy costs and cemented yields are creating a structural headwind for capital intensive physical businesses, forcing a violent pre-market rotation into high margin software names. Who was talking about that, right? I think you might be wanting to tune in sometimes. But like always, guys, the anatomy of the session. Of course, we did see a little bit of some drop in the semiconductors, but quickly it was kind of brought right back with some of the other names, and then a really big push into kind of different areas, the broadening out of the rally, right? And then the regime, right? You guys can see, of course, the market is aggressively pricing in a peak in physical supply efficiency, paying for astronomical premium for digital. Right? We've been seeing more and more. Is it the digital resiliency or is it the physical that's going to lead the action? Exxon coming in here with some earnings. Let's talk a little bit about their earnings. Their Middle East margin squeeze is the focus here of their earnings, but let's talk a little bit about what happened, of course, from their earnings here. They did post Q1 26 earnings of $4.2 billion or at $1 per share. Severe contraction, of course, from the $7.7 billion in Q1. The collapse is driven by a $3.9 billion in an unfavorably timing effect. $0.7 billion in identified losses tied directly to unsettled financial derivatives and Middle East supply disruptions. Despite generating $8.7 billion in operating cash flow and maintaining a $20 billion share repurchasing pace for 2026, the equity is sliding 4% to a 148 area. We'll see what happens there. The market is brutally penalizing the mismatch between the financial hedges and the delayed physical shipments. Proving that even with WTI trading at 93.53, the geopolitical friction is destroying margin predictability. All right, let's keep going. Let's go to the next area. Of course, you see the yields and the yields focus, right? We'll see what happens. We're seeing some sustained long end yields obliterate the appeal of the REIT dividend structure against risk-free alternatives, right? We'll see what happens there as we've seen some more capitulation there coming in the real estate. Then, of course, some resiliency. Fortinet coming in up a pretty significant amount, right? Getting a big push here. We can talk a little bit more about that earnings, but good action there in Fortinet. Let's take a look at those numbers. Up 12.31% to 101.02 surge after capturing a massive flight to software quality, proving that the enterprise CIOs are fully ring fencing cybersecurity spend even as the physical infrastructure and hardware investment decelerate. We'll see what happens there in the software space today. The low income reality, Tesla getting a little bit of a push there this morning. And of course, the high income reality, Dash, absolute pricing power. Dash really showing up there in the report, up 10%. Exploding after demonstrating absolute pricing power. And then Tesla up this morning as it advanced after WTI holding above 92 threshold. Of course, this improves the total cost of ownership math for electric vehicle adoption in the minds of retail flow. We'll see if Tesla can get the move. I've already been watching Tesla. I talked to you guys about that yesterday. It started to make the move. The key here is for Tesla to clear the 400. I talked about this yesterday. Where are we at right now? 405. So we already just gap above it. We get clearly above that level. I talked about it. This could be the run for Tesla to get back to 500. We'll see if it does just that. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on our trader, of course. We got Michael Nallis in the house, ready to get after it. You're ready for some risk management. Looking good in that black and pink. What's going on, man? How we doing?
What's going on, man? I found it. I don't know where this went. We got these in Orlando.
Hey, it's better that way.
Like, oh, It's in the kids' drawer, of course. Why not?
Oh, of
right?
course. They saw the black and pink. They were like, "Oh, this is flashy. Let's take it."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so another good day to be a bull, right? This
Oh yeah, man.
relentless rally
Relentless.
continues, even with ARM, like you were talking about, even with ARM getting smoked, even with I went through a handful of these earnings. McDonald's, man, rip McDonald's, like no one's having a great time. Market doesn't care. Rotation. We've been chatting about
Yeah.
this, where this is exactly what you want to see. There's nothing
Oh,
else
yeah.
that you want to see. Is let's sell the high flyers and let's buy something else with it. And as long as that continues, that's bull market zone. That's bull market activity. It's completely what we like to see, and great. It becomes harder, like we talk about, to do. If we zoom in, just look at the daily chart, right? It's harder to buy things here if you're trying to just buy the stuff that's already ripping, because you're looking at this market, you're like, okay, a downtick is coming, right? At some point,
Yeah.
right? This is the most obvious thing in the world to say, is we're due for like a 5% correction. And watch to pay attention how loud those bears get during that 5% correction. If it's real loud, then great, that's what I want to see. If they're like, yeah, it's a correction, like we thought there would be, that's not as interesting. So it gets hard to buy a lot of stuff here, because that's coming, and you don't want to be the guy that top ticked the market, but you really don't have a choice, because it's been doing this for pretty much a month now, straight in a straight line, with really no ability to rest or to catch up or whatever. And we're through the bulk of it. I think there's another like 30 earnings or companies tonight that are big, kind of important companies to report earnings. I'd say I read somewhere that by Friday it's like 80% of all S&P 500 companies report. So there's nothing there that would scare us. I can grab some numbers next week once we have those. I've got a plan to kind of gather those and do an educational segment on it. But so far, earnings have been exploding, and futures earnings estimate have been exploding. And if you want the market to go up, the main way to do it is have the companies in the market make more money than they ever have, and they're making a ton of money. So there's nothing to slow us down. There's nothing to say this is going to be the end of anything. If this earnings quarter came in kind of disastrous, then maybe that's our thing to take a look at. But we're just not seeing that. We're seeing X, the number I saw, and we'll know more tonight, but we're seeing X tech. So if you take tech out, you take the big tech names, earnings are growing at a 20% rate for future projections. And these aren't projections from these silly analyst guys that don't know anything. These are projections from the big dudes, right? These are the projection from the guys who are running the company, the guy that you should listen to. They're doing these kind of larger tech type of earnings. And they're saying that they're planning on making 20% more than they were last year. So by the end of the year, they're going to make 20% more than they did last year. Sounds bullish to me, right? Sounds like if this is why I showed that chart yesterday. Oh, I think I still have it right here, of Duality Research showing that the market on a PE basis is actually getting cheaper, because so this is the valuation peak in purple, and then this is the price peak. So we are, from a valuation standpoint, lower than we were even in 2025. So we are, if everyone's looking at it and saying, oh, well, there's so much going on in the world, shouldn't prices be lower? Well, if you're one of these fundamental dudes, the market is technically cheaper than it was last year, and still significantly cheaper than it was in 2024. So this is just, again, companies are making more money, stock should go up, and it is doing the trickle down thing that all the analysts and the estimates, and I think we even talked about that, we should start seeing some sort of improvement in earnings due to AI. Otherwise, this whole thing is for nothing, right? The billions of dollars, the launching data centers in space, all of that is for nothing if we're not seeing earnings grow. Now, I'd be interested to see this chart from a revenue standpoint. I think that's the next thing to keep an eye on, because are they making more money because people are buying more things, or are they making more money because AI is making their lives more efficient? And then it's in the middle of the balance or the income statement. It's not at the top, but that's not really too much of my thing. The main thing I think we're looking at is oil down another 4%. So we had that big gap yesterday, wasn't able to kind of break through that, wasn't able to push through that at all. And then today, this was yesterday's pre-market bounce that we talked about, wasn't able to deal with that too much. And now we're rolling back over again. So I'm watching oil, and I've got some alerts set for oil kind of right in this area. I'll put one on this chart live. That's this pre-market low, and that's our current pre-market low. If we lose that area, then oil is starting to come back. That got to be good for stocks, right? We are up slightly, flat-ish. IWM hasn't really moved. The Qs were up flattish. Still up on the day. I'll take it. Mag 7's actually the leader here. But with oil, if down 3%, that's great. I think it's more great if we break these prior lows. This support area, these lows have been super important going back for the last 2 days. And if we lose those, there could be some momentum to the downside on oil. That would likely happen maybe on some sort of ship going through somewhere. The will they, won't they continue. When it comes to just looking at, going to our old forexfactory.com, there's no numbers we talk about, but look at all these Fed jerks, and they all, of course, go tonight after the close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different Fed guys talk. So we got to keep in mind, I don't know who these guys are, or whether or not they're important, or whether or not they can vote or anything like that, but the market moves based off Fed speak. It's something you kind of hear us talk about all the time in this show, is that the market seems to have like a TikToker's brain right now, where it focuses on whatever's directly in front of it. It was the war for the longest time, and then earnings came around and we completely forgot about the war, even though really nothing has changed. So now it's earnings that we care about. And when those are over, which is going to happen essentially at the end of today, but really at the end of tomorrow, then it's like, what's next? What are we going to focus on next? So are these Fed guys going to start being able to chatter and talk and do all that kind of stuff again? Because if so, right, just we need to kind of go where the puck is going. So that's what I'm watching. Main sector, I heard Mitch talk on already here, up 3%, is IVG. This blue line right here that we're well above into the 90s. That was this blue line. That is obviously, from a resistance standpoint, huge for IVG. That was 1, 2, 3 tests of it. We spent only 3 days at this third test, and so far we're through. So today, what I want to see from IVG is just to stick the landing, to hold that level. And if we do, then maybe we get this push into the kind of the mid 90s that I'm looking for, to lighten up this position that's getting pretty big. I wouldn't say uncomfortably big yet, but it's getting pretty big. So I would like an opportunity to kind of maybe pare that back, have a little bit of a better sleep, raise a little bit of cash, because like I said at the beginning, at some point we're pulling back. No one knows when. I'm not just going to sell the market because it's up too much. I'm certainly not going to short the market because it's up too much, but we are a little bit overdone. So I'm going to try to maybe start raising a little bit of cash so that when that kind of pullback happens, I have cash. Because like I mentioned to you guys a bunch of times before, I have a lot of pullback systems from the swing trading standpoint. They're my favorite, that we're looking for, things to kind of come in. And those have been a little bit light because if the market's just ripping every day, there's not as many stocks as normal that are pulling back. So I just want to make sure I've got cash for that when it happens. Other than that, just wait to see what happens on the open. You looking at this Unity there, Mitch? Just had it in a thumbnail.
I'm trying
chart.
to cash them. I just cashed them there in Alcoa. Alcoa, nice little trade there. I just cashed them there. So not a bad little cash to start the day, guys. Just cashing into this rip. Took this trade yesterday and cashing into this push above 65s. 9 EMA recovery. I've been waiting to see the metals and minerals get hot again. So I'm taking 3/4 off right there to pay myself. I still have gold that's breaking out, metals and minerals breaking out, and I think we're seeing more and more different areas break out. So we've now mentioned 2 areas, right, that have gotten really hot. IGV, software names, and now the metals and minerals, right? So what is this? It's broadening out of the rally, right? Some profit taking in some areas and then going towards areas that were hot before. We also started to see more of that physical trade start to catch up, and then seeing more rallying go into different areas. So just pay attention. It's not only going to be tech that rallies here. And I think we keep playing this because at the end of the day, at least for like the rare earths, that combines with the AI trade, right? It's kind of like the underlining assets that are needed for chip making processes and different kind of rare earths, and the uranium names taking off, right? I mean, energy is the focus if the AI trade can continue. So at least just taking some cash off this morning and looking to see if we can make some more cash. And stick around, guys. We got a raffle coming up in just 5 minutes. We're going to do it at 9:20 here, do a little bit of a raffle. So if you haven't done so already, make sure you're joined up. We'll make sure it's in there in the chat. Let's keep going. What's going on out there, traders? How we doing? The Crow, Kevin dropped a new pod with Steve. There you go, Kevin. Yeah, Kevin has left us, and he's doing bigger and better things. So shout out to him. I wish him the best of luck. Hope he's listening out there. And Crow, you keeping up with Kevin? I like to see that, man. That's what it's all about. Find people that you can kind of converse with, right? I know Crow came out here a while back and then really found Kevin. I think they're pretty good traders together, right? They're trade similar styles, names, and that's important, right? Finding traders that trade like you or at least have styles like you is very important.
Yeah, and chat with traders is something that I have listened to for ages. Definitely can't tell you I've listened to everyone because there's a whole bunch of good content on there interviewing traders. So if you don't know Chat with Traders, definitely check it out. I every time I see a systematic kind of thumbnail or headline, the one with Nick Raj I know is very famous, and a couple of these guys. So it's great to hear, we do, and with the traders that pass challenges or get big payouts at Trade the Pool, we do interviews with them as well. And if you want something that's like, good content to just like put in your ears while you're going out and mowing the lawn or walking the dog or something like that, I always love, and it's the reason I always talk up the Market Wizard series. I think hearing from different traders is one of the best things that you can do with your time, especially when you're learning, is because it's a very cheap way to expose yourself to all the different ways to potentially look at the market, because it's not about finding like the best way to trade or anything like that. It's about finding the way that makes the most sense to you. So your goal is to listen to all of these until something just like absolutely hits you and says, oh, this guy is talking to me in a way that makes absolutely perfect sense for my trading. So I'm going to start doing what they say. And for me, it was great. And that was one of the things that would turn me on to kind of systematic trading, is just hearing other systematic traders talk about how they do it, kind of what the life's like, what's the joy that they get from trading, as opposed to, because we're not picking the next stock. I have no idea what my systems are going to trade today, but it's about picking the next system, multi-system trading, that kind of thing. So yeah, I highly recommend anywhere that you can find interviews with traders out there. It's just a really good way to kind of expose yourself to the different parts of the world that are out there in trading.
Yeah, we'll see what happens out there, guys. Alcoa still ripping, man. Now they offer jumping up another buck there. So I was able to get some out there, and now it's continuing to drive. I got gold on. I'm looking to make some money today, guys. We'll see what happens. Also, FCX already getting higher. And I just saw a big push there in plenty of metals and minerals, whether you're looking around at copper, gold, silver, steel. I mean, take a look at some of the steel names. Look at Nucor is a perfect example. NUE. Take a look at this rally that has happened. And this is the, we're not paying attention to it rally. This is what this is. This is how many of the people that you see, and I know you guys watch it. You guys watch that CNB. And how many people are talking about the rare earths trade? How many people are mentioning that to you? There's not many. And I can tell you that, right? Because I watch shows, I watch traders out there. They're all focused on the semi trade. But this trade is beautiful. TAC talking about 2 trades there that are nice too. The MP and the REMX, right? The MP, did you guys see that one? Look at that one, of course. That's your socialist play. Michael, you got to add these, man. If you don't have them,
Well, I've got
LAC,
the socialist account.
right?
I got some MP for sure.
There you go. That one
geez,
looks
I
like
haven't
it
checked
wants
it.
100, man. That looks like it
don't-
wants 100. It's $30 from here, but that's my price target up here. I think MP wants that 100, dude.
I'd have to check that account. I think it's somewhere in the 50s. So still a great trade, not a Intel. Intel has definitely been the socialist winner du jour. But
LAC, right?
You know,
also
that's the
going up
most
now.
important conversation to have right now that Mitch was talking about, and it's probably what we're going to spend most of the time today. It's what I'm going to spend most of my time today doing, is the whole skate where the puck is going. Where you know like I keep bringing up healthcare because at some point I think healthcare joins
catch-up plays,
the all-time highs, and you know your AA I think is a perfect example here where it was down, it was basing for a while, you had a clean level to play off of, and you just take these shots. And in raging bull markets, this is what you do. So with XLV, which I have some and want to get more, it is you take the shot at support. And then you hope that this thing catches up to all-time highs like everything else is. In bear markets, this strategy will get you just destroyed. In bull markets, this is what you do. Because you don't want to chase the semiconductors because they're already up. Right? You got to find where you think that rotation is going to hit next. Whether that's looking at charts for whatever reason it is, you gotta take a look there.
All right, Chad, I just got another link there for the raffle entrance there. I just threw it up in the chat there. Go ahead and enter. I'm going to give you another minute or two to make sure that if you did enter right now, you probably get into this giveaway right now. So I'll do it at 9:25 here in just 3 or 4 minutes. But if you haven't done so already, or you did our earnings challenges, you're already included in this. But if you haven't, go ahead and hit that link.
Do you see the DOJ is actually probing for the oil trades that happened right before the invasion begins? Now,
Get out of here, dude. Get out of here. Because it shouldn't be the
probing.
DOJ doing it. It should be the SEC doing it, but no one even works there.
So they're $2.6 billion in oil trades related to...
They want to go after the guy that makes like his 70,000 on his penny stock pump and dump, but they can't go after the guy that's making millions and billions on trades like this. And this isn't the only time we've seen it. And Axios has been talked about that they are giving insider information. There was a big report given out yesterday. A lot of insiders talking about, and out there, everyone on the street. The word is on the street. The news is out there before it's coming to us, and that is not good news. And this is also,
you can see that in the price action, right? If you just look and you go, okay, so oil, and this is, you can see it even on the USO chart, not even the futures, but oil spiked a couple days before anything happened, and they're getting like this little kind of jump here was before anything happened, and then off to the races. And when they say a $2.6 billion trade, that's derivatives, right? So that's, if you're making that much on a trade, you didn't buy the ETF, you probably didn't even buy the futures, you bought some probably pretty illiquid, very out of the money calls. Is how you make a trade like that something that can go up 100x. So probing, we'll see if anything comes from it. It should be the easiest thing in the world. Is there's a trace, right? They can find this. Okay, so there was this unusual options trade. So we subpoena the exchange. It tells us what broker it came from. The broker tells you what person it came from. It's like not a hard thing to track, right?
It really isn't hard, but it's just more they don't want to do it, man. And we all know why. Let's just say if you want to get some good stock tips, I've heard you go to the White House. Let's continue.
It's a big club. We're not in it.
It's a big club. We're not in it. Unfortunately, as close I am to Mar-a-Lago, I have not been invited yet, guys.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe someday soon. Maybe someday soon.
At least it's not the Jeffrey days, but
yes. going after all that's done.
Oh, yeah, at least now. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get towards our raffle in just a minute here, guys. And if you guys Tack, just to answer a question from Tack in the chat, I always catch them in the chat too, guys. Tack asking, well, what about Tesla? Why is it moving? Well, I talked to you guys about that. I gave you guys some BS that was put into the media, but I'll tell you what it is, man. It's people starting to view Tesla different. They're trying to put a valuation model on it about the chip making and that whole move. They're trying to change the valuation of the company in their modeling. And so when that happens, what happens immediately? It's fundamental shift, right? The value of the company is now being determined. And it's being determined by all these, analysts, financial analysts looking into it. What is this going to really bring them back in revenue? How much money are they going to have to spend? Dilution, all those types of things playing in here. And then now I'm thinking you're seeing this run. And I think you'll start to hear people mentioning Tesla. Oh, this is no longer an auto company. This has truly become a tech, software, and then hardware company, right? Because it's a combination. Right. And if it can combine both those sides, Tesla has a lot of upside potential. All right, let's get to
these ratings happen quickly just from my hedge fund experience, right? There's some smart young analyst comes out and sits down with the portfolio manager and says, I think this, and because it doesn't happen often, I think the market is dead wrong about this one stock. And if he can pitch it good enough to the portfolio manager, the guy will instantly dump millions to billions of dollars into it because mispricings don't happen that much. It's why Buffett's in a lot of cash right now. He was interviewed and they said, why are you worried about the economy or any of that? He's like, no, that's not the reason. He said, I just don't see any deals right now. And so if you see one, they get re-rated real quick.
All right, guys, trying to get this raffle up in just a second. We'll get it to start up, and I'll let you guys know once I have it up here. Just getting it ready here.
Grab. And then this is a story I want to take a look at, too. There's rumors, I guess they're not a thing, that they're trying to figure out that Michael Saylor is selling Bitcoin. That would be like the biggest news in Bitcoin since Bitcoin. The guy who told you to sell your kidney to buy more Bitcoin when it was at 120,000, maybe selling. So that's why if you take a look at MSTR, it's not looking too good, right? It's not able to hold this landing because people are diving into the balance sheet and they're trying to figure out, because the obviously reporting on crypto is a bit weird, but they're trying to figure out when they start selling. And the only reason such a insane, let's say eccentric, I was going to say sycophant, but I think both of them work, on Bitcoin would sell it is if he has to. He's not selling Bitcoin. He's not going out there and being in this game and doing this thing for this long to sell Bitcoin because he wants to. It's the only thing that the company is supposed to do. So all we need to do is we need to figure out if that's true. So I'm going to stay tuned to those articles because there's just been a handful coming through, but there seems to be it's in question. So until I get some decent reporting from someone who kind of fully understands, that'd be interesting. Again, it's for fun. I'm not going to make a trade off it. You guys know me; I'm a systems guy. But if he starts selling Bitcoin, could he be close to some type of liquidation event? And I have said publicly here and a few times, if we see MicroStrategy liquidate, that's going to push Bitcoin into the 30s or the 20s, or the estimates I've seen even lower into the teens. I am going so deep into Bitcoin, it's going to be nuts. I'm going to go to the bank and I'm going to ask for a 6-figure loan in order to start getting into Bitcoin, because it either goes to zero and then I've made a really dumb decision, it's going to take me a long time to pay off, or it's not going to go to zero and it's going to be the last kind of really great buying opportunity of all times. Again, that's a lot of ifs. If he's selling and if he's doing because it's liquidated and all that. So I think we're getting close to the draw there. I think we got the technical issues sorted out. So if we want to bring that on, we can go from there and see who won.
All right, guys, let's go ahead. Let's do it here. Set up right now for 2 winners. Prize, of course, is a 25K eval. There's 2 winners, so let's get to it. Let's do the drawing. Here we go. Let's get it. Boom, boom, boom. Little
Oh, that's a cool little
Rachel W. And then little shake. Ingrid. There we go. Nice little eval for you to have some fun. The fun part about these, right, is that you didn't pay a single cent. And watch how the psychological battle there kind of slightly go away for you. So we'll see what happens out there, guys. Let's get after the market today. It's 9:30. Let's go see what we can do. I just think let's see. Did we get some cash out there? What are we looking at? Let's go. Let's see what we can do. Market's open here, guys. Let's get after it.
Yeah, I got the SPY here just off the opening tick. Main levels to watch is just these highs and these lows right here. So, 735. I remember we were complaining about being at 711 just last week. 735 right here, and 736 and 734. Those are kind of the main areas. That's that pre-market range that we've kind of put in after whatever repricing is taken in overnight. And I'll be paying attention to the news. Again, not seeing a lot. Not a lot in the news standpoint. Not a lot in the earnings. Huge names, but I think there is still 30 different companies happen. So tonight, that seems like it's going to be a decent deal. So just be careful there. SOX
Right,
X
guys.
flying, taxing.
SOX X, yeah, that could make sense. AU, guys, AU getting trying to cash into some gold here. Let's see if we can get above the 102s here, and I'll take some cash off here. Ready to cash into some gold. I love gold. I love it. There we go. Let's get it. Come on. Break that 102. We're all right. Go to my screen. We'll probably cash right here.
Just putting some targets. System tried to grab some higher.
Trying to cash here. High right now is 101.89. I have order out there at 102 to cash. A little bit over half the position here. Trying to cash some into this move. They're already up 4% there in AU, trying to make the move. And then, of course, after this, I can hold the remainder on the 90 MA and just ride that wave here. Come on, cash. I just needed to break the 102s. Let's go. Break that 102. Cash me out. Come on, man. Papa try to get paid. What's going on out there, guys?
Yeah, so far, not a lot. Right, we're chilling, and these are one of those moments. Be patient. Wait for some movement to kind of materialize. Looking here, we don't even have IVG is trying very hard here to break out. These are our software names. It just cracked through pre-market highs, but then actually came down just a little bit. So let's see if we can hold that particular zone there. The Qs trying to bounce. So far, choppy, but in a good way. RSP was almost broke yesterday's high for a quick second there. So some things are looking nice.
CWeb holding on. I'm going to actually put a break even now and just let this work. Any pullbacks back below the 29, I'll be probably looking to add on CWeb. Of course, we talked about this yesterday. China. All right, guys, I'm going to go start looking for some more trades. Metals and minerals, wouldn't you know it? Kind of big push leading metals and minerals. Basic materials leading the action. Gold up, baby. 3.5%, 2.41s from the open. Silver leading that action also. Building materials coming back. Copper pushing. Metals and minerals. So let's take a look at which ones are pushing today. Right out the gates here. UUU, 3% up already. SGML, the lithium name, starting to push there. USAS is a gold name. $7 looks like it wants to break there. This is another metals and minerals play in the gold space that has popped before. This one now making in the last 2 days a 17% move. That's USAS. I'm just running through some other names there and on my scanner here as I keep going through, just giving you guys names to look at in the metals and minerals space. UEC pushing to 16. We talked about the minerals and the uranium play. Did you guys see the liftoff in LEU yesterday? I mean, I think I gave yesterday 2 or 3 15% winners, Michael. Right here on this before the stream started. So hey, I hope you guys are tuning in and enjoying the action here. LEU, look at that continuation.
Ripping. Financials. Right from the low, about 0.25%, just big pop there. So pay attention.
Credit services leading. Credit services. So that means your Visa, your MasterCard, your AXP, right? Your PayPal is getting a nice little push after a down gap. SoFi pushing off that bottom floor. We'll see what happens out there, guys. I'm still looking for the gold to break that 102. If it breaks 102, I'll be able to take some profits in here and look for the gold rally to continue. Alcoa did pull back. This might stop me out. I have a stop right there on the 9 EMA. If it stops me out, so be it. It did open up the action to the upside. I wasn't ready for it and wasn't able to cash out there, up there towards the 65.40s. But looking to hold off the 9 EMA and just that's the strategy, especially once I get a first sale. So
especially this early where things are going.
I do want to update. I'm actually shifting towards more of the indicator mentality, Michael. So shifting over now towards the indicator. I'm building it up right now with the TradeStation, but that's just to kind of give me an area that's free that I can do indicators and kind of just start to build the data, the live data on the trading, right? So that's my next step, is trying to do some like kind of real back testing, essentially.
Yeah, once you do the indicators, then the next fun part is that you can, as soon as it's an indicator, then it is way easier to back test, right?
Oh yeah,
just a math equation at that point.
Yeah, and it already has a back test on there, so I'm going to be using it on there. It's not as crazy robust as the extreme ones, but it does have some intraday data on TradeStation, so it'll do all right.
Yeah, I wouldn't lean too much on it, but
but the idea there also is that since mine is not necessarily based on just like the universe of stocks, it's just to get an idea, right?
Yeah,
because it's on a watch list, a stage 2. But if you're looking for financial company vans that are looking good, and I just do it on charts, the bank that I own, Ally, looking good there off the 44.
Not Citigroup? No. I think Citigroup got hammered this morning. Even after announcing.
Look, hammered, but look.
Yeah.
It just went right back through it. Right? So hammered, well, that's how it goes, right? So.
Well, I think the only thing saving them is they announced a healthy buyback. So good that you're sitting on that much cash that you can buy your stock back. But even when you announce a buyback, if you can barely break even, that just shows the sentiment on your stock.
All right, had to maybe take a step up there in CWeb if I want to. Right now, I'm just holding break even.
Talking about sober. I have not heard of. Oh, that's probably why.
Sober.
I was going to say I haven't heard of this guy in ages. This was one of those COVID darling. I remember meme craziness. Yeah, it's going. Big little spike there. I don't know if that's if it did earnings. I don't know if companies like this report earnings.
In water. I don't know what happened, but they said, well, forget the water. We're getting all our water from Iran because they are destroying water stocks right now. Water stock AWK, so you guys could see it if you wanted to look, but I don't know why, but they just took the water stocks to the shed.
So yeah, just FYI, when you guys are looking at my trading, I've got those mean reversion setups in there, and I'm actually doing an experiment with profit taking. So there should be more trading kind of come and going. So like IREN, for example, we're already in and out of here. So on the lows and out. The reason I didn't have profit taking on these particular strategies before is because testing for that long, these are like 25-year back test using daily candles, is almost impossible. But with the use of AI, I found a little hack. So I've run the 25-year back test on daily data, and then I ran the most recent 5 years on intraday data, and that gave me some ideas for
That makes sense.
For profit targets. So I'm going to start experimenting with those, and they're negative R. So that's going to be something again we can talk about. But yeah, it was better to do a 0.5 R as opposed to anything over 1, which is very interesting. But it's
you just need to be high accurate, right? It just needs the accuracy needs to be there. That's it, guys. And that's it, guys. I think too many
70%, I think, accuracy there. But
so that's what matters there, right? Is that you have to play, right? And if it's going to be 70% accurate, then hey, then that's all that matters there, right? You can always go for different trading styles, guys. Don't let anyone ever tell you that you can't. The key is the math behind it. Have your math, understand your math, understand your edge, right? That's it.
Well, and then, right, make sure you're going through, and then especially as a systems trader, why not both, right? If these things end up working with this negative risk ratio, well, then I've kind of opened up the door to do something completely different, which will probably have, a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk reward ratio kind of in the other side of things. So, I'll start to fill you in as kind of trades we're taking. But right now, got some HUT down quite a bit on this to begin with. HUT 8 just falling apart here after huge day yesterday. This is kind of that short-term continuation kind of a play. ACLS, so a little dip buy in that one. Same thing, big strong day yesterday. Looking for a pullback today. And then AUR, this is just a mean reversion setup. And with these, again, I'm looking for these, just experimenting here. That's, again, I love the beauty of, this is very much a not to brag moment, but my real account is big, right? It's I've been working on it my whole life. It's a big account. So the question might be, well, why open these 25K accounts, which are relatively small? It's because it's an amazing playground. If this strategy works and I pass an eval, it's just an extra 25K. And because it's systematized, there's no work that's required in running these things anymore, right? So even if you're listening to this and you're out there and you're a very experienced trader and you have your own massive accounts and you're like, well, why would I ever, trade a smaller account with, a prop firm? Try new strategies, right? Don't risk your money. Risk ours. If it ends up being good, great. Then you now have more buying power.
Lots of pullback coming in, guys. Lots of pullback coming in. Just to mention, I'm seeing a really hard pullback action in the market. We might be seeing our pullback day. So in that sense, I'm going to start being in protection mode here.
Bold call. And what's interesting here, so I'm looking at RSP, never got all-time highs. So even though, the SPY, which is a lot of semiconductors, that got all-time highs, RSP, your average stock, just didn't get there just yet. So pay attention to that. But you're right, SPY gap up. Let's see how much we can pull back into this range. This would be probably a good time for the fib nerds out there. Right, I'll do this right here. Where if you just take yesterday's range, where's the fib tool here? Somewhere. There it is. And you just go from yesterday's low to today's high. And then at halfway point, that's all the way down at 731.90. So that would be a pretty decent size percentage pullback from here. So just be careful. Again, 731.90 for that pullback. Just got a trade here in FTNT. This is the opening range breakout play in through here. So we're getting a nice breakout. And look, it's right against what's
leading
high.
What's leading tech today? Oh, software application? Oh, no way. No way, dude. That's just how it goes, guys. Adobe, a nice one too, above 255. We talked about that yesterday, the positioning in the 250s. And look how clear it's holding today.
And look at IWM here. Right. This is
took out some of the cash there in AU in the gold trade.
Yeah, this is the pullback, right? Look at this IWM trade, just right straight down here, right off the open. So, like Mitch was saying, if you have IVG ripping and you have IWM selling, then you have this kind of scenario of it's not the real world anymore that's ripping; it is the fake world. You're getting more internet and software related names. Another trade in APLD. The beauty of
I like that one. I like that one. I'll tell you that much. I really do like that one. There's a mean reversion back down.
No, this is a buy after yesterday's strength.
Okay.
Buying the dip, stop at yesterday's low. So the main benefit when I found of testing a lot of these stops,
giving me an alert.
You know, the math worked a little bit better for this, but you also got path. You also get more
I'm ready
rotation.
to add on the pullbacks too. This looks great today. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, nice. No, nice solid breakup.
I've been waiting for this. This is like an alert that you're just waiting on, and I'm just like, wait, Mitch, wait till you get that alert, then go buy it. Don't think twice once the alert comes on.
I always say that is the simplest way to become systematic with your trading is just sit down every night, set a whole bunch of alerts, and every night delete all the alerts you have, sit down, set a whole bunch of new alerts, and then you just sit there and wait for your alerts, right? Wait for the prices to come, look at them and make a decision. But yeah, like I was just saying with the strategies, more rotation should mean more trades, which should be more opportunity to exploit buying power, right? Because if I look at buying power, I only have 7,000 left in funds, but because I've taken a couple trades already, it's more of like an in and out. I'm going to take a look here. Anything that I missed. And just delete these to free up some. ELAN.
All right, guys, all out of AU, gold kind of pulling back there, and I'm just going to take the money and run. So could it be a little bit fast? Yes, but to tell you the truth, I hit my reward targets, and I'm trying my best not to get too picky with the reward targets lately, especially for the eval, right? My goal is to get it up there. It's a funded, it's a little different, right? We can push a little bit stronger. We can push for that continuation play. I realize there's no need to get the eval in one play. So just take your outlook and run, right? So for me, that's a 4-1 or 3-1. And if I'm in that game, I'll take it. I always try to let it push to 5-1. Like I give it a chance. But once it starts coming back, I got to determine like if I hit 4-1, and then I'm coming back and it's going to 3-1, and I don't take that profit, I'm doing something wrong, right? Because at that point, you're just kind of negating what you're looking for almost. You're saying that you're looking for this, you get this, and then you're like, nope, I want a little more, right? So just be careful with that subjectiveness. Find what works for you.
Well, and that's, sometimes it's going to be important to highlight difference between a prop account and your live account. In my live account, I'm okay with 10-15% drawdowns. Even again, though my live accounts or my personal account is way larger, I'm okay with large drawdowns because just over time, I know my systems will do fine and make it back and all that kind of stuff. But when you're trading someone else's money in prop, the thing that they value more than anything else is consistency. So instead of optimizing for the most amount of money to make, you're optimizing for a smooth equity curve as opposed to absolute gains. SPY is actually breaking down. Remember we talked about this 734 level?
Yeah.
We broke that. That actually flipped us negative on the day. So we are seeing a little bit, and again, daily chart. Time to zoom out, take a breath, right? We're still massively in the top end of yesterday's range. We haven't even made one lower low at any point. So it's not like end of the world or anything, but you just got to know that things are selling a little bit. So if you're looking to buy things, now might be time to kind of figure out a place to put some into. Let's see here, see if there's any news fueling this or if this just profit taking's got to come in at some point. We talked about this morning. It just has to.
I'm thinking about dip buying or adding to the C-Web now and just taking a shot off the bottom, right? So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll look for support to play in and then just try to get the ad, right? So let's see if I can do that. That's 28.39 as the support. I'm at 28.41, so it could touch my entry and then pop back. Apple's a good one to watch.
Record highs.
Tesla's a good one to watch, right? I talked about Tesla. Guys, look how it's holding up. It's holding really well. It's not giving me the opportunity back at 400. I'll tell you that much. Remember, I wanted this yesterday and I was trading it. I was just a little too tight. Well, guess what? Yesterday, Tesla was also another nice 3% runner. And into today, it's a nice 6%,
right? So this is definitely one that I think is on a run. So Tesla, look at the weekly. Look how strong that 400 hold is on the weekly. That will tell you it all, guys. So definitely look into that as it starts to push. I think Tesla's heading towards, my personal opinion, 500 and above.
I wonder what I haven't checked on in a while. Let me grab it here. I wonder what the short float is on Tesla here.
Just too hated for the strategy not to turn and actually make moves to the upside.
You're speaking my language, man.
And here, dude,
stuff everyone
repeated
hates.
pattern too. Repeated pattern. Look at the weekly. Look how this is a repeated pattern. It does long-term trend line bases and then just breaks through the trend line and continues all the way back to the highs. It's done it 1, 2, 3 times in the last since 2022. It's done this pattern twice already, and it's about to try to do it the third time. This is why I look at patterns, guys. I don't mind patterns when I can see them as clearly on the weekly, and it's just a repeated pattern. The stock just does it over and over and over again. When that happens, guess what the odds are for the pattern if it shows up again? It to happen again, right? The odds are more for it to just continue. So
the
looking good.
Short float's only 3% because it's a huge float company, right? You're never going to get a 1,000% short float, but that represents 2 days to cover, which essentially means 71-ish million shares are sold out there short. So you got to think about what would happen if those people had to hit the button to get out. Someone had to buy 70 million shares of Tesla at the bid. It's why it's important to have these different numbers. That you have you have the short float percentage, but then you also look at the days to cover, another way to put it, and then also the amount of absolute shares out there, because you're never going to get 20% short float on Apple. It's there's not enough money in the world, kind of thing. But even a 2 to 3% short float is a pretty big deal. So
shout out to Ingrid out there. Looks like a student of Josh was able to win that 25K eval. That's what it's all about. That's why we do what we do. That's why even Josh comes on here, right? He enjoys being on here, supporting his community too, guys. Check out Josh and everything that he does. And shout out to Ingrid. Congratulations.
Yeah, the market.
Remember Jumaya, the Amazon of Africa? It's on a Beyond Meat run now. Is it really?
What's that? JIMA?
JMIA, I think.
Yeah, I remember there was a while there where it was you could do the Amazon
of Africa.
There was an Amazon of everything. It's like, oh, you should buy this one. It's the Amazon of
Planet 13 is the Apple of cannabis.
Yeah, there you go.
You liked it? So what you do is you think of the business model, right? How does the business model work or things like that, right? So the way that I refer to it for Planet 13 is the reason why is when you go into that dispensary, there's all the cannabis stuff is behind like glass cases. And it's all around how when you walk into an Apple, you go around and you see the products in the glass cases, right? Mm-hmm. Well, similar style. They steal that from Apple. They steal the experience, the shopping experience, right? The culture.
That's how it has to go up here. And we have ours. I know this is crazy for you Americans. We have things called liquor stores, and they're government owned and mandated, and it's only the government can sell. You can't walk into. I remember one of the first times I went to New York.
You can't do mom and pop's liquor stores there?
Some provinces I think you can, but not mine. But I remember walking into a bodega in New York, and I'm like, I can just buy a beer here and just take it back to my hotel, and it was amazing. It was crazy. But yeah, you can't buy beer, wine, nothing in grocery stores. I know it's all over the place there. It's this is the government store.
Even beer? Man, that's what these supermarkets make their money on, man. So I feel bad for the supermarkets up there, man. There's not much margins on the regular stuff.
There's the shady back room. So you go into the liquor store, and then in the shady back room, that's the cannabis store. So you have to go. And for some reason, you're allowed to bring your kids into the liquor store, but you can't bring your kids. Not that I haven't tried, but you can't bring your kids into the cannabis side of things.
No.
Yeah, everything's all locked up behind big crates, and You gotta go and like talk to someone and ask, and yeah, it's government, right? But
Every bodega needs a cat. I agree.
yeah, and you don't want to ask why they need a cat. You don't want to ask what that cat's going after. You just go, okay. If you see a bodega, I look for that too, because I remember a New York buddy said, listen, if you ever walk into a bodega, you don't see a cat,
It's not
they're
real.
not taking
That's
care
government.
of the rodent. Well, they're not
That's
taking care of the
government.
rodent problem. Just get out, go to the next one that has a cat, and away you go.
That's a Fed. That's
Yeah,
a
Ontario's
Fed.
got beer convenience stores. Yeah, I know like Quebec is more the French, right? They love their drink, so they wouldn't sign on to the government only thing.
And the beer was good in Montreal when I was there.
I gotta do an event up here, man. I love Montreal. It's like my favorite place in the world.
Yeah, dude. You know what? I've been thinking about it, man, and I think we need to just go over there and just take over Trader TV for a week. They want us to just take their desk, right?
They want a time off, right?
They want time off. They've been telling us, Michael. I hear it all the time. You know.
Tired. Like, yeah, we'll take that for you. Don't worry, guys.
Well, just put us on those two desks. Watch what happens.
You guys haven't seen the sun in days.
Look at Tesla's rebound there. Tesla's rebound is making me feel better about the market. Look at that nice rebound, nice pullback to the 408s and just pushes right back up. Tesla's on the move here. For like day trades, I'd definitely be looking at it. For me, I hate like gap ups like this to chase. It doesn't add up to me. I would have to sell it at the end of the day, right? So like if I go and I buy up here and then the stock just pulls back then any little bit on the daily tomorrow or the next day, yeah, maybe I get to 420, but I bought up at 410 and then the next day it just drops right back into near this low, right? 400. And then I'm like, all I did was just chase and get stopped out, right? So it just creates a whole bunch of mental capital burn for nothing. It's a runaway trade for day traders. I think it's nice, right? You're getting momentum, you're getting a runaway. But for me as a swing trader, it's just no touch at this point. I'll just wait for it. The trade was yesterday on the 9 EMA, right? That's what I've been talking about. That's my setup right there on the Tesla. The 9 EMA yesterday was where? It was at 386.88. You went to 384.02. My strategy would have played this perfect if I had it on the watch list. So these are the types of things that I'm doing. So the mentality behind my trade there is it's a reclaim of the 9 EMA. So it has to wash out. It has to wash out at like a certain amount. There's a max on that washout also. But then I don't get in on the first undercut of the 9. I'm actually doing the reclaim to try to help me out. So to try not to catch the falling knife, like I always talk about, I'd rather come back when the strength is coming back in and then have a determined stop level off the structure of the stock that day, right? So
yeah, just waiting for confirmation instead, and knowing what that will.
You'd be happy to hear, Michael. Guess what? I'm working on system 2.
Oh, there you go. That's what it's about.
Michael's like, that's what I like to hear.
That to me was the biggest change in my trading, and I think one of the biggest. There's two big like aha moments in the trading. That was like the acceptance of not being able to win all the time. That happens earlier in your career, but it's probably the most important when you go, I'm going to be wrong. Half the time I hit the button, I'm going to be wrong. And as soon as you like internalize that, I can tell it to you, but like there's a moment that it like clicks in your brain where you go, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden it's way easier to take a loser when you just know it's going to happen half the time. So you stop fighting that. And then the second one was the multiple strategy things. Just like you won't be right all the time in your trades. There's no moment in where your systems will work all the time. So the only thing you can do is add more systems in. Even then, there'll probably be periods where all of those systems kind of screw up together. But yeah, I always talk about how trading is like a really zen thing. All of the really rich traders I know are just like super chill dudes most of the time. Every now and then they can get rowdy like anyone else because it's very much I do the work, I plan my trade, I've done everything, and then I hit the button, and then whatever happens, there could be a tweet, there could be COVID, there could be whatever. It's just there's so many things outside of my control that as soon as I hit that button, and away I go. I got my standing desk yesterday, and I find I'm like more move my hands way more. Like I'm like Italian now when I'm talking now that I'm standing.
So, of course, yes. Just to answer a question in the chat. Yeah, Chamath actually led the SPAC for Virgin Galactic. The chat was asking about SPAC for this space, right? It was a SPAC, and that's why Tack's calling me out. He's like, yeah, Mitch had a show called SPACs Attack. That guy. Oh man, I remember those days, Michael. Oh, you would have loved it, man. I was calling 40-50% runners daily. I was like, this is too easy.
Again,
I was like, why are you even looking at other stocks?
I remember 2021 was I made like 175% gain, and I thought I was a genius, and I just figured it out.
Can't blame you.
And it was just everyone made 200% gain that time, and then reality hits a bit, and same. Hopefully, we get another 2021 here, right? We're not nowhere near that. I certainly won't be mad. The thing that I think we will do the most time preaching, if and when that happens, is you will give a bunch of it back when the music stops. Your job is just to give as little back as possible. If you make 200%, then you don't want to give back 50%. You want to give back 20, 30, right?
Have yourself some drawdown rules, right? Especially for you newer traders that don't understand how that plays in, right? Have some rules that you can downsize if you're starting to draw down your account a certain percentage, right? Maybe it's a half downsize. Maybe it's even farther than that. Maybe you're downsizing 3/4 of your normal size. That's how you stop the leak. So what you do is you essentially stop the quick down moves in the equity curve and start trying to make it little tiny hits, waiting for it to start showing you the equity curve back, and then you can size in. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on Jesse as one of those traders that probably saw it. I don't know if Jesse traded the SPAC days. Let's ask Jesse and see what he thinks about it. Did you trade the SPAC days, Jesse? Were you trading back then?
So what we're asking is, are you old? Was that the...
Yeah,
well, essentially,
that's a good question.
I am almost 40. I guess that's considered old. I don't know anymore. But no, I have no idea what you're even
talking about. That's the new 20, dude. Don't worry about it.
It's the new 20? Oh, perfect. I'll have to tell my 6 children that.
Yeah.
That's great, man. I haven't heard you guys mention, and maybe you did, D-Dog was up 30% in the pre-market.
The data dog.
Yeah, the data dog.
The cybersecurity. We actually talked about cyber, and I think there's an interesting thing that most people don't understand is that, so there's this new rule that's playing into effect, and I think this is why the cybers are running right now, guys, just to mention. The reason why I'm trying to tie in the theme, right, is that all these companies, there's these like massive data companies that now need to do quantum protection. So since quantum is really kind of kicking off, the only way to protect is there's this certain kind of, let's call it code that you need to follow. And so the only way to do that is to contact these big cybersecurity companies, Datadog, PanW. All these companies can do it for you. So these companies are going to be seeing that instant lift from this. So I know that a lot of people are talking about cybersecurity being disrupted. It can be, but for right now, they have something to drive the bottom line. They have to do this by a certain amount. I think it's by like in summer. I can get you the specifics on a report that I did. But this is why you're seeing that big run in these cybersecurity names.
That would be a really cool lesson when you're coming up with new lessons. That'd be a really cool one to look at with the cybersecurity guys, because I know that's big, and I've always
I'll pull it up.
I know
for
it's
you guys
controversial
in a second here to talk about this with my quantum names.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to the fact that you're gonna get like some guy's nephew vibe coding a cybersecurity solution for mom and pop shops. Fine, right? That kind of stuff. I just think of the things that are going to be disrupted. If I'm sitting there as a business and I'm like, okay, what can we use Claude to get rid of? Like, well, CRM software, well, definitely like time management software is for sure. CRM software is probably things like that. It's like financial software and cybersecurity software. If they do go, they're, in my opinion, going to be far down the line and last to go, because it's just going to take one big Fortune 500 company to vibe code some security solution out there and get hacked and lose like all of their clients' data, or worse, all their clients' money, something like that. And they go, "Oh, that was a really bad idea. Let me call back CrowdStrike and ask them, what's going on." Because yeah, it just seems like, is it worth it? Right? It's like insurance companies. Nobody wants to pay the insurance company until you have something in which you need to pay the insurance company. I think it's going to be the same thing. Is someone's going to get hacked, and they're going, "Oh yeah, I knew I shouldn't have had my CTO's nephew bring Claude in and just vibe code up a solution to try to protect the $1 billion that we hold in the company." And then financial companies just won't be able to, due to regulation. There's so much regulation when it comes to what they're allowed to do in cybersecurity and things like that, like legally, that again, if they can, it will be way down the line. So maybe some, they have to sell it for a cheaper price because there's the mom and pop companies have moved on. I just don't know if you're going to get a vibe coded Datadog going anytime soon.
And getting a big push. Look at the volume coming into the path. Sorry to interrupt there. 766,000 shares in 1 minute. Yes, you heard that right. And it came in on the dark pools. It wasn't on the levels there. And I can tell you there was a huge jump there. I didn't even see the orders go through. And all of a sudden there was 780,000 shares showing up on it. So path getting a big volume push. Of course, what is this? Agent AI software. I've been waiting for this rally because I know that a lot of the names and a lot of the people that invested in Path gave up on it. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you. You can give it back to me. I will take it from here, guys. Let's see if Path gets the path started today. Let's go.
And yes,
path to the upside.
I would enjoy going to Japan. Sushi is my very favorite.
Yes, let's go.
Let's go to Japan. That sounds good.
Let's go to Japan. I don't think any of us would be mad.
You hear that, Michael Katz? It's going. It's literally the other side of the planet for me. But
hey, Tack,
I won't be mad.
I just bought for a swing. I bought Nvidia the other day, and sell AMD. I don't know. I think it's pulled back a little bit today, but I kind of still like that stock. Maybe it's overbought, but I don't know. I still kind of like AMD.
LEU giving me an opportunity today. Do we go dip buying in LEU?
System bought a little bit of APP. By a little bit, I mean one single share.
I like that one.
App11. So
that's a really nice trade right there, man. Actually, 9 EMA attempt also. It's gotten through its earnings, so the worry I think is out of here. This looks great. I like it. 9 EMA attempt undercuts. 9 EMA is at 146. It did do a little bit more than my outlook for undercuts, but now I could use that 9 EMA as the risk, and that's 465s. So just that mentality on app looks good there, dude.
And I notice just so I just talked about the mean reversion setups, potentially adding a profit target. Again, I'm going to test that here before I do it over in my real account. But you notice these opening range breakouts, no profit targets. So that's what we're talking about with the opening range breakouts. I expect very low win rates, but every now and then you take an opening range breakout and the thing just goes and you make 3, 4, 5 times R. And then balancing these two is, I think, what will be very interesting is you have mean reversion where you're just trying to take sub 1R quick hits. Then you have kind of the breakouts, which are more trend following, and those things are going to go. And you test any mean reverting setup with edge, with any trend following system with edge, and you combine those things, looks great. So sorry to interrupt, Jesse, but
no, I didn't want to interrupt you. No, not at all. I was just going to mention Tesla. Tesla seems to have a problem with the 414s. It has tapped that high of day twice and rejected. So I'm continually.
There's a reason why, man. There's a huge resistance right there. 415. Yeah. 415.52 is a big resistance level. I actually had it drawn out for a while now back. This was a buy zone that was on the recent rally. There was a gap there that it kind of pushed through the 400. So there's a gap between 400 and that 415. You can see it back in the daily chart where it goes back to 915 on 2025. So that's kind of like a little bit of a price discovery zone. So you're running into that little bit of supply from that gap up, right? And so the next major level, 415 break. But if you break 415 from there, now you can start to climb there. You're seeing 430s, 440s available to you. And like I mentioned, I think Tesla's in on a big rally. I've been talking about it since yesterday. And so if you're in that name, hey, Jesse, ride it out, man.
I agree.
It looks good. It looks great.
And you guys already talked about it, but I wanted to I wanted to bring up the whole war-linked oil trades, $2.6 billion, 15 minutes before Trump talks, bam. And yeah, you guys have brought that up. I was reading through different news articles and I went, oh, I want to bring this one up. And then all of a sudden I heard you say it, Michael. I was like, all right, cool. I'm at least happy you covered it.
Yeah. Let's see if it turns into anything.
Golly, I mean, it probably won't. These things just don't seem to come to fruition from my historical viewpoint.
Only,
but, if only it could happen.
Only if it's somebody on somebody small named on Twitter.
That's it right there.
Would they get hit? But if it's a big name, I've rarely ever seen them. And if they do, they just pay some fines in a court and we don't even hear about it.
Like you said, it's an elite class and we are not in that class.
Yep.
I love that.
You can't call Goldman Sachs and call their lawyers, and then all of a sudden the lawyers call everybody else, and then they're like, "Oh no, we're not going to come after you anymore."
Nope.
That's
Can't do it.
That old George Carlin bit. I love that one.
Yeah. Carlin was great.
All right, guys, trying to get a dip buy here in app. It just made a new high. I have an order out here just for the dip buys around the 470s to 467.50s. I would love to get back into that. This is the kind of the 9 EMA momentum. You just got this, Michael. I don't mind it. I just want the pullback entry here, and then I can risk right below the 9 EMA on the day. It'd be nice to have a little piece here, and don't need to go big. I can go small sizing here. This is where I think a lot of traders get things twisted, right? Name like this, you don't need much size. Especially if it can get, 100-point lift, right? So.
Well, now is where Crow tells us that there's some crazy
leverage,
juice on
leverage. I'm sure there is. There is.
Why not trade the
ABEX?
There you go. Why not trade
ABEX.
the 80,000 times leverage?
ABEX. I could take a look at that.
There's some volume there, especially today with
it's not the most illiquid there. It's not the worst. It would be a 36 entry and risk off 35, right? So that would be the way that I'd look at this chart and just quickly, and I don't change my mentality, right? Just because it's 2x, I'm still looking at the same area, right? That's the way I think about it.
Man.
You have to trade it that way.
Oscar.
An undercut here of 36 and then a lift off. If it gets to 36, I'll take a look. The Oscar?
I wonder if he even owns this. Up another 5% today.
Wow. Silver, man. Silver's starting to push. Gold pushing right back. So looks like I might have sold AU a little bit early. There's the push right back. I might go right back into AU and just try to ride the daily trend and use my gains as the opportunity there. I'm seeing a big rip there in gold. It's pushing right back up there. So 102 is about to come into play. And then from there, you can get another breakout. So I don't mind taking a little shot here and seeing if we can climb a little bit further.
USO is getting close to that level I highlighted there in the pre-market. Bounce there. We're back down there now. That could be a catalyst if we end up breaking down in oil. There's just probably a lot of algos programmed right now that goes, okay, oil starts tanking, just buy the market because it probably means something happened. We have a Fed hammock. There's no way the guy's name's Hammock. I'm definitely pronouncing that wrong. That's how it reads.
That's great.
Hey, if you guys want a day trade, JNUG looks good there as if you're looking for a little bit of some leverage. Gold. I love gold. I love it. It's gold.
And NVIDIA's been a nice stair stepper all morning. It's just continually gone up.
Monthly chart holding that 200 is massively important, man. That has written institution all over it. You can see it on the monthly. So you push above the monthly breakout of the 200, right? Then you get to a high there of 216.82. Then you pull back to a low there on the monthly to 194. That has written institutions all over it. Like, it's just like, yep,
you just gave me a gift. You just brought it back down 17 points, right on the trend line, on the monthly, sideways pattern. I don't got to worry about NVIDIA breaking anytime soon. Yeah, that has institutional play all over it.
Yeah.
So look for that.
RSP tanking, and then at the same time we have Qs ripping. Not tanking, down 0.5%, but right all day, IWM RSP down, all day QQQs up. I mean, kind of that's the story. Let's talk about SoundHound. What do you think of it?
I have a swinging SoundHound. I'm
LAU
really
bouncing already.
That's a nice looking little bull flag there. I think the trade, depending on your time frame, right?
Oh,
Obviously,
no. I need to get it way up. It's not a day trade, it's a swing trade, and I got in it a while back when it was up way too high. So I'm hoping earnings will go well with this.
Oh, that's probably why they're asking. Is that tonight?
Yeah, that's today.
Okay.
You know what they say, don't get high on your own supply.
Also, Crow, we have mine med earnings today.
Dude, FLNC, man, that thing went to $20. Yesterday I was talking about that in the 13s, guys. Just to put it in perspective, that's a 51% rally.
Wow.
Don't say I never talk about a stock that moves. Yesterday was a great one. That TSM, the LEU, the FLNC. I mean, it was one of those days where you just look back and you're like, dude, if I only had like a little piece of all of those. Looking good on the day, guys. I think what we're seeing is that slowdown day. That day where, yeah, tech is up, but it's only tech that's up, right? So, and it's software. It's not the regular trade, right?
The short float on SoundHound, I just looked up.
It's massive, I'm
39%. Like,
PanW, Adobe lifting.
You're getting close to, if you include probably stuff locked up from insiders and things like that, you're approaching probably 50% of one in every two earnings are tonight.
Yeah.
I shouldn't. I shouldn't. Part of me just wants to
do it.
They report something good, and those shorts gotta panic out tomorrow. This thing could rip 50%. Earnings are bad because this thing has been in an epic downtrend for a long time.
Yep.
You could see $5 easy.
I need it to rip 50%. That's what I really need.
The problem here is that you don't have enough base. So the problem here in my eyes, right, I'm actually developing a strategy for a name like this. And to me, this isn't enough to say that it's breaking from a stage 1 to stage 2. So if anything, this is needs a lot more time down here in the 8s to the 6 range for it to come back, at least in my mentality, in the way that the strategy works. So I like trades that like go sideways there, but for a lot longer time. Let's say, and you can take a look there. Let me see.
Yeah,
Let me take a look here on sound.
If it wasn't for earnings, I would just be watching. Right, we get over that 950.
The $9 spot is the key.
I'd put a stop under 9 and just walk away.
Yeah, 9 would be your call.
But yeah, I just can't. That's just not. It's not responsible. But I kind of wanted to get not responsible with it. But that's just a wacky short float. And here, I'll bring it up here. If you look at where they got short, that's what's really interesting me as well. This is why I love, again, Finviz.
Yep.
It's a great tool for that. But so you can see the chart of the short float, and this to me is way more interesting than the actual absolute number. Right? They went probably added 10% of the float short starting here. So they're starting around $10, and then they're just shorting kind of the whole way up. So it means for sure there's a whole bunch of shorts locked up in this, say 5 to 10, 6 to 10 area. So if that quickly moves, then you could see something. But what I always try to say is, because everyone gets really, really excited when they see a potential short squeeze, they're usually right. Like the shorts are usually right. You generally don't see, good companies that make a lot of money heavily shorted. It's just not the way it usually works. So you can go through and, you know, just, you need both of those things. You need the high short float and then something that very quickly and dramatically proves them incredibly wrong. And then that's when you get the kind of pop after that. So that might be earnings. Good luck.
Yeah,
All involved.
Fundamental.
Could that catalyst be? Could it be earnings?
Yeah, I don't even know what they do. They have
Could
AI
be,
in the
but
name.
it's sound tech. It's voice tech.
That's right.
Voice technology. But the thing is, dude, there's so many alternatives. Like I can name you like 3 small companies that do this. I can name you big companies that do this. OpenAI now has one. So like in the long run, there's no way sound wins. I'll just tell you that right now. There's no way sound wins in the long run. But hey,
I think
No.
I think that's what this AI craze kind of taught us, is that the bigger your company, the more likely you win on everything. Because I remember when
100%.
AI was just getting big, and AI, the ticker, is a good one. They're like, what tiny little BS company can I buy that's going to be the new Google or Amazon or Microsoft? And it turns out Amazon and Microsoft and Google were the new Amazon and you should have just bought the big guys, because
should have just bought Google. The moment everyone started being like, "Oh my God, search! Oh my God, search is going away. It's never going to come back. No one's going to use Google Chrome anymore."
Well, and
boy, were they wrong.
They were.
Well, when you have a ton of money, if Google saw someone like quantum computers, right? If there was ever to the point where like an IonQ or something started nipping at their toes and they were actually worried about this company becoming and doing a quantum computer that could rival theirs, they're just gonna buy out, and they're not gonna think twice about it, right? Which is great for shareholders. You probably get a 20, 30, 50% premium or whatever, and away you go. But yeah, you're not gonna have a 1000x. You're competing with Google. Like, they would just go, oh, these guys are coming along, just buy them out, just whatever. Especially in this administration that just doesn't have any of this monopoly worries that the other ones did. They'll come buy out, or if they again, you're dealing with multi-trillion-dollar companies, they will find a way to squash you if they have to. Like, you're just not going to win.
If they have to, 100%, I agree with that mentality. If they want to, they'll get rid of you.
And otherwise, they just they don't even think about you, right? It's like how hedge funds don't think about retail traders. You're just not part of their existence. Now,
100%.
I just looking at the SPY here.
AppX there.
I was going to talk about here. Yeah, SPY did that dip in the morning, and now it's going and turning green. Are we going to do it again? I've got a couple perma bear friends I got to give a call to at some point today or tomorrow.
Qs is what's doing it. Look at the divergence between the Qs and the SPY. Qs is really leading the action today. And why? Because tech is leading the action. It's the only sector in the green from the open. Communication services slightly, but I would just consider tech up at 0.25 from the open. And now what you want to see, what comes to the green or zero unchanged, right? So now you'll see the SPY tickle up, and you want to see what is actually starting to come back. Basic materials, utilities is coming back, industrials is coming back, energy, right? Now you're starting to see those start to trickle, but energy, of course, was the biggest hit stock today. So that's a good outlook, seeing that oil continue to leak. Remember, I told you guys about what would give in XOM. Would it be the USO relationship going higher, or would it just be XOM just fading off? And that's what we got. We got the fade off of XOM. And so it tells me more and more oil is done. That oil trade, I could care less. I almost feel like shorting USO here. It's almost like I think this is teed up for anybody to kind of come in here. The big thing with USO is that how much downside are you going to get? Maybe 20%. So we'll see what happens there. I think the XLI trade is a good one to kind of look at, right? Because you're getting an opportunity right back towards kind of the gap area on the XLI. We'll see if that can be a stock to pick. Deere can be another one. It went up to 600 early in the pre-market and now has pulled back to 585. Let's see if in the industrials come back. That's one name that I might take a shot on Deere.
Nuts, this thing. This is nuts.
Wow.
Trying not to sell. Trying desperately not to sell.
Oscar?
This is, yeah. It's
Well, just look at you got to look at the leaders, man.
There.
So you look at the leadership, UNH. You look at the leadership, right? The leaders that are going to get you up there, right? Humana, ELV. It's not going to be the Oscar that drives it to the top. I think it's just going with the momentum and the plans. So look for those to kind of continue, right? Of course, UNH is the top. CVS is pushing. That'd be one to kind of watch with, more of your speculative name, Michael. So when CVS kind of turns, then maybe you run away. But look at CVS. I mean, that's on a runaway.
Wow.
Today just had earnings to help the space.
You peg them to all-time highs, though, right? Like Oscar is very close to all-time highs, and
just added to AU 102 breakout gold, baby.
I
love gold. I love it. I love it.
The short here.
I'm about to watch gold member this weekend. Just put. I think we're gonna put gold. I should have held on to the trade. I kind of got rid of it, but I went right back in with the same size, and now I'm gonna go break even and just ride the trade. Right, it's pushing now strong. Right, so I'm right back in it, and I'm in the green. I took my green and just riding the trade. Right, look at AU. AU is a lovely gold name, guys. Oscar, when are you gonna sell that thing, man? When are you gonna sell
it?
Never.
45. Nice.
If you kind of gotta have to do this from the chart that you have. This is the premise is simple. Is I'm just looking at this massive bull flag, and it went from $2 up to 20, so 10x from lows, and ever since then it's put in this base. Every time it hits 23, it's reversed, and I'm like, look at the momentum this time. Yeah, it's probably not going to go straight there. It's probably going to have to pull back and digest and hang out for a bit. But if we ever get through that 23, got 4 days to cover of volume. That could be where there's a lot of short stops. From there, who knows? If you measure out this base, it gets pretty wacky, right? So you got a $10 or 100% width of the base. So old school technical analysis would say you look for 100% move after the base. That gets you. That would be. There's no way I would have the guts to do that. The position I have on now is already getting pretty absurd.
And have a good day, Steph. Be sure to check us out, 3:30 Eastern Standard Time today. We're doing earnings. Super exciting.
Check it out, Steph. Get out there. This earnings, of course, has been a great watch there. Mitch, remember the Medicare Advantage got them green light to charge more, 100%. That's what we were looking at. And remember when that gap up came, I told you guys, why the gap, dude? Forget the crying about will this come back into the gap? No, you bought those gaps. You're feeling good. You didn't need to get the trade, right? You can see it on ELV. It's gone from 310 on the gap to 371.
It's also a bit of an election play too, right? It's
exactly.
So depending on, because I know I was looking at this the other day. Midterms.
Can we get a new high on AppX? I went with the AppX, bro. Come on, Crow. I got you.
Come on.
It was it's Democrat House and Senate is 44%. Democrat House, Republican Senate is 34%. Republican House, Democrat Senate is 1.9%. So it's very likely that the Democrats win the House, and then it's more like 50-50 that they win the Senate. And that seems to be where they'll have the healthcare fight. So you're seeing, I'm just looking at the Kelshi chart, but as you see the Kelshi chart go up, that it's more and more likely the Democrats win, you're also seeing these healthcare plan charts go up as well. And we're not there yet, but end of the summer, that's about the time that you really want to look at these stats, depending on what sector you like. You can go in, you take a look at them, and we talk about a bunch. I don't know where my Stock Traders Almanac is, but that's one of the huge focuses of this year, right? And again, I'm Canadian. I've got no dog in your fight. Leave me out of it. But the whole thing of we get choppy, usually, not this year, up until that election, because people are just trying to take their bet of, if this team wins, that's what I'm going to do. If that team wins, this is what I'm going to do, that type of thing. So that happens a little bit closer to the end of the summer. I think your guys' election it's November, right? That's when you guys do your thing.
Yep.
So.
Yep, that's right.
That's
Wanted to bring up DRAM with you guys. I've been really interested in that. I like that it has SNDK. It's got MU. It's a very interesting ETF that's been going up. We're flat today on it, but I'm very interested in DRAM.
Yeah, not a bad one to bring up, of course. Doing really well, right? All right, guys, we're going to be getting towards our education in just a second here. I think we got Josh in the back, so we'll bring on Josh in just a second, and then we'll get to our education. Sorry I didn't get to it a little earlier. I'm going to try to adjust this because I feel like it's bad. I'm bringing Josh on, and I'm like, Josh, be quiet, listen. And we all know Josh is not the listening type.
Only when the wife is talking.
Only you best know that.
or coming up on Sunday when your mama's talking.
Oh, or Friday nights in the late night party, right? On those late nights, trader kind of rehab, right?
Yeah, right.
You know, watch if you haven't checked out the late night streams with my man Josh. Hey, you haven't caught him. You haven't caught him on the good times. With the pinky up.
It's like the old school, like HBO show, Taxi Cab Confessions. You know, it's kind of like that. You come in on a Friday, you don't know what you're going to get, what stories you're going to run into, right? You may get some crazy stories every once in a while on a Friday night. So come join us tomorrow night, 9:30 Eastern. Absolutely love doing it. Kevin joins most Fridays. Florida Joe comes on over. We got a crew every Friday, so come on over and join the fun.
Join the fun, guys. Join the fun. All right, what are you seeing in the market, Josh? Do a little bit of a recap, and then we'll go towards a little bit of some education here just coming up.
Yeah, small cap, slow. So AHMA, Bahama Mama, as I always call it, Bahama Mama, AHMAs. That's their only really small cap mover for the day. And then you're getting a lot of plays on earnings, FLNC, RXT on earnings. So usually don't see small cap plays with earnings pop up and stay up, but RXT is doing it, FLNC is doing it. My baby, though, is MU. Micron got in yesterday at low of day at 629 and still holding that through today. It's kind of my long-term play there, hoping we see, maybe 1K coming up down the line or something like that. But that's really it. Easy go.
Real company. A real company.
Yeah.
They actually exist and sell things. Look at you. Look at
me. Look at me actually doing some grown adult things. I mean, it's crazy because now being with you guys so much and being with Steve, I'm like, why am I not investing in these companies? He's like, Josh, if you're going to be a stock trader, you might want to step up your game a little bit. Of course, I love day trading, in the small cap sector, but my gosh, just so much to be had here. Finally a company that does something and produces real things, not the American rebels of the world.
Hey. He does great things.
He produces a lot of beer. Did short EasyGo yesterday. So my gosh, I don't know if you guys saw what EasyGo did. That was an absolute axe. No offering or anything, just an absolute sell-off from 3. Look at that.
What who'd they piss off? What's this? What's going on here?
I mean, I looked around and didn't see a lot overall for the downside move. It just sold off. Yeah, absolute nasty sell-off there. And I couldn't believe it kept going. I was like, is this really going to keep going? And today even further down to, new lows. I'm like, not much lower she can go. She can only go about 7 more cents here.
280 down to 7 cents.
Starting to get a reversal in C-Web.
Day.
Yeah, absolute nasty. Yeah. So still catching those moves in the small cap sector. That's kind of that's my little quick recap. MU's my baby though. MU's my baby. I'm gonna ride that one as long as I can. I know Steve's an ARM. I wish I would have taken some ARM. That was looking like all these plays. I mean, you got Apple, you got Google, all these plays taking off. The new ARM's being a beautiful move. So AMD, all these plays are all-time high. So take advantage, team. This is the time to put the pedal to the metal on these plays. I mean, SPY today finally a little bit more lackluster. I had a feeling it was going to come, but geez, take advantage. This is the time to be alive.
Gotta get that ARM, baby. Boom, boom. Get it, Steve. Get it.
I've been watching MU since $200, and we are almost up to $700.
ARM looks like a good buy today, man. Oh, it's coming back through the 220s. I talked about it. Oh, do I go and? Oh, I can't help myself. I can't help myself.
Just brought up EasyGo here on TradingView just to kind of see if I can figure out anything that's going on, and it's like a pop-up came up and said our indicators indicate now a strong sell. Like, yeah, Thanks.
No crap.
I'm seeing they have no news since November of 2025, which is wild. So I have no idea. That's crazy. Now, I don't want to say it, but what country do you think these guys are allocated in? Because usually you see these, they end up being. Where is this? Yeah.
Gonna drive back to 222.
Headquarters in Changzhou. You see, I've seen a bunch of these where they're just, because of the rules in order to get listed on the exchanges, they kind of list anything via ADR. And yeah, so that looks like it's kind of the thing. Is a holding company which engage in selling e-bicycles and battery cells. So I bet you they're not selling e-bicycles and battery cells. I bet you that's the
the first thing
really
I thought it was Easy Go, like the golf cart, and I was like, this can't be Easy Go golf cart.
That's what
And then I was like, did Tiger Woods run a golf cart off the cliff and wreck a golf cart yesterday? I'm like, what happened? But then I looked into it, and so yeah. It was Tiger Woods was driving a cart yesterday, and it did not go the way when we wanted it to. But yeah, that was a great short. And it's just weird how that happens and sell off. WNW is another ticker that did that recently, and then did a reverse split after that. So now you can't even see the crazy. Well, you see a sell off, but it's reverse split. So yeah, look up WNW. It's another one that did the same thing back in March, where it just completely fell apart all the way back down to nothing, and then they just recently did a reverse split. And you can't even tell. Yeah, look at that. Now you can't even tell what happened that day.
Yeah, these are split adjusted charts.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
You just can't see the price action at all. Like this, like someone go to jail. Like, I'm sorry. If the high of your stock price is $11 million a share, somebody should be in jail. That's you have one mandate as a CEO. It's why I never get bad at CEOs when they go on air and talk BS. It's why I never listen to them talk, because they have by law one mandate, and that is to increase shareholders' value. It's one thing of being bad at your job. But if your stock's $3 and it used to be 11 million. Or what's this one going to be? This one's probably going to be even crazier now. Easy Go. Yeah, so it's done this before. So it's done this in 2023, where it just dropped off a cliff. So this isn't the first time that this company went essentially 2-0, and then survived for a while, and then went essentially again 2-0. So yeah, just jail.
Jail for you,
right?
Jail.
Off you go. Thank
SPY
you.
is
Just
so
put you
flat
in.
today. The SPY
Put
is
you
just-
right next to SBF.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, tops. This is another crazy one. Yeah, like
I'll tell you right now, if you put me right next to SBF, I'm blowing my head, dude. I'm sorry. Dude. I'm not making it, dude.
he's gonna talk, man. He's gonna talk.
I'm not making it. That guy's just gonna keep talking and talking and talking all night long, dude.
Yeah. Tops is $160 billion.
I don't know how he puts out
a
tweets,
share.
but he's been trying to get on Trump's good side. Have you seen it?
Oh yeah, well,
He's been trying.
because
He's trying his best.
he sees it's a good way to get at a
Jail card, free card.
I wanted to say Joe Dirt, but it's not Joe Dirt. It's that Joe Exotic. Is that the Tiger
Oh,
King
Joe
guy
Exotic
trying to get
Tiger
out
King,
too?
yeah.
Awesome.
already got for a while.
Joe Dirt.
Don't be talking
Great.
about me like that. Don't be talking. Joe Exotic. Hey, did you? Hopefully, you guys did see the Tiger King documentary on Netflix. That was absolutely
Bonkers.
That was
Crazy.
who didn't during the pandemic, right? You had
Yeah.
nothing else to
Everybody
do.
watched
Right.
Tiger King.
I remember ordering crates of liquor to my house. Like I don't even drink anymore. It's like, what am I gonna do? So I just you could go online and they would just a giant box of booze just appear on your doorstep, and I'd go, all right. Didn't have kids then either, so let's get into her. Let's watch 7 episodes of Tiger King Blotto, and I'm sure that will go great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the end of Trump's last administration, they were trying to urge him to pardon Tiger King, and Trump wouldn't do it. It was like one of the last days that he was in office, and they're like, "Please pardon Tiger King." There was like a petition going around. People were trying to get him off.
All he needed to do was attack the Congress House, right? All he needed to do was be a part of that, and then he would have got pardoned, baby.
That'll wake you up. That'll do it,
dude. The fact that even happened, and it's just like an acceptable term now, like it's just like blows my mind. But yeah, that's how we are, man. Guys, market continuing to climb. A dip buy that we talked about. App, how's your app looking? I think I got the better entry at least. How we looking, Michael? I'm trying to beat the bot today. The bot sell out yet on app?
No. This will be an all day holder.
Lifter? All right.
So
well, I got AppX. I got 3580s. Remember, I told you guys 36. So
if you're right,
I'm trying to leverage up. I'm trying to leverage up on Michael.
Lose on that one, huh? Well, it's like Crow will be very happy that you took the DGen one. That's for sure.
Yeah, I know he would.
So if Tesla taps this 414 for the fourth time today, I probably should just short it here at the top, right? Because it just will not go over that number. Watch, it'll go over the number now. It'll do it now.
All right, guys, almost triple digits already on AppX. Let's go. Let's get ourselves a nice little Benji.
Yeah, I'd be looking for that third, fourth touch breakout here. Many touches at that 414. I got a line in right at 414.40, and yeah, that it's it looks like it wants to squeeze. Now my upper VWAP band is kind of flattened out there, but man, I see what you're seeing there for sure. But I would
see it, and it's turning around already. Right when it just gets to that mark, it didn't hit it quite.
It does have a higher low pattern on it. I think this play squeezes and goes up for more. We have SPY hitting new high of day right now. Not that that's going to carry it, but I do see the fail. I think it's going to be more of a scalpier fail here. Quick reversal, comes back maybe down to 412 at most, and then you're going to get that rip up to new high of day. And that's just what I think I see here on Tesla.
Could be right.
Same with Micron. Give me MU. Come on, MU. I want 700, baby. Come on. Loving MU today. AGL not bad again on earnings. Seeing a lot of earnings play continue from the day before. So AGL never really look at it. It's a health sector play. Had some pretty good earnings yesterday and after hours. Continues through today on a nice climb. Has a bullish setup right now. Looking for that to continue as well. Didn't get filled on a dip earlier. I was looking for one potentially right around 52.50 at 52.70ish or 80 area. And so keep that one on watch. That's another good play. I love these earnings plays. I don't seen a lot of good movement from earnings anymore. It seems like that's the new thing. I think we were talking about that recently. I know, Michael, we were talking about that on one of the last streams here that I was with you guys at. It's like, hey, just give me earnings. I just can't wait. And now I really love earnings season.
Love to hear it, man. Don't worry. There's plenty of more for you. Ow!
4 times a year, every year, forever.
You get the most
boring stocks in the world for like 1 or 2 days. They're super interesting. Then they go back to being real boring after that.
And then you also learn how to like maybe sell the rips, right? A little bit of mean reversion style trading. I think that's what Steve was doing a lot of, and I think that's what was working well for him in the earnings stream. And don't miss it, guys. They've been doing some little bit of live trading also there, and I think that's an important thing, right? Look into that mean reversion off the earnings, because a lot of times it's a pop and then a pullback, a drop and then a leak back, right? So that extremeness, that first like maybe 10, 15 minutes, you're not touching it. But after that, you can start playing mean reversion strategies, right? A lot of times that first area, that first way that we go, it's usually a trick. It's the algos getting it wrong. And then all of a sudden, boom, the push starts to come in, right? So
cute little twist of words.
Break 490s. Let's go.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. That nice little move. I like Tack's twist of words there. App loving. He says he's loving some app. So yeah, it's definitely here. Got that pre-market 88 resistance coming up.
UEC coming back there. LEU I talked about could come back there. URA already back up towards the highs. So it tells you more and more that's coming right back into play. Now triple digits there for AppX. Let's go. I'm loving it.
I'm loving it.
Every time we guys say that on the live stream, I immediately think of getting some Mickey D's. I'm like, man, I want some salty fries.
Only thing I'd ever buy from Mickey D's now is maybe the apple pies. They could still get me.
I used to do their apple pies a lot.
Those apple pies. Oh,
yeah.
Wasn't it like 2 for $1 back in the day or something?
It was. It was like a nice little hot box.
Dude, That's when I used to buy them, man. Now I can't buy them. Come on,
Yeah.
man. Speaking of MSOS, it's been slowly grinding. Of course, I sold the rip on that, guys. I was watching it yesterday. This is just slowly grinding up and holding up well. Normally, this comes crashing back down. Did we finally see the bottom of MSOS? Michael, just calling it out there, man. I know you're the trader like me sometimes, where I don't take too many longer term positions. Maybe it's just, I don't have that big account that Michael has, but I would love this as a longer term, because if you look on the monthly, you can see 3 attempts to get above 550s on the monthly, 1 attempt that got towards 7, and I think you're seeing institutions really positioned in now. This could be the final turn.
I love these low bases, right? Because I always just think this is the people who are smarter than me make low bases. They're reading
the volume on the monthly is ridiculous. It's like in the last, I'm sure if you add it up, and I want to add it up, I got to do some math there, but in the last, let's say 8 months, you probably have more volume than you ever had. If you add up those last 8 months and you just add up that volume, and then you look at the whole history of MSOS, it's probably more volume in the last 8 months. That's a telling sign.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Jesse, by the way, what I call on Tesla there.
You called it. I'm actually trading it. Yes, you did. Boom.
You're actually trading the Tesla? You're not trading the degen version of Tesla? Crow's gonna be mad.
TSLL, baby.
I'm doing
Talked
TSLL.
about that 408 could hold right back up through the highs. There you go. Nice play, Jesse. Keep riding it, baby. I think 500's coming, Jesse. 500.
Yeah, I'll just stay in and hold it. I'm gonna hold it.
Hey, dude, I'm gonna let you know right now. Look at the monthly chart. This is the same pattern it does often. If you look at the monthly chart, you're gonna see it. This is a common pattern for Tesla. It goes super extended above the 9 EMA, 9-month EMA, right? Then comes back, undercuts it, then starts to go above, and then rallies back down. Then you get the bigger move on volume. It's done this in the past 2 or 3 times. This is the 3rd time it's trying to do it. I just ride the waves, man.
Ride the waves.
You want to do it two times? You could do it 3 times. Maybe the 4th it fails, but my rule of 4s. Hey, we'll see what happens there. Tesla. And the biggest thing, like I talked about, wait till you start hearing it. You're going to hear some analyst come on CNBC, and he's going to sell you that Tesla is no longer a car company, that it's a chip company. Wait till you hear that. And when you hear that, yell at the screen, money match!
I'm going to do that.
Yell at it, man. Yell at it, because
record yourself
watching this
for
show.
The content. Just looking at there's Walter Bloomberg is either sleeping or there's just nothing being talked about today at all. Another Fed guy's talking, and that's the only thing that I really think could shake us up
new
here.
High a day.
Obviously, a Trump tweet is going to do whatever.
I gotta sell some into this.
When he could do something, but we've got what I think I counted 5 Fed dudes yapping today. So that's another thing that could kind of shake us up in some way. So just be careful for Fed speak. But other than that, it was a great turnaround trade so far. First 20 minutes was down, and we come back up. We're breaking. We're getting close to post-market highs or pre-market highs. It's looking good there.
Trying to sell out half right here, guys, of Apex on the high of the day break. Just trying to sell a piece and then just keep riding the momentum. Let's see if I can get some out here. Come on, fill me in between the spread, dude. I hate when I don't get filled in between the spread. I don't like to just always just go to the bid. I don't have to in this case, right? Stock's still strong, but I'm throwing it up in the midpoint, what they call midpoint. Trying to get a midpoint fill.
I may have stepped in at the wrong time. We still gonna do education today, and we're gonna skip it.
That's gonna get probably pushed to the background. But I can look to see if the video was done. I was trying to pull it up as a video so it could be a little bit quicker and we can just talk about it.
Something a little
there
reversal
it goes.
going on there.
Boom! Just sold some there on app. I'll take it. I'll take some out there and then just let this try to continue working.
So now I can just put break even and set it, forget it. Like it's like on the crock pot. Let's go.
Let her simmer, baby.
Let her simmer. Look at that break. 40-40s now. Boom. App going to the moon. Let's go.
I don't want to look. So I guess Ryan Cohen has gotten banned on eBay. Like his eBay account.
I told you he was going to try to sell GameStop on eBay. He was going to put it up there and be like, "You want shares? I'll give you half cash, half part stocks."
And the details are on my website.
And they're on eBay.
Think so. I was chatting with a trader buddy the other day, and his theory is that the dude thought he still had like his 2021 star power, and just by announcing this, GameStop was going to like double or triple, and then he would be able to raise the money at that price to buy eBay, and that's why he was like so butthurt on air, because no one cared. Your stock moved like a couple percentage points. That's again the only theory I can think of that I was like, that kind of makes sense. Maybe he thought he was, that we were in Roaring Kitty era where you said one thing and your stock just did this, and then all you had to do was say, "Oh, this is my game plan," and the market would reward you for it. But instead, now you're actually punished. You're down from when you announced eBay, which is kind of nature healing, I guess. But yeah, this isn't going to happen. This is the shareholders have to vote on it. And although eBay's been under pressure for a while, look at the last couple of years. Right? If you're in this company, are you saying, okay, let's change up management now? It's like, no, it's finally not an awful company. We're at all-time highs. Things are starting to look okay here. They were in the crapper for a long time, but it's like, okay, eBay's doing fine. I'm not gonna. So if I was a shareholder, and I'm not gonna vote yes to the guy who just choked an interview the worst I've ever seen. Well, since the Marvini Upwork scandal, he choked the CNBC interview. Worst I've ever seen. It's like, nah. So I don't know. But yeah, I just thought that was funny. I saw a screenshot in my timeline that he got suspended. So,
well, he deserved it.
Yeah.
Sometimes
5 on AppLovin, eh? Close 500.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think the SEC would make a comment also, but no one works there. Oh, yeah.
No. Well, maybe we'll get the DOJ to do it in like a year from now.
The DOJ.
Yeah, right.
The DO Trump.
That's what it is.
He appoints the guy that works there, right?
Conflict of interest, let's just say that.
Yeah, there's
another couple of these.
That Tesla just keep pushing, man, and it's what is it? It's IGV day, baby. It's what they're saying on the Twitter streets. It's software summer 2026, baby.
Well, we've been watching this resistance for a long time.
Look at that trade,
finally
man.
Through and
we talked about it. Today could be the day, shifting back to the IGV, right? Software comes into play. Hey guys, you don't make this stuff up, guys. And what is it? Does this mean that software is completely perfect? No, don't think that, right? It's just the anchors getting lifted. They just pulled it off the ground. It was in the sand. They were dragging it. Now they pulled the anchor off the sand. Now it's just riding in the ocean. And the sails of the semiconductors are leading the boat, right? And they're just driving the boat forward. Well, guess what? It could start to move up just because the overall market is on euphoria breakout. Adobe was the one that I also gave, right? Look at that trade right now. 258's breaking. We all know it looks like institutional action off the 250 level.
There's a new Canton. I guess that's a crypto. Canton. Yeah. And they're filing for an ETF. God, that's awful. Why would you do that? Here's the chart as far as I can see. One day. Okay, it doesn't look so bad. But so you're getting an ETF for this thing? Okay. I'm telling you, Farcoin ETF, right? Make it happen. and we're all rich.
The fart.
The fart.
There's no way we have that like as an actual ticker in stocks. No, see, it's open, right? Easy play.
Fart.
I think actually the owner of it burnt most of his coins, so he's not he can't control it to do anything. Gas would be a good one. Do we have a gas?
Gas. No, there's no gas. I don't know how there is no natural gas company that said, let's just do ticker gas.
Yeah,
Dude,
that seems.
Come on, bro. Like, come on. Just,
Seems like it should be natural, right?
like, you know what I mean? No creativity from these companies sometimes, man. Come on.
Well, and again, like if THC ever needs to raise money for being a healthcare company, you know, if they ever need a few bucks, that's how you do it. You take that and you find the biggest weed company out there. I just looked at THC stock, and they're doing just fine. They don't need nothing. Look at this.
Wow.
And I don't know what they do. All I know is they're not. They're not.
That's a hospital company.
But like, yeah. So just I don't know. Sell.
It's a medical care.
I don't even know if you can do that. Like sell your ticker to another company that wants it.
You can. You actually can, Michael. It's been done in the past.
Do it. I mean, someone's got to pay
sell a ticker.
Couple mil for.
Yeah, because you're getting rid of something, and it's considered, yours, right? It's like actual property, right? And so you can't sell it. The key, you got to inform your investors. You got to give them some time for the change and things like that, right? That's the only thing that needs to happen. Did we lose Jesse? He traded Tesla too good. Yeah, Elon grabbed him. Elon got him.
Well, I know if he was short, Elon would be roasting him on Twitter.
Yeah, you know that much. I hate evil shorts. All right, app still going, man. It looks like we're having ourselves that nice trade there. So one of the best trades on today. I think we're in it, Michael. So I'm going to ride it out now. I put the stop break even. I'm just letting it ride. App breaking 495s. Could be breaking 500 any moment now.
Is that your day trade account or your swing trade? Because I'm
swing,
looking at this
baby.
daily chart.
Come on, man. It's a swing.
This is part of the day system. But yeah, come on. Where can I?
I'm swinging
this way. It's just great. Like if it closes like this, that's a hell of a
close above 500 is what we want to see, right? A close above 500. Close above 500. You've engulfed
like 5 days of price action and almost engulfed like a month of price action in a single candle. That's pretty wild.
And this is part of my system. The only thing that I think would have gotten it off is that the washout was a little bit too far. So these are things that I've been trying to like work into the system where it's kind of some subjectiveness, right? How far should I let the knife drop before I get like where I say the knife is too big through the 9 EMA, right? Because at some point, you don't always want to just catch something that goes down 10% from where your entry is, right? Because when you get back in it, you still have that 10% bottom risk. So the way that you're structuring the trade, it would be a little bit tougher. But in this case, I went in on just the 9 EMA undercut and then just risked 1% from the 9 EMA, right? Instead of the low of the day. So it's getting me to think that maybe I do a little bit of some conditioning rule to that, right? Where if it's over that, then we're going to adjust to the stop to just being 1% off the 9 EMA. Something like that, right? That's an adjustment that I can get around.
Systems building, I will just say, never use absolute numbers like dollars and percentages ever, right? Because if you think about it, 1% on some stocks, a big deal. 1% on other stocks is absolutely nothing. It's
ATR can come into play, right?
ATR, everything. The amount of ATR. Every system I have has ATR layered in it, like 25 times. It's how do you determine something's a volatile move or an extraordinarily large move? You just compare it, because now instead of comparing the stock to just some generic kind of constant number, you're comparing the stock to its past performance and saying, is this a bigger move, a smaller move, or just like everything? So that's like one instruction I've given to the ATR, like when I'm my AI is when I'm talking about big moves, small moves, all of this, we never use percentages. We use ATR or our multiple if we're talking about like profit targets or something like that. No percentages, no dollars, all ATR. And you have to do it. You can do other, you could do standard deviation. You could do all kinds of stuff. ATR is just very clean, nice, clean system.
Hey, before you guys head out for the weekend, I got some shout outs I got to give. One to Ingrid that y'all announced earlier on the free 25K. That is a student of mine that's over on my live stream. She was at my AKNR New Orleans earlier this year. She was in Dallas last year. Well, shout out to Ingrid, got her a 25K eval. Then also to the earnings print yesterday, we got Mind Music Muscle, who's always in chat there, especially in the after hours when me and Steve, he got a 5K eval. And I actually got the app loving one. I got the message from Carlo earlier, and I'm just now checking this. Bam! That's right. I actually won one for the app loving one.
This is what happens when you give me sound buttons.
I love it.
Are you allowed to win? Are you?
I don't know. I don't know. I was like, can I gift it to somebody? But I like to participate. You know, like, hey guys, I'm participating. I don't want you to think I'm not.
He had every advantage that everybody else had, right? No one knew what the price was going to be, right? So we'll give Josh his flowers. Josh, good job, man. Good job, dude. That's a hard thing to do. I will tell you right now, that's a hard thing to do, to predict in earnings where it's going to go. So who knows? Maybe you just found yourself something that your eyes are good at, right? That some might not be. Right. So
yeah, that's stock trading. That's the whole thing. That's what I tell everyone listening. We're all gonna be a little different. We're all gonna see things a little bit different. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Just think about that saying.
100%.
That's it.
We all like a Shrek every now and then. Have a good one, guys.
Also fun to get lucky.
Take care. Have a good one, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you next week. Take care, traders. Don't break it, Josh.
My market.
I got it. I got you.
Don't do it.
Time for the J&J show.
It's all
Jays.
See you guys.
Go get it, Jays.
Love it. Woo!
There you are.
There's that intro.
Hey, dude, we need to come up with an intro. I think we can make one on Suno or something.
Love it. And look at the double top. I haven't traded a small cap play today, but boy, that double top right there on Atra was absolutely beautiful. And yeah, I think Crow talked about it earlier. The news on it was like some class action lawsuit. The news was just terrible on it. But wow, beautiful reversal there. If you're looking for double tops, that was an absolute beautiful move right there. I love those when you see those in small caps. Play winding down in a downtrend. We break the downtrend right through here. You can see the downtrend breaking volume as well. We get the spike up. These quick moves, euphoric moves, out of nowhere, too much, too fast, as I call it, right in a pre-market high. Beautiful reversal potential right there. And I'll keep, you know what? Snowman says, keep the SPY up. And here you go, Mr. Snowman. We'll keep it up. And do you mean, or are you pulling a Michael Noss and saying I have to keep it up as far as like, I got to keep it up, like I always have to? It's just always, it's got weight of the world on my shoulders. Or do you mean like keep the stock up itself? You want to see the chart. So I don't know. It could be both. It could be.
Don't shrug, Josh. Keep it up.
I'll do my best for sure. Thank you guys again for joining. An hour from right now, we will have the call-in show, just so everyone's a little bit ready for the topic for the day. Today's topic.
Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I was going to ask you, did you come up with one? That's great. Sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Yes, we did. Yes. So when on the call-in show, so the question is, when do you know that you have an actual market edge versus you're on a lucky streak? Like here recently, like a lot of these halting plays, you can get a little lucky, right? On earnings, maybe you got lucky. Is it an edge that you can use day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out, that has a good high win percentage, right? So we should know the difference between an edge and kind of a lucky streak. And so we'll talk about that today. A lot of questions we'll talk about, but there's a lot of different ones. I think it was Joe put in like Chat GPT and it came up with like 20 great questions. So I was like, let's do number 12 this week, Joe. So I love it.
Are you feeling lucky, punk? Are ya? Can you name that movie?
It's not. Gosh.
Clint Eastwood.
Well, I know it's Clint Eastwood, but I can't remember the movie. I want to say Tombstone, but it's not Tombstone. I don't know why Tombstone's the only.
Dirty
Harry?
Dirty Harry. That's right. That's it.
I can't remember. If you asked me, it was like my grandpa. He was huge into Clint Eastwood and really even more so into John Wayne. He probably had them all recorded on VHS and watched them hundreds of times.
Yeah, I grew up watching John Wayne, man. The Duke was the man when I was a kid.
It is, yeah, 100%. 100%. 100%.
I'm watching Tesla and I'm trying to determine a bottom, and I'm in a trade right now. And I was thinking, because it keeps going like back down to the 410s range. And so I got in long, and hopefully I'm waiting for it to maybe catch up with the 9 EMA and maybe to go back on up. Maybe not. Nope, it just got me out of the trade.
Okay, I'll ask you this. Do you ever think about just trading like Nasser and Mitch said, do you ever trade TSLL? Or is it always just Tesla for you?
I've just done Tesla. Okay. I haven't done that before. Would you suggest it?
Maybe, possibly, just so it's a little, you can go bigger shares and it's less volatile. So you don't have to worry about, I don't know. I don't want to overstep any space, but I know that you're a little, newer into the game. I would say, maybe. I just seen this before. A lot of people that I've worked with, some people get stuck on a ticker and they trade that ticker over and over and over and over and over. Sure. That maybe doesn't accumulate to a lot of successful trades. And so then I say, well, why don't we look at other tickers? Because there's a lot of other stocks out there. And so other than just Tesla as in TSLL, maybe start looking at other tickers. I just have a lot of traders that I've worked with over the years when they get stuck on a Tesla, they get stuck on PLTR, they get stuck on a lot. They just they stay on that play and they wait. And then, but my point is, some days today Tesla's actually provided at least a channel for you to trade. Like right now, I'd say 414 top resistance. We'll pull up the chart here on my side here. So we'll go up to, we want to do this guy right here. This is what I want, Tesla. And so if I pull up Tesla, I would say you're shorting right here at 1440s, 14. And you need to be looking for bounce plays somewhere right around the 4087. There's that 875 rule that I always talk about coming into play almost on the dot right through here, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's where I would say this is where you're trading today. You don't trade anywhere else. You wait for this to come down to your bottom bounce area and you take a bounce play there. If it comes back up to here, upper VWAP band has pretty much maintained flat. Now, I know we did have the one breakout that I talked about, again, just because it had that 1, 2, third touch breakout look to it. What you get a lot of the time here is this. You get the W shape. You get to move up for the third attempt that fails, but then you come up and break through. Now, this decided to not stay bullish and come back off of old resistance here, becoming support. So that makes it bearish, right? So where do we come? We don't take a trade, at least in my opinion, unless you're taking the momentum down with it into this area, and that's where you cover your short and then look to go long. And then on the opposite side of that, once this decides to crack, right, 1, 2, 3 attempts, and maybe we crack, look for a short back off of pre-market highs. And that's how I would sit here. If I was looking to trade Tesla, that's what I'd be looking to do. I'm shorting it down into this demand area and this support, looking for a long. Taking that long back on up. Secondly, once we get out of that long, when we come back down, maybe that long doesn't last that long. Maybe it does. But if it doesn't, we know we're now looking for a short and a crack of this area for the move down to this 406.75, 407 area.
Sure. Yeah. No, I like that. What did you say the other ticker? I couldn't hear out of my earpiece there for a second. You said
so essentially the ETF of it. So trading TSLL. So then you got something that that's a little bit lower in price range here in the 14s. Doesn't move as much, but it gives you the exact same chart, obviously. And so this is what you'd be trading if you're not trading Tesla. You could trade TSLL, the two L's there at the end, and this is in the this would be your other play to look at if you don't want to trade Tesla.
Yeah. That's great. That's awesome.
And don't forget, and I want to show this off. We want to talk about this. I'll try to bring it up every 10 to 15 minutes here. Boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. Here we go. We have 3 you can predict today. 3 chances to win a 5K eval. So we have RKLB. We've got IREN. And number 3 would be CRWV. You have over 5 hours to enter this. I would wait till closer till the end. That's what I did yesterday. Maybe take it from someone that's won one of these, maybe, right? So wait till closer to the end. And for me yesterday, when it came to so go submit team, guys, you got 5 hours to submit. Pull that up. The link, by the way, is on our live stream in the description. If Ayush, you want to put that out there for them, always, every 10-15 minutes you can put that out there. It will remind me or Jesse to talk about it, or in the Discord too, because a lot of people, we have a Discord. It's free. We have all of the earnings report information immediately out there every single morning, so you don't have to wait for Mitch to go over it. You don't have to wait for Steve to go over it. It's right there for you to read and go over every morning So go join the Discord as well. But the link is over on our live on the live stream in the description. It's the very top thing you'll see. Join the earnings challenge. Join it. You have 3 chances today to win a 5K eval. I know we'll start doing those random ones like we did yesterday, which was awesome, where we gave away 2 25K evals where all you had to do was go over and submit your name and your email. And lo and behold, we had a beautiful Aussie chicken chat, and she won. I couldn't believe that when I was watching the live stream this morning. I announced it on my live stream, which she was a part of, and she was like, "No way, get the hell out of here! That's awesome." Yeah, she's been, she just really started trading. She's been watching and learning for like the last year, but really just started trading in February. Then we had our AKNR in New Orleans, where she came and learned from me in person, and that's where that was in February. So she started trading. Yeah, doing great. But again, it's only paper, which I teach and preach. Like, let's practice that first. I mean, everyone wants to go out with real money, but we were talking about, we're going to get to her having a trade the pool account. She just hasn't got there yet. She was going to get there. She's getting there soon though. She's doing really good, profitable each week, each month. She's doing so great, up a few thousand. I know on the paper trading side, and just taking the same plays I'm taking. The simple and plays I'm not like plays that I alert. I'm like, hey, yeah, it's gonna be an easy bounce play. Just take that one. That'll be a good one. Simple plays. I'm very proud of her. But yeah, now she gets a free 25K eval just for entering her name and her email. And so yeah, it's so cool.
And that's the way to learn, exactly like you're saying, Josh. I mean, having these accounts, getting in an evaluation is so great. It's like a huge step up from actually just paper trading, because you're really trying to actually get something out of it, and then you're trying to pass that evaluation to actually get funded and to actually really start managing and really having this capital. So it's so helpful. It's so great.
100%. Yeah, obviously love Trade the Pool. I mean, again, just waited for the longest time to have just because, not that I'm shorting that much here and there. I shorted, of course, EasyGo, which you just saw that I'm still in EasyGo on my swing account. Same with MU. That's the swing plays I've been doing here recently. Not a lot of the bounce plays have been coming from large caps. Again, going back to MU, bounce play off of Tuesday's low of day I got yesterday, which I essentially bottom ticked MU yesterday, which here we'll pull up MU's chart and I'll show that off again. I think Trade the Pool probably showed that on their stories on social media, but boom, 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 right here. So it's not low of day, but the low bounce. So this low node bounce right here that we got on Tuesday, I came in yesterday and boom, you can see my entry price right there. Now we are having, unfortunately, a pullback here today after a huge spike on up to 680, and that 680 area was a great short. Now looking back at it, obviously, and then once we get through this, and that's what my long-term hold was for. I was hoping we'd form kind of a W, maybe kind of U-shape, or what do we do, cup and handle possibly. We get through this, we're going to barn burn through 700, obviously straight to 700, and then it's going to be another blockbuster move, in my opinion, up through into the 800s once we get through 700 here on MU. But kind of wanted to get a long-term hold on this play, and so I got in yesterday at that 630 mark. But that's where the bounce plays are coming from. And speaking of bounce plays and where they're coming from, what did we just talk about with Tesla, right? So we literally just talked about this. Whoops, let's go to the 3-minute chart right here. So boom, where did it come down to? And so this is what I'm looking for yourself too. Any other trader out there, each and every day, I challenge you to go through there and try to find the chart, right? What's the chart doing? Find the trend within the trade. And that's what I'm doing every single day. And that was it for me when I see Tesla and what to be looking for. And here's kind of what I'm thinking about. What it was doing was a quick reversal, right? A quick bounce and a reversal back down. Now let's see if it doesn't crack this area, head back off of market lows. And then that's speaking of bounce plays. So we saw one there on Tesla, MU, and now SPY. Now SPY doing the same thing kind of that Tesla's doing, but you can see where I came in and put a line in just a little bit ago as we're yapping it up. We came down right to it, a little lower, I know, bounced off of it, confirmed on it, went up. Now we're getting that reversal look back on down. SPY here is on a little bit of an overextended trend line too as well. So if you can see this, what I'm seeing here on the SPY here, team, we're starting to get to that trend line area. We did overextend. You can see the uptrend channel. It's perfect. It's perfect. Then we overextend off of it. A lot of the time that leads to reversals back on down. When you get it too high up, sell-off comes, people taking their profit. I do imagine the next area back on down that we bounce at, and then you can see the other area, and I call these sandwiches, right? Old support now becomes new resistance. And it isn't always old resistance becomes new support. It could be old support that becomes new resistance. So if it cracks the trend line, if it cracks our support area here right around 35 essentially is what we'll call it, watch for the move back down to somewhere right around 34.80 or so.
Nice. And good morning, Mind Music Muscle. You got some arm. That's sweet. And good morning, Coach TB43. Hope you guys are doing well.
Hey, Coach TB, he called in last week. What's up, Coach? Coach. Oh, Tony Braxton is in chat. I can't sing Tony Braxton, but I will try to sing like her. It does not sound anything like her at all, though. What's up, Coach TB? How we doing? And by the way, I don't know if you saw that Mind Music Muscle. If you're finally joining us today, maybe you do know, maybe you don't know. But Mind Music Muscle, guess who won yesterday on the predictions? Besides myself.
Wow.
You did. So Mind Music Muscle yesterday got the win, got the dub on ARM. Yes. Hopefully you know that. Got the ARM win yesterday. So you won the ARM, and I won the app. So you have 3 ARMs now. That's pretty cool. I've got an extra app.
That is great. Good stuff.
Very good. Love to hear from you. Yeah, love to hear from you guys too. Let's go. Yes, Mind Music Muscle. Yes. What was the guy's name? The wrestler? He had to retire because of his neck that always did the yes. There's like gifs of that. God.
Yeah, who was that guy?
Brian something maybe? I forgot. Man, and look at the reversal here. And really the last true good move from a small cap ticker is Atra. And that double top, baby. Absolutely beautiful move here from Atra. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful here. Failed right at the high of day in pre-market. Again, watch for these. Spikes up in pre-market. Fades off into a downtrend. Breaks its downtrend. Sits out for a minute at that downtrend break. And then squeezes hard. Get the downtrend break volume as well. You move up real quick. You halt up. This is your short. I know it's scary because it's halted up there. You know, again, a lot of the times it won't even halt up. It'll just fly up into this area, do exactly what you're seeing now, coming back over more. Beautiful short there on ATRA. Last good move up, and now we're getting it back down. Most likely goes back to what we were doing earlier, and you can see this low volume, and I bet we go back to candles that look pretty similar to this right through here. So good move on Atra. Now again, looking for a bounce play. I still like this low of day in market right around 7 into 690 for a dip. If you're looking for a move back on down, that's the one I would just wait for. Kind of like Tesla in that low area. Just sit back and wait. It isn't always about, I got to trade. I got to get every 5 cents, every 20 cents it moves. No, you don't. No, you really do not. You need to sit back and wait for those trades to come to you. Daniel Bryan. I knew there was a Bryan in there. Shout out to Steve, AK47, lots of other stuff. Yeah. Mind Music Muscle. We had fun yesterday. Almost 2,000 or so views on that after hour stream covering ARM and app. The earnings was great. And of course, some good moves yesterday we saw. But yeah, congratulations to everyone that won the free evals or the accounts. That was awesome. Good to be a part of it. And then this afternoon, Jesse's going to be back with Steve. So Jesse and Steve this afternoon with it's a little slower today, but we still have some decent ones to cover. Again, like I said, you have 3 chances to win 5K evals. We have RKLB, IREN, and CRWV. Moves from yesterday will not be had again today, but I would imagine we do see some pretty good moves. So you'll have some fun again today, Jesse.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I have a swing in CRWV. I've been trading that intraday as well. So I've been keeping a really close eye on that particular stock. And I'm super excited about that one for earnings later on this afternoon. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Earnings. Big me to fit me. Daniel Bryan. Yes, that was it. Daniel Bryan. Yes. Tesla still holding its low of day area. And I say low of day, that low of day node bounce area. Again, this is really looking good for a short. So if you're wanting to take a short on Tesla, you like to trade Tesla or TSLL, watch for the short back under 409 area for the move back into pre-market highs like we talked about. Right around this, 406.30 mark, right around 406.30. SPY trying to hold that line, trying to hold the line in the sand, looking a lot like Tesla right now, right? I'm trying to hold. And it is. I don't think, again, back to, I know Nas always giving me some fun with the hold up SPY. I will say, as far as chart is concerned, if we hold this, I'm fine and happy. If we don't hold this uptrend in this 35 mark, I'll do everything I can, but over the next hour and a half, we could see a good tug back down through to low of day area. Now, come on. I'm still holding you up from Tuesday when you said hold it up in the 720s. We went to 736. Okay, so you got there's only so much I can do, right, Jesse?
You have a little bit of room for error at some point because of how much it's gone up, right? Like you at least need to have a higher number than 733, 734s.
Right.
I mean, last week we were talking, we were stuck at 711. So come on.
Speaking of 7-Eleven, because I remember that was around. I think it was right around that same time. That remember Mitch was talking about how he used to manage a 7-Eleven. I was like, man, that was now here we are on the 7:30. So I will say that's going to be key for SPY is that 35 mark. Snowman. 579. Oh, sweet. Are you going for the bounce play here, Mr. Snowman? Or are we going for the short? Because I love this for two things. Yes, the bounce play that we had here earlier was beautiful here at 275 or 575, 580. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, we're descending hard into this downtrend. Third touch crack down is what we would call this. Watch for this short and for more move down here for DGXX. DX or DX. No, what was it called? Yeah, DX. What was it called? Man, Degeneration X. Now I'm just going back to wrestling and, the AAA, Shawn Michaels. I can't do their gesture, which they did and whatever, but DX were they DX, right? Was that what they were called? DX, something like that? I know it was Degeneration X, but yeah, that was done. I couldn't remember how he shortened that up. Fading Tesla down to 405. Oh, he says it's going to crack. And I'll tell you, if it does crack, this support area that we're looking at right now, I know you're obviously going to be way more in heaven, Mr. Coach TB, cracking this support node here. The man strong at 409 needs to get back through that VWAP and move and hold if we're going to see that move up. Of course, I know TB doesn't want to see that for the short down. Crack of this area, we're heading straight to pre-market lows. Crack of pre-market highs, then he gets his curtain call of the 405s for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching right now is Tesla as well, and we're just kind of that 409 is strong.
409. We're just mentioning all these companies by offset, by chance. 409, you ever use that cleaner before in your life?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, 409, yeah. My mom used 409 a lot. It was one of those ones that was always in the cabinet below the sink.
Yep. I think we actually have some 409 in the cabinet below our sink right now, actually.
Oh, okay. All right, a little 409, baby, a little 409.
409 action.
All right, DGXX, just know, again, just was going, Snowman says he's long. All right, Snowman, just know what I've just told you there, and we need to get back over, Snowman, we need to get back over somewhere right around 590-ish or so. Somewhere right around 590, this old support area that did become resistance right here, right around 590. If we break that, we're right back up to the 9 and the WAP. Now, when I see the 9 and the WAP right together down like this, not a good sign for longs. I'll tell you that. Not to be just me and reading charts, right? I'm not trying to say anything about your long. It's just now that I see this together, right? I'm like, ooh, not good. But good though if we do break. Usually it doesn't, unfortunately. But if it does, you're gonna be seeing an ATRA type of move and squeeze. Close to. I wouldn't say maybe as strong, but you'll see that type of move. Similar. Where it will squeeze and you'll get the move back on up to open area of the day to begin with, and then could start to see pre-market levels after that. It's got to, and especially now that 9 in WAP is heading closer and closer to this 590 mark, it just makes it really hard. So you got 590, then you've got 6 resistance coming up. So if you do take this, if you do take profit, that's where I would tell you to start taking it at. Anywhere at 590 into 6 is going to be key resistance. For yourself, you do not want to see lower than that wick right there. If you see lower than that wick, it's probably going to see, obviously, nastiness. Got a fast stop. Cool. 409 makes it shine. Was that like a rhyming thing that they said in their commercials? I don't remember that one. 409 makes it shine. It rhymes. SPY is starting to lose the 35 mark. So SPY here, Tesla's looking a little weak and heavy.
I'm in a short right now, actually.
SPY is cracked. Trend line here, get candlestick confirmation. We're finally confirming below both the trend and support at 35. I would imagine we get close to touching this WAP. Yeah, here she comes.
Yeah.
50's coming. Here comes Tesla down for a little bit more. How's my Micron looking? Probably not good if that's coming down yet. Dang it, come on, no. It's all good. I'll add into Micron if it does get down any lower. I've been wanting to add into it possibly if we get any lower, but Micron I'm still in that 630 area. For that move up to new all-time highs. SNDK was another one I said watch for a bounce off yesterday's low of the day. Speaking of bounce plays that are working, bro, check this out right quick. We'll go to 5-minute time frame. We'll zoom out a little bit here and go to yesterday's low. I know it wicked a little bit lower. You got to imagine a stock that costs $1,300 can do that. But I told every trader here on my live stream and morning alerts, I said watch for MU for a dip out of the gate and SNDK. Beautiful move on SNDK here off yesterday's lows at 1335 here. It did hit 1327, I think, but moves all the way back up to 1400. So essentially a little similar and very similar, in my opinion, to what MU has done over the past day. So love those two movers. Again, I know they're barn burners. Options aren't that great on them. It's more of a stock driven, share driven, equity driven, and that's why I love having Trade the Pool, because then I can go in some share size that I typically probably may not be able to or want to go in on my own account.
Nice.
Go to a 3-minute time. She's trying to hold here though, so there's that touch of the 50 that I was looking for, and there's that. Tesla's still looking good for more movement down, especially if we get that candlestick confirmation here. If Tesla can confirm below coming up soon, so we're still wicking. We need to confirm candlestick wise below this 408.75 node area. She'll be looking sexy and you know it. Sexy and you know it. All right, SPY here still holding. Hey. Nas, everyone's happy. Look at that. Wow, what a reversal here. Gee golly, 435 or 735 hit. 735 going back between the SPY and Tesla here. 735 right off that 50, moving right back on up. Now this is going to be key resistance. Could start to form a little bit of a head and shoulders too. It's tight and little, I know, but could. Shoulder, head, shoulder. So again, back below the shoulder, which we just created. Now if we break back through the other side, we're going to see a good spike. You know, if we get back through the trend line in this area of 3560, we're going to pop somewhere into this area right through here. But this old trend line up, this shoulder area, strong resistance for Espin. There she comes right back on off that area. Scalper type of move for scalpier traders. It doesn't mean it's going to be a long-term reversal, but this is what I love to see. This is technical soundness is all I call that right there, where you have an old support area that immediately comes back up and becomes resistance. This is what you want. If we saw this all day, every day, the stock market would be a lot easier to trade, in my opinion. You don't get it, obviously, this easy and this clean every day, but this is pretty clean action today right here for SPY. Again, looking for candlestick confirmation for Tesla back below that 409, 408.75 mark. There's another touch of the 50. Getting pretty wicky right now with some solid volume coming in here. Again, now the next level down here is going to be close to that VWAP in 3480. But she's staying, I think what we're going to probably see, Jesse, possibly over the next 35 minutes here in the next hour, I think we're going to get a little bit of a slowdown. And SPY is going to start to channel in between 35.35 and 34.85. Somewhere in this area, it looks like we're going to start to get a little choppy here coming up here soon. A little, in my opinion, traders a little indirection, not knowing where we're going to go. People are going to start sitting on their hands. I bet volume starts to die out here in just a minute after this crazy up move, down move here. A lot of the time, what you'll typically see is just some settling out right here between the two levels. So I would imagine that.
Yeah, I see that often. I see that almost every day with this. Yep. Definitely have some time to settle down. And then
love it. Tax says, after listening to the Josh stream, I'm exhausted because he makes you work. 100,000 with the puns of food mention. I love it.
Yeah, luckily, when you guys were talking food the other day, I was eating popcorn, so that was actually great because I was like, all right, well, you're going to talk food, so I'm just going to stuff my face and watch you guys.
I've gotten it for years. I mean, I can't tell you how many times people have said, man, every time I can't leave a Josh stream without being hungry, him talking about food somehow. I love it though. I want it that way. I want it to be like, man, that was fun. That was fun. I'm kind of exhausted, but that was exhilarating. Like I was on a roller coaster ride going through the stocks. I felt like I learned a little something too. It was kind of tuned in. The next thing you know, now we're talking food and I'm getting hungry. It's entertainment. That's what I want. I mean, that's obviously Mr. Josh over here is the first thing I said when I got on or Mitch said when I got on the stream. Not much of a listener. I listen. When I listen to my one-on-oneers, but yes, I'm a talker. I love to entertain, put on a show. It's just me. It's just who I was born to be. I mean, my family used to watch all the time was me of a kid. It was back in the day, you could have a microphone that was attached to like a tape recorder. Like it was a cool little like plastic little tape recorder that you could put a tape in and it would play it, but it had a microphone attached to it so you could try to sing along with it. It was almost like karaoke. Sure, and it's me doing that with a guitar, and I'm strumming a guitar, singing La Bamba. And I mean, my family played that. I mean, I'm like, why wasn't I doing more of this? I should have been a movie star. Y'all should have pushed more of this. Who had a video? And they're like, oh, we rented it. We didn't own one. I'm like, okay. So they're like, yeah, I guess for whatever reason, they went and rented a video camera for the day. And we had like a family get together. And yeah, it was funny. I was like, oh man, y'all should have pushed more of that. I was like, I could have been a star, dang it.
I feel like since we met, and just, if you don't like this, just totally disregard. But you got like some Johnny Knoxville vibes. Has anybody ever told you that?
Yeah. Okay. So here's a great story. So when I waited tables at the Catfish Hole, this is back when I was in college. Catfish Hole. If you're ever in Fayetteville, Northwest Arkansas, University of Arkansas area, it's a beautiful area. But if you ever find yourself up there, go to the Catfish Hole. It's so good, great food. Secondly, so I'm working there. I'm waiting tables. I was hosting waiting tables. I'm walking around this one table, and of course, being there, you're in college town. It was a big table of sorority girls. And they're all eyeing me and looking at me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm hot. I know, whatever, right? Like, okay, these girls are hot. But then finally, one of them has the nerve, like when I'm walking by, and says, "Hey, literally, dead ass, no lie, like serious as can be. Are you Johnny Knoxville?" I'm like, no, I'm like, what? I'm like, you're kidding me? Like, you see the gap in the. I'm like, yeah. And I was like, no, I've gotten that. It was like through stretches in high school because I wore beanies a lot. And I was always so tan, being out in the sun. I looked like, everyone was like, you look like Enrique Iglesias. And then it was, and then it was Johnny Knoxville. I've gotten a couple others, can't remember them all, but that was, I've gotten Johnny Knoxville a lot over the years. So yeah, definitely. And especially then my personality to go along with it.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing too, brother. It's a little bit of the look, but it's also the way you talk. It's some of the Arkansas stuff. I just heard Knoxville recently interviewed, and then when we met a few weeks ago, I was like, he just puts me in the mindset of Knoxville. Just with the attitude and the way you're so charismatic. Yeah. I just
definitely I love it. I love that. I love that throughout the side.
If you didn't like it, completely disregard.
Such a good. No, he's such a good, fun guy. I mean, hate and the stuff that I know he's had to go through with Bam Margera and all the but he's been the adult. He's carried that jackass through and through and kept everyone together and people like Steve-O and kept them healthy. So yeah, I love and especially if goofy as he is and all the fun he loves to have. Yeah, that definitely is. If I had a brother, which I have a brother, and he probably looks more like him like me because I'm a little bit more of the thicker build. I've got the big, the jawline, the big old fat head. I'm a little bit thicker. I mean, I'm not like I'm fat or anything, but my brother's skinnier like Knoxville. Sure. So he has, So if you combine me and my brother, we would pretty much be Johnny Knoxville's twin.
Wow. So the doppelganger is you two mutated together. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But no, I've gotten that. And then it's funny because when people say that, I have my great story of. Yeah, so when they were for real. I mean, I was like, no, you're kidding, right? I'm like, no, we really thought, I'm like, wow, no, they really thought I was Johnny Knoxville doing some kind of like stunt or something. Like we were wondering because we didn't see any cameras, so we were wondering if they were like prepping for something for Jackass. And I'm like, nope. No, Josh Smith, what did you like to
say? Why do you say yes? Just say
yes. Just because that's another part of me too. I'm so honest, like out of the gate. It's hard. I'm so blatantly, as we know. I mean, I tell you how I feel. It comes out like too fast. I don't have my brain is a million miles an hour, but I don't have the time to go. Yeah, let's lie to him. Yeah, I'm just immediately I just
lie with a smile. I'm not at all saying lying is good by any means, but I'm just saying like hey, yeah, just give her a wink and then boom. There you go. You're Johnny Knoxville for a day.
Going back, trust me, as an adult, however you want to say it. Yeah, there were times where I'm like, why didn't I use and abuse that? Because then one of those girls would have bit it, But I'm like, I'm a man. I'm a gentleman. Okay, I love my ladies. Okay, I want to take care of even my dogs. Like my dogs, the girls are like higher on the list than the boys are. Like I love, and even like we have a kid. I want to have a kid so bad. I keep saying, when are we gonna have an Isla? No, I want an Isla so bad. It's funny. We talk about the show MacGyver. Love MacGyver. Love the show MacGyver. She loves the name so much that whether we have a boy or a girl, she wants to name it. So if it's a boy, his first name's going to be Dempsey, but middle name MacGyver, so Dempsey MacGyver. And so, and then if it's a girl, I want Isla, and her middle name is going to be Isla MacGyver. So Isla Mac, essentially, what we'll call her.
Isla Mac. Wow, yeah. I like it.
So I'm like, I want a girl though so bad. I keep saying that. So yeah, I want a girl. We'll love to have a girl, but yeah. And we got, what's up, Mr. US? Man, you've been around forever. USA, NYC trading. Yeah, it's real. I mean, they do have demo and real, but you got to think about all the shorts. So we get all our shorts from Interactive Broker. So once you have a funded account, it's real trading. That's why we have all the locates we have. They're all located ahead of time. So we have all of our locates, and we get asked that quite a bit. We got all our locates from Interactive Brokers and other brokers across the globe, and we essentially any stock out there, you can go short, which is really sweet. Really, really sweet. But yeah, the demos or your evals, that's fake. Evals, it's not real. Demo account, not real. Paper trading, not real. But the evals, yes, not real. I mean, of course, no. Evals would not be real. My daughter's nicknames are G-Girl, Belly Button, and Little Miss Peppermint. Now, that's the names right there. Look, I'm gonna say right now, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that Little Miss Peppermint's the youngest of the bunch, and she might be the spiciest of the bunch. I don't know, just Little Miss Peppermint there. That Belly Button seems to be the middle sister, right? I get it. She's chill. Usually that's a problem child, but she's actually the chill child. And then the G girl, she just thinks she's the shit. She's the oldest. She's better than all of them. She says, "Listen, I'm the oldest. I know the best. I've been around the earth longer than all you girls." It's like I can do that. I can usually like Tack. I can probably go Tack's first car. Tack, I'd have to know your age, but I'm gonna guess that Tack is, I don't know, say somewhere around 50-ish. Tack's first car. Oh, that's hard. Oh man, because then you got to go back to the 70s. First car in the 70s. There's some
43. There. I bet Tack's 43. Yeah. That's my guess. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to say, but that's just my guess.
Yeah, no, Tack, yeah, no, 52, yeah. I will blow people like, dude, you're a car. I've guessed people's for cars. I don't even know. I've never seen Tack. I would say Tack not only is 50, nice. I'm going to say Tack is 5'10", 5'11", weighs about 165, 170 pounds. His first car was I'm going to say a Plymouth. It was a Plymouth. I don't know why I'm going Plymouth.
Wow, you know a lot about people without actually knowing. Do you know how tall I am? Can you do this? Can you do this?
Yeah. I just love doing it.
Go ahead, do it.
Tack is 6'3", 240. So I was, whoa, Tack, you're that big? Wow, Tack's bigger than me. So I'd say, Jesse, just looking at you, I can actually see you, so it's a little easier. Okay. I'm going to say, Jesse, you would say, you are, I really feel still, I'm going back to the same height. I'm going to go 5'11", 6 foot. You weigh $185, $190.
Close. I am 5'7", so me and Tom Cruise are exactly the same height. And,
so then you weigh $165. It's $170.
And I'm $175.
Okay.
And I also, I go to the gym a lot and stuff. So there's some.
I like it.
There's some muscle on there.
Yeah, this stuff's fun to do. I just love messing with that.
Bouncer, nice. Yeah, well, it's 6'3", 240. Yeah, I'd say you can.
Oh yeah, right. I was a bouncer. It's like, yeah, I'm huge. That is a big size right there, my man. That's a huge size. That big. Are we at CoreWeave?
Yeah, take this question because I like this one. Gil asks, would you sell CoreWeave before earnings? Just my supposition, and obviously Josh can give his. I would not. I'm holding on to CoreWeave. I like CoreWeave. I think we're going to see, not today, but perhaps at some point, I think we're going to see over 200 with CoreWeave. And I like it to hold actually for a while, but Josh can obviously.
Every time I hear that, I just think of Braveheart and just hold the line. All right, like CoreWeave, just tied to NVIDIA so much. Yes. So Gilroy, although it's not Gilroy, I just was thinking of
Gilboy R6.
Yeah, it's a Gilly Boy. Is it Gilly Boy? Gilly Boy 6. Gilly B Roy. I don't know. We're just having fun with you. Where are you in at? CRWV. That also helps. Are you in like right now? Did you get in today? Are you in at 100? Are you in at 80? Where are you in on CoreWeave CRWV? And by the way, do not forget, guys, again, you have what now? 4 hours and 50 minutes to come over and win yourself a 5K eval, RKLB. Put your name in, your email address, predicted price. I won't be able to do today's. Today, me and the wife are finally getting out for the first time in years, literally, to go see a movie in theaters and go out to eat. So we're going to go see Mortal Kombat 2, and actually she's into that, which I love. And I, of course, as a kid, I love it. That was one of the last movies we actually saw in theaters, was the first Mortal Kombat. I say last, but we just have been so busy we don't get a chance. 2024 was the last time we went out to see a movie in theaters. So I won't be able to guess today because I really like to see the tell of the tape. And what I'm going to do before we're done today is I'll go over and show you what I did with app and how I did with app and what I did the same thing with, which I wasn't right, but what I tried to do at least with ARM yesterday. But again, today you have 3 challenges: RKLB, IREN, and CRWV, baby. Come over here. You got the link in the earnings. There's my man Aos putting it out there for you. Click on that link. It takes you right to this page, and all you have to do is put your name, your email address, and a predicted price. I would advise for you to wait till closer to the closing time to do it, and you will have a better chance to predict what that print time is, which is an hour after the closing bell, right? Cool. Got it?
Good. And our stream starts for earnings 3:30 Eastern Standard Time today. So Steve and I will be on for that.
Love it. Boom, shaka, laka. All right, cool. What do we got here? Gilly Boy says, I bought it 70.44. Well, you're holding this. I would say if you want to, Dog over here choking on something. We don't really know what. Anyway, you okay, Rue? She's like you gotta love a dog just laying on her side, and out of nowhere she starts going, "Oh gosh, choking on my whatever. I don't know, coughing up." Anyway, all right, over here. I see this beautiful consolidation channel, kind of more of a little bit of uptrend to it. Now we're squeezing and going for more. Nice, healthy pullback today. Even with earnings, in my opinion, I don't see us getting lower than this 100. I would add in. Now I'd mess your average up. True. This is where I'd even look. I've never traded this before, but this is where this old resistance, new support right here. It is. Again, I hate to say everything's 100%, but I haven't done one of these in a while. AK stamp of approval is what I call that. Man, I haven't given one of those in a minute. That you will not see lower than 103, 102.50. This is it. Now, you're good to go is my point. You may go up, but we on earnings regardless will not see lower than that. Now on the way up, watch for this to move through 138. There we go, that 875 roll. Hopefully everyone's starting to see how this 875 roll comes into play no matter what the ticker is and what the price is. So here you go, 138.75. It's going to continue to blow. Jesse's all over. I wouldn't get rid of it. Now, if you want to sell some because it's at these highs, I get it. But for me, in my opinion, you're holding this. Like me with Amazon, I'm in at 93.
Ooh,
why would I ever sell any? I'm selling along the way, but there will be a time when I'm down to like, I don't know, X amount of shares, and I'm just going to hold it forever and just like, well, cool. I'm just going to hold this and just see what it gets to and just hold it. Literally. I've said this on this live stream. I want to be the old geezer in 40, 50 years going, oh yeah, Sonny, I got Amazon back in 2022. And yeah, I have NVDA at 93 and it's not a lot of shares, unfortunately, but I still have it at 93. I'll never get rid of those. Are like the remaining shares, unfortunately. So I'm down to my last ones that I'll keep forever. We'll never see that price again. So AMD, I've got a buddy on AMD who just texted me yesterday and said, man, thank you so much. I had a 5K account when I started this AMD journey last year, and I got in when he told me to. He has an average right around $80, and he's tripled it. It's up to like 15K now, and he's down to his kind of final shares that he's going to hold forever. So I would advise, in my opinion, Mr. Gilly Boy Roy, never sell your final share size. Get to a point where you're like, okay, I'm going to hold this forever. I doubt CoreWeave ever sees that 70 mark again. Honestly, the tech world and this industry that we're in now, this play could continue to climb, see 200. I think, again, Jesse's all over it there. This is a hold, AK stamp of approval hold right here, in my opinion.
AK. And yeah, this TAC mentions that plus or minus 18%. I read that as well yesterday, TAC, for CoreWeave, is that it could go up or down 18%. I mean, I think it looks bullish. I've got some long-term stock into it, and I'm totally going to hold it for the earnings. And
TAC was funny. I was going to say real quickly with the fibs. I don't have to use fibs. I don't use like the volume profile. I don't know if you're watching the streams with this that often. I think you are for the most part, TAC. But yesterday in earnings, all the bounce plays I'm calling out, I don't use volume profile anymore. I don't use fibs anymore because all my bounce areas are where those fib areas come into play. That's why, no offense, I would challenge I'd love to do it. I will challenge any trader in the world to a bounce off. That's right, Mr. Bouncer. Any trader, I will be call me the bounce master. I will show you where bounce plays are going to be at. I promise you that. So I don't use those anymore because I did it first, but every time I do it, I'm like, oh, well, duh. Oh, well, duh. Oh, well, duh. Because it's written on the chart. Like right now with CoreWeave, it's written right here in the stars, especially 50% retracement. I can already see it, 67.50 to 137.50. Find the middle ground. That's probably 50-cent fib retrace, right? It's always written in the chart. It's like a code.
You just see the levels on the chart, right? And that's how essentially you're doing fib in your head, but you don't need to draw it out, correct?
Right. I mean, truly. Yeah. In the end, it's like which I've been called in the past, which I love. Like, man, because I see it so quickly. Like, man, it's like Neo in the Matrix. It's like when you call me Johnny Knoxville. Anyone that's you call me Johnny Knoxville? Yeah, that's a compliment for me. You definitely call me Neo. Yeah, it's definitely a compliment. But it's just because my brain, like, again, going back to a million miles an hour, not enough to sell, I guess, to unfortunately lie to some college girls that I was Johnny Knoxville. But, it's all good. But yeah, and that's why I love doing those with you guys or like Steve's of the world that trade large caps and use those all the time. Because I don't look at them anymore, but the volume profile and the fibs that I used to kind of pull up when I would just manage everything and see what worked the best and how often I was right. I'm like, well, I don't need these anymore. They're just taking up, area on my chart. And so then when I go live with Steve and then we call it the exact same area and I'm just using the chart and, he's got the boop going on, I'm just like, I love it because he'll be looking at like this. He'll pull up a play that I'm not even looking at and hey, Steve, look up CoreWeave. And then I'm like, That's right. That's right. And then all of a sudden he's putting the fib lines in, and my brain's already.
You're already there. You already see it.
Yeah, and I'm just like, man, that's exactly where I'd be playing it. So I love it. Yeah. So Crow, Crow's you guys are beasts though. Crow, love it. Yeah, we turtle trade. Yeah, I love it. I love it. You know me, I'm Mr. Bunny over here. Like I don't know if they have those on riding lawnmowers anymore. I would imagine on some and most they hopefully still do. But you know what I'm talking about, Jesse. The tortoise, and then it would go up to the bunny, and you have like 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I'm the bunny. I'm like, let me turn this up all the way and go as fast as I can and do the worst job with this riding lawnmower because I just want to go fast.
That's right. Well, it looks like Tesla is testing VWAP. It has moved back up. We're at 411s.
Yep, SPY, same kind of thing we're seeing there on the move back on around there again. And we pretty much hit that level I was looking for. The VWAP, we actually climbed, or I should say climbed, it cracked even lower. And I just noticed that a little bit ago. We moved away from it there, really basing off of what? And I love this. And if someone just came over the other day, was it Mind Music Muscle? Was it you, boss? It was someone asking about pre-market low and high, and he's finally marking those in. And yeah, I mean, you can see here where we bounced off of pre-market low area. So we didn't quite come down to low in market. We come off of where low and pre-market hold that area. And so now if I'm looking to trade here overall for the day, now we're really starting to build some support and resistance in. We can see the resistance. This my channel got bigger essentially is what I was wrong in one aspect where I figured we'd channel, and I think I'm going to be right here over the next, which we're 15 minutes left in this hour. The channel just got a little bigger, and it, for granted, it makes sense. I mean, right? We're up at 700 plus. That channel I created was only, when I remember even looking at it, I was like, man, that's only like a 50-cent channel. This is only $1 channel or so. That's really small if you think about it in the grand scheme of things, how we see, stocks go $1, $50, $2, $3, $5 in a blink of an eye. And let's just go back over to Mr. Money Mitch's play an app, which I forgot to bring back up. That if I said this on the live stream, I know we're all kind of talking at the same time. I said, if we get over this, we're going to see 500. And I'm pretty sure he knew that too as well. And there you go. Get through this 490 pre-market high. We explode. We go straight to 500. We actually go a little bit above it and then make 500 our support. We didn't even make 500 resistance. We made it support first. It's beautiful to see. And that means what? Bully. We're bullish, baby, for the move up to 512. And we'll do a little bit of something for Money Mitch here. We'll come over here and go a little bit of.
There it is.
There we go. There's one for Money Mitch. I'm
sure he appreciates it.
Yeah, I like using the soundboard. Of course, me coming from the radio realm.
Of course, you got to use a soundboard.
I mean, God, especially some of those shows, it's just like, it was a little, there for a while, got a little too much, where some shows were like dropping sound clips every, 5-10 seconds or something after everyone said something stupid. It was like, okay, right. Too much of the soundboard, but yeah.
It can become overkill, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Love it though, guys. Beautiful. And don't forget call-in show. So we'll tease that again. Coming up here in about 15 minutes, today's topic. When do you know that you have an actual market edge versus you were hitting a lucky streak? Can you determine that? Have you determined that? We'll talk about that today, because I definitely have a few of those instances, even here recently, that it will be good to talk about, because I was going through yesterday looking at the questions that we could go over in the call-in show. That was one of the ones that struck, because it was like, oh, wow, this has happened to me here recently. I mean, you're talking about where I'm making a lot of my money, or plays like Easy Goes of the world, right? Easy Goes of the world. Like, how often do you see a play do one of these numbers, and I'm still holding this short? I'm hoping it gets down literally lower, which is crazy to think. But look at this. I mean, this is absolute crazy sauce. Wow. I mean, so there's no like real rhyme or reason for this. It's just momentum. We're getting a lot of these momentum plays. AIOS is another one here recently, like these halting, gapping plays. Not a good example from a couple of days ago. This was from last Friday. I made money on it. But these are the plays that you're making money on here recently, of these big barn burner type movers. Aiken's been another one that's been moving pretty good. It's not your typical run of the mill. Hey, it has news and we're watching for a downtrend break, bull flag break, ascending triangle, flat top breakout, looking for the squeeze. Okay, bounce off of it, moving up for more, staircasing up. Just not getting that, honestly. We're getting some duds. Like it's July 4th and you went to the crappy stand down the street where they sell everything for cheaper, and you thought, oh, it's cheaper here, we got to go here, and then everything's duds. Just nothing goes off. And that's what we're getting in small caps. If you're getting moves in small cap, for the most part, they're off earnings, or you're not getting a lot of good movement, is my point. So it's been a little bit slower. So to me, recently, it's been that way, where I'm having to trade something that's really more of a trend versus an edge, which are these halting, gappy kind of plays that aren't going to be an edge 24/7, 365, where I have edges like bounce plays or whatever it might be that, when I see them and I find them, you can attack them January through December with a high win rate and some good edge versus, the plays we've seen here recently that kind of come and go.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. And I think you're right about Tesla. We are now kind of in a potential consolidation period now where things have slowed down a bit. Candles are a lot smaller, and we're kind of getting stuck in a tighter range, at least for now.
Did you see my cat? I don't know. I just saw someone in chat. What's the cat's name? Crow. What cat? Did you see a cat? Because my cat's sleeping. I don't know. Did I bring up a cat? I'm 100 miles an hour on the way. I saw Crow ask about what's the cat. Follow one rule. Tax says buy in October, sell in May. I love it. Sounds like you go to school. It sounds like school. You go to school in fall and you get out in late spring, almost in summer. So late July, August off and go to the beach. Tac, I love it. That's some good stuff. If Tac, every trader could only do that and get there. We try. Oh, my cat, brother. I was wondering. I was like, who's talking cats over here? Because I got a couple of cats. One is in here right now.
A couple of cats and 14 dogs? Is that the number?
14 dogs, 2 cats, 2 turtles, 1 bunny.
Wow. Man, what is your bill for feed every week?
Yeah, just finally calculated that. So each month, oh gosh. Okay, so each month we go through for large dogs, it's for large dogs, it's a 40-pound bag every week. So 40, 80, 120, so 160 pounds for the large dogs every month. And those bags, which we stopped getting the crazy expensive 80. Well, because Avery used to work for Hollywood Feed, so that's one thing you may have missed out on. So she used to work for Hollywood Feed. It's a holistic pet food store. Sure. Top 5. It's top 5 in the nation now as far as how many stores they have. It's like right around 300 stores that they have. And she was a regional manager. So A, making good money. B, got discounts on stuff. And C, they got vouchers to where you essentially got free food. You got 5 to 6 bags a month, essentially, somewhere around there. I forgot what it was, for free. You just had to pay the taxes on it. So that helped out for a while. So our bill wasn't too expensive. Now she doesn't work for them. I told her, which I always wanted her to quit and she could finally chill. I would, take care of everything for her so she could relax finally, because she just was always traveling. She's gone half the year, literally. Every month she's gone for 2 weeks. So essentially, think about that. She's gone half a month. She's gone half a year, right? So she's gone every month for half a month. I was like, damn, we got to thinking about, you're gone half a year. Do you know that? I was like, hell yeah. I started thinking about it and I was like, oh, because we just do our normal life, right? And then you start to think about it. When I finally did, I'm like, she's gone half a month every month. I know, because I'm just so busy. I finally started thinking about it one day. I was like, she's gone half the year. She's gone half the year. She's not in this house. She's in a hotel or the house we had in Dallas or whatever, And so it was just like, whoa. And so she finally could put the brakes on. So yeah, our bill now, 160 pounds a month for the large breed. We have 4 Great Danes. So 160 pounds per month. It's literally almost on the dot, a 40-pound bag a week. And then for the small dogs and the medium-sized dogs, they go through a 40-pound bag every 2 weeks. So that's an extra 80 pounds that we add in, so a total of 240 pounds of dog food we go through in a month. And then you do the math on that. That's let me do this real quickly. I can do it in my head. So essentially, in the end, we'll just call it 50 a bag or so. So for the large ones, 50, 100, 150, 200. Well, probably about 350 for the month, I would say. So not bad, not too bad. 350 for the month.
Okay. No, that's not terrible. I mean, between your 14 dogs and my 6 kids, we're about even on what we pay for probably our groceries there.
Yeah, about 350. Well, because including the cats too as well, which is about 1 bag a month. I get the bigger bag there, and it lasts about a month. So yeah, it's about 350, maybe at max 400. The bills really come in when you go to the vets. Now, again, we don't really take them to do all the shots, this, that, and the other. But it's like Crude. I'm wearing this guy right now. So this guy passed away a year ago today.
Oh,
He had what's called osteosarcoma. Any human can get that as well. What's crazy, right after Groot got it, I see all these St. Jude commercials, and a kid had osteosarcoma. The only way you better notice it ASAP. And luckily I did. He had a little lump on his leg, and his name was Groot. I am Groot. His name was Groot. This is I am Groot. Of course, Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. Anywho, so only way you better notice it quick, and if you notice it quick enough, they have to do all the tests to make sure it hasn't spread. And if it hasn't spread, the only way that you got to cut the limb off. So luckily I get all the tests done. He's good to go. I had to find someone that can get him in ASAP to do the surgery. Got all that done. Yeah, so he had osteosarcoma, which was cancer. Long story short, it was going to, and we knew that even after chemo, this, that, and the other, it comes back, and it came back, last April, and then he passed in May. And so, yeah,
That's a bummer.
That's where the real bills come in, because if you don't have insurance, oh boy, it can get nasty.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have Atra here. So still small cap play on watch here. Atra is still holding kind of this little uptrend channel too, by the way. If you think about low of day bounce area for ATRA, Atra. Let me find my little scope thing. Here we go. And then boom. Actually, I don't want to, we'll put a bottom support line in, sure, whatever. And then I want to come over here and I want to put a trend line in. That's what I want to do. I want to put a line in. Nice little uptrend channel we're forming right here for ATRA. Starting to form a little bit of that W shape. We definitely have high watch here for kind of what we saw earlier on Tesla, although Tesla was a failed follow through. This on ATRA, we could really see this one ramp up. So if you're looking for a play, I know we're about to get into the call-in show, so we stop looking at stocks for an hour and stop, really alerting them, unless we're looking at TCGLs of the world and we just completely forget about the call-in show at that point. But this would be your main one on watch. ATRA. It's your best mover in the small cap sector, in my opinion. So ATRA, keep this one on high watch. Yeah, mind music muscle. Yes. This one's popping off that trend line. W shaping back on around. Looking to move back to that neckline right around $9. $8.75. Again, always into play here. And to $9 for these sub $10 tickers. If they're coming up from 3, they're coming up from 5, whatever it is, like this play is. $8.75 into 9 is going to be a natural resistance area. I would say 875 times out of 1,000. Nice. Maybe. Yeah, FLNC is a good one. That was a good one with Coach TB. I know someone was talking about FLNC earlier for the fade, so good job. Last time we'll talk about it, at least for now. Don't forget, join the Earnings Challenge team. The Earnings Challenge, you guys have now, how much time left? 4.5 hours, essentially, to predict what the print time at 5 Eastern will be for RKLB, IREN, CRWV. That's right, 3 chances today. 3. Trace. Count them up. Trace. 1, 2, 3 times you have today to win a 5K eval. You can see yesterday, my man in chat, he just alerted. Mind Music Muscle. That's right. He got a 5K eval coming his way. I've got one coming my way, baby. That's me. Love it. Absolutely beautiful here yesterday. Got the dubs. One in chat, myself, and of course, their Mind Music Muscle. So, guys, go out and do this. Click that link. It's in the description. It's in the chat. You have 3 chances today. All you have to do is put in your name. If you want, you don't have to put your name. You can just put email address if you want to. Just keep it simple. Put the prediction price, again, for the print time of 5 Eastern, which is an hour after the closing bell. And the call-in show topic coming up here in about 5 minutes. What is the difference? And do you know the difference? Can you tell the difference between you have an edge in the market versus you just hit a little bit of a lucky streak? Let's talk about that.
Good question, too. I'm going to have to tune in for that one. And make sure you are also tuning in 3:30 Eastern Standard Time for our earnings show. Steve and I will be bringing that to you guys as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah. And Mind Music Muscle. It's 5K for the prediction price. 5K for the prediction price. It's 25K for Miss Aussie, Ingrid, Aussie chick. I call her Aussie because that's her streaming name, but Ingrid and Rochelle. I think Rochelle was the other winner this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it was Rochelle W. So Rochelle W. and Ingrid S. won a Flex 25K eval. Rochelle and Ingrid won the 25K eval. We won the 5K eval for the prediction price. You got to think about it. We did the harder work. We should. I'm just kidding. That's awesome. I'm just glad that they're giving more than they're doing 25K. I'm like, hey, I love it. Stepping the game up. We are here at Trade the Pool. 25K eval. That's a $150, $200, whatever that costs full price. Hey, that's nice. That's really sweet when you think about it. And a 25K eval, being able to trade with 25K, in market all day, every day. No PDT rule. No locate fees. Just go trade. Beautiful. Besides Atra, it is still, speaking of trend lines, RXT. I'll have to mention Crow's Play. Put your trend line in, team. Put your trend line in. Boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. And there's your uptrend line for RXT. So we have RXT and ATRA Atra are your 2 small cap plays.
Nice.
I'd be looking at.
Free money, free money. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, mind muscle.
How'd you do in your short? Did you get out of your short? You still in the short on Tesla? How we doing there?
Oh, I've been out. Yeah, I took a scalp on it, and I got some, which was good.
Yeah, just kind of going back over those because what do we see here? SPY now coming back down, trying to do its best as I was saying it would to hold a channel through at least the end of the hour. And I think I'm so close. Give me 2 more minutes. Give me 2 more minutes.
Oh no.
It's right on the line now. Right on the line. Yes, Real Farmhand. Oh, Real Farmhand. Hey, how about that? I love the name too. Farm to Table. Gotta love those restaurants. If you ever come across a farm to table restaurant, getting that fresh meat, the fresh product, produce, whatever it might be. Oh boy, oh boy, oh. That's why I love some of those places in Florida, or if you go, of course, in the Northeast, where they catch it and you eat it in the same day. Especially if they're like in the Boston area. Boston. I'm calling Mike. All right, I love it. Thanks, John. You got it, man. Yeah, I think you guys are awesome. And hey, I was close. I said till the top of the hour we would channel and range. Oh, I was so close. I was right though, and one true facet, 100%, which was the resistance area. The micro head and shoulders form. Old trend line up becomes resistance there, and the neckline of the shoulders, truly strong resistance here. Hey, I held up good as long and as strong as I could. And again, going back from Tuesday, we're up essentially about 10 points from where we were wanting to hold it up on Tuesday.
It's not really much of a loss because we're just flat on it today, right?
Right.
Like another look at it, it's just flat. We didn't lose anything.
Yeah, it's just flat as a 2x. Flat as a 4x4, baby. What do we got here? I know I had Steve hit me up here earlier. Yes, Steve. Okay, I couldn't. He'll be joining here soon. I did see he messaged me earlier. He was asking if we have an idea for the call-in show today, and we do. But I'll tell him today once he joins in next week. Whatever his idea is, he can always pitch. It's not always on me. It's up to any of you guys. You can always come up with a call-in show topic and say, hey, I think you guys should talk about this. I mean, hey, I'm up for anything. I am not one to say it has to be what I say. I want opinions and output and input from other people. 100%.
Lots of ideas, lots of questions, lots of good questions. You can come up with just a bunch of them. I'll send them to you in some private chat, and you can decide if you want to look at them or not.
That sounds a little naughty. You're going to send them to me in private. Okay.
Private chat. There you go.
Love it. Well, any plans for you this weekend for Mother's Day, my man?
Oh, hang with my wife and. Yeah, nothing really big. Eat food. That's about it. How about you?
Yeah, chill, relax. Well, today movie with the wife. Yeah, wife dinner. That's kind of like Mother's Day for Avery. Tomorrow, enjoying the beautiful weather. Hopefully, looking to get out and maybe go camping, as it's still so nice here in May. I can't believe.
I love May. I love the month of May, man. And you're in the Midwest like me. It's beautiful right now. It's so nice.
Right. Yeah. Yep. So enjoy it. Get out and enjoy it. And yeah, I don't still haven't. I need to text her because she's coming over today. She's going to come over later today and hang out with the kiddos, so to speak. Because she wants to come over and hang out with them. Like, I'll come over and hang out with them if y'all, that way y'all can go out and y'all don't have to worry about anything. I'm like, oh, thank you, Mom. Cool. Come babysit the kids. Nice. So I'm going to ask Mom today if she wants me to cook her ribs. She loves my ribs. My mom and my dad love my sticky baby back ribs. I do. They are very good for sure. Come right off the bone for you and make her favorites possibly. I'll see what she wants, but yeah, so it's all up to Mom. Say what do you want, Mom? I'll cook it.
What a great son you are. You're such a good boy.
Hey, I'm only child, definitely a mama's boy, but I take care of the moms. I'm just definitely was raised that way, especially here in the South. Mama's queen and the king. I know even though Daddy was Daddy was the bread maker and was did really well. Queen mom, no matter what. Dad, what's what I love. Dad, because I got where I am now because Dad was a morning show host on radio, so he was done by 10, right? So he'd come home every day. And when I come home from school, we're doing laundry, we're doing dishes, cooking. So dinners, Mom had the 9 to 5, so Mom got off at 5, got that hour drive, with the traffic home, didn't get home till about 6. Dinner was always ready. So as soon as Mom got home, dinner, hot food ready for the mom. So yeah, just was ingrained in my brain as a kid, just seeing that. And so yeah, always doing the laundry, always vacuuming, always doing the dishes, always having dinner ready. And so now that's where I get that in. I don't mind going and doing the dishes real quick. I don't mind vacuuming and doing laundry. I don't mind cooking every day. It's just a part of, so I love it. Absolutely taking care of the ladies. So gentlemen and Jesse this weekend.
All right, brother. It's good seeing you. And I'll see you.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And hey,
maybe Friday
and don't
night.
forget. Yeah, don't forget if you want to come over tomorrow night. Yeah, don't forget if you want to join. Finally, I know you kind of join on the top, the chatting side, but if you want to finally show that gorgeous mug off, that 5'7" Tom Cruise height you got working on over there, come on over. So if anything, join Jesse for sure this afternoon with Steve in Power Hour and After Hours as we cover earnings yet again today. Otherwise, maybe we'll see Jesse tomorrow night on the FNL stream.
Sounds great, brother. Good to see you. Good to do the chat with you and everything else, man.
Love you, bro. Have a good weekend. Tell your wife and your mom Happy Mother's Day from me. All right, and the Smith family.
I'll say, hey, there's this guy. He's like Johnny Knoxville, but he's not. But he kind of is. Yes. And he says Happy Mother's Day. All right, brother. Yeah. I'm out of here. Good to see you.
Love you, dude. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Steve coming on in. We go from one to the other. Let's ring that doorbell. Ayush is all over it. Love it. I love it. Just literally. Again, I feel like Thursday's kind of my Mr. Rogers neighborhood, Mr. Smith's neighborhood over here, where at least in the last these 2 hours where I have Jesse, and then next thing he's got to go out, and then you're coming in, and love it. Absolutely love it. Yes, Tack, Crow, we know it. Mind Music Muscle, take care of the mom. Take care of the mom this weekend. Let's go over to, if we want to, the call-in show. It's the call-in show. So I'm going to get on my phone right now, Mr. Steve the Achieve, if you want to as well. It's the call-in show. And we have a topic. And I was saying, Steve, just there on the live stream right before you joined, was anytime you want to come up with a topic, just let me know. We have one for the day already, but chime in anytime you want. And it's not like this isn't my show. This isn't the Josh Smith call-in show. This is the TradeThePool call-in show. So anytime you have something, you let me know. Today's call.
Love it, brother. Just double checking. My mic's coming through clear.
Good to go.
Awesome.
Are you on the Google Meet?
Just getting there right now.
You're good. And then, but today's call-in show topic team is, again, will be in for you, Steve. When do you know that you have an edge in the market versus you hit a lucky streak? So a lucky streak that's not always going to be an edge in the market versus a true edge that you can trade Monday through Friday, January through December.
That's a great topic. I'm excited for this one because you know what? Sometimes you think you got edge and you got lucky, and it's hard to discern that in the moment, but having some kind of metrics to look at, some kind of empirical evidence to go by, I think can really help you. So we got some good stuff to talk about there. Let me log on.
I am over on the Google Meet, and so whenever you get there, we'll start switching over to the call-in show. We'll get that intro going if you want to. Anytime, Ayush, I'm ready to roll. I love the intros. Gotta love the intros here.
Josh, let's see, not to be trouble, if you could drop me the link in WhatsApp, that would be excellent. I'm scouring the emails for it, but I don't want to hold you up.
You're good. I got you.
Awesome.
It's the call-in show. Steve, there he is. Steve the Achieve. That's stuck in my head now, Steve, just so you know.
I'm starting to call myself it now, and it's
yeah.
I'm in. I like it. Thank you for the link. Going in right now.
Good. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, when I started with AK-47, here we'll go ahead and I'll mute myself, Ayush, just so you know. I'm going to go mute mode on EV Mux.
I want to clip that and just carry it around in my pocket. That was great.
Oh, man. We good? Ayush? Sweet. Let's go to off studio mode. Top left. No echo for me. Steve,
Talking. All good?
Awesome. We're good. Right out of the gate. Out of the gate today. Absolutely money stuff. Yeah, let's go. Atra, Mind Music Muscle. Beautiful move there. Spy. Cracking that uptrend channel now. Low of day 2. Cracking back on down here. Beautiful moves today here in the large cap sector. Tesla finally yielding back on down. I know Coach TB in the house loving that on the way back on down. So, Steve, we'll just, before we get into the call-in show, we can recap the morning. I'm still just hanging on to yesterday's moves from MU and EasyGo. Not too many trades heavy for me today. Kind of to me, I get in these modes of it reminds me of school where I'm getting to the end because I'm taking tomorrow off. Later this afternoon, me and Eve are going to see Mortal Kombat 2, go out to eat, etc. Right, have a little dinner, movie, and whatever. So, kind of already in weekend mode, right? As a kid, like, it's the last day of school, so I wasn't really in heavy trade mode. It was kind of like you show up on a half day on a Friday, and you know the teachers don't do any work. It's just kind of like a hey, we're gonna have a pizza party kind of day, and you're like, yay, you don't have to do anything. That's how I am today. And so really, and I love that to where I can just have days where I just sit back, relax, and don't try to trade heavy or even trade at all, and just alert, just sit back and just call out levels and just break down a chart. As in, like what I used to do in sports. I'm not in the game. I'm not actually on the field playing. I don't mind being in the booth doing some play by play.
Absolutely, Josh. I'm half there with you. So I wasn't planning on not trading today, but sometimes you get a little good morning present. We got a U reporting pretty solid earnings, getting the nice pop right to my 25 level and actually above that. So I got to get out of some leverage there, de-risk, and now I'm kind of just doing the same thing, chilling in the swing trades that are starting to work or continuing to work. Just keep ratcheting up those trailing stops and just kind of letting them work their magic. Because you know what? I'm never going to be as good at managing a trade as just playing with the crowd. If the crowd's going up, I just want to be in that, and I'll just keep on moving that risk up as it works. So for me, kind of hands off here. I'm not wanting to enter too many new positions. I did get involved in LAES. I think that's a nice semiconductor laggard there. But besides that, I haven't really taken many positions or done much of anything today other than selling some of that UU.
Use guys. You gotta get which one to use. It's almost like you could make there's more use. You could make a meme of the Spider-Man of everyone pointing at one another, and they're all a different part of the that's you. This one's a you. There's like you.
Okay, I could see that. Yeah, you have the two pointing at each other. Maybe you reverse that, put it underneath. You got the four in a circle or something.
Right,
yeah. Okay, I could see it.
Yeah.
So that's my day to day, Josh. Not too exciting, but sometimes that's good.
Yep. And Steve Tax says Steve Silver, and silver and gold. Silver definitely good move today too as well. So good moves, and that's what I said in the small cap market, not getting those moves that we were getting really for the most part. Really more so getting now. What we're getting some large. I mean, again, we're at all-time highs. Again, it kind of reminds me of 23 into 24. Where the large caps were just going bang-a-rang-a-roonies, and you're getting some really good moves from the large cap sector, whether it's up or down. You're getting some really solid movement, bigger than years past, and so I think that's where traders kind of venture back on over. And you can get, like app today, great move, app from 440 all the way up to 510. I mean, you're talking bang-a-rang move. I mean, MU, my bounce play from yesterday, almost coming into play again today at 640, all the way up to 680, back on down. So whether you're taking the top side or the bottom side, then you'll get some good continuation moves that continue to climb up, like app today. So you got up and down moves like silver, MU, etc. at SanDisk, and you got barn burners that just continue to climb, like apps of the world. So you have plenty of ample opportunity in the large cap, mega cap sector. That's taken away a little bit of that movement from the large or from the small caps.
No, I think you're nailing it. And we're really seeing just full participation in the sectors that are working. So even those really sad laggards, I'm looking at you, QCOM, now they're getting that juice. All of a sudden they're at the top of their 52-week highs. We're rocking and we're rolling here. So I'm also really glad that Talk mentioned silver. We got involved. Let's see. It was on the 1st of the month on that pop-up candle off of, for me, the monthly trigger. Weekly trigger, the rising support there was at $65, and that did seem like a good buy. I didn't get it right off the 65. I chased it a little bit at 67.50, 67.60 actually. Bought at the open on the 1st of the month. Was in the red for 2 days, but this seemed like a constructive higher low. Now we are starting to get the follow through. We just got the trend line pop now, and I think silver can be an explosive move if it can find traction over 75. To me, it's looking good, and I'll be adding in as long as it holds the 69 to 70 kind of pivot there. So love that look there. Oh, and gotta give the shout outs. What's up, Snowman? Hello to yourself. Hello, Talk as well. Crow. Who else? Mind Music Muscle. We got the whole gang here. Welcome on in. And Coach GB, of course.
And guess who? Did you see who won the after hours predictions yesterday?
I think I know who that was.
Well, forget me, but Mind Music Muscle won. So you just
did he?
Mind Music Muscle. Yeah, Mind Music Muscle won app. One arm, and I won app. So I did win. Of course, I'm gonna keep tooting that one. But that was Mind Music Muscle that got arm there, and so that's cool. 5K eval heading over to Mind Music Muscle. So definitely double shout out to him on the
Very
W yesterday. And yes, CoreWeave definitely tapped. CoreWeave, that's one of the ones. Again, back today. Don't forget the earnings, what we're talking about, the earnings challenge. Description. Go to the description here on our live stream today. It's the first thing you'll see, the link to go over to the Trade the Pool Prediction Challenge. You have 3 you can win today. 5 p.m. print. That's the target. That's the price you're trying to predict. What the print will be at 5 Eastern today for RKLB. IRENCRWV. Yesterday, 2 winners. App and ARM were awarded out. Today we'll award, or essentially today / in tomorrow, you'll have 3 winners. So go over, click the link, get your chance to win a 5K eval. I mean, I'm doing it just to participate with you guys. Am I going to win? Probably not. I didn't think I was going to, and I actually forgot to go over my what am I trying to say here? What my strategy and what I'm doing for the prediction. But I would say, wait, you got 4 hours and 16 minutes. I would wait till there's literally 6 minutes left. Honestly, I think that's what I did yesterday with Steve. I was about 5 minutes, 3 minutes left on the board, and then I really identified an area because I want to wait to see, do we pop and go? Do we hold up? Is it going to be a play like AMD or I should say ARM or Apple? We could get a reversal, and I usually try to find the middle ground because a lot of the time what will happen, we go up, we go down, we come back in the middle, and so that's what I did with both of those, with ARM and with App. App was a little bit more successful to that. With ARM, still was pretty close, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm waiting for that first 15, 20 minutes. What's the tail of the tape, so to speak? Are we flying? Are we pulling an AMD, essentially? And then that becomes fun because then I'm like, that's what I was trying to do with ARM yesterday because I thought we were going to pull an AMD. And so I went up because I thought we were going to slingshot up. We came down. I wish I would have picked a middle ground like I did with App because App already gave us that tail of the tape that we were going up and we completely came right back on down, a lot like Ion Q. And so that's where I went with that middle ground area versus, that just helps you out a little bit. So that's my strategy as far as what's the tail of the tape? Are we running and going, or of course dumping in the first 15, 20 minutes? And if we see that reversal, we start to come back in the mean revision. I then look for somewhere in the middle ground and try to find something that makes sense, so to speak.
Yeah, I love that. And, I'm a mean reversion trader. So you're always seeing me trying to find those edges to fade back into the middle. That's my comfy spot because then, you get to take obviously we're talking about predictions, but just in trading, it's so comfortable as a strategy because you're getting in right as you're sensing the momentum kind of shifting. So therefore, if you're wrong, well, you'll know it because the momentum will ramp right back up. You're like, all right, I'll try again later, and if you're right, you take the trim off at equilibrium, right when it gets back to the kind of whatever it is, the moving average that we're oscillating around, maybe the open of the day, whatever it might be for this day. And then you can take some off there and then go for the range expansion to the upside too. So really comfortable there.
Holy ATRA right now. ATRA is halted up there. And I talked about that. ATRA, guys, that W shape pulling a Tesla, but actually holding its breakout over pre-market high. She is halted up right now. ATRA halted up. Resumption price right now showing $10. So we're showing a little bit of a gap up. At least it looks like as of right now for ATRA. Resumption time at the moment is 19 after and 6 seconds. 19 after and 6 seconds with the resumption price somewhere maybe possibly right around 10. So this could take the mob here as we run in through lunchtime. I know we got the call-in show, which I was now about to get into that and actually go over. This is actually a good example of what I've been seeing lately. So finding a true edge in the market versus what is a not maybe a small trend, but it's more of a lucky streak. It really isn't something that you can use day in, day out. Got to get into that. So Mind Music Muscle, Josh video on the bounce play helped me. Awesome. Got a trade today. So Mind Music Muscle there.
Awesome.
Yesterday. Yeah, look at that. Love that. Throw that up there. Mind Music Muscle. Watches a bounce play video that I told him to go watch, and today he takes a trade on it and gets a W. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah, and there goes Atra, Mind Music Muscle. Says in Atra, will keep it going, or should I sell it high of day? No, I'd keep it going. Oh, damn, yeah, you're good. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so Atra, if you're still in this, your money. So what I do, Atra, on these plays, especially if it does gap up, what you're looking for on ATRA is that gap up. Whatever, as soon as this comes live, what I do is I'm going to sell a portion of my profit because this could get really volatile, could reverse at this point as well and come back down and dump. So as soon as this goes live, let's say you're in 400 shares still, take 200. You're in 500 shares, I take 250. I would just take half. Then what you want to do is move your stop to pre-market high and former high of day at $9 and let it ride. And if you want to start scaling out as it moves up, that's how I would manage this trade. Depends on where you're in long at. Sounds like maybe your bounce play that you took was maybe on Atra. And that would mean you're probably in the sevens. and you're really looking good if that's the case. And so you want to just let it ride. Let it ride.
Yeah.
Let it ride. Let's take 50% off and let it go. Yes, exactly. Got to go. There you go. Boom.
Josh, I love that because you know what we always say, we gotta cut those weeds, we gotta get those out of the garden. But we ain't cutting the flowers. You know, we keep
Yes.
those. We keep that beautiful bouquet, nice and fragrant, growing up to the upside there. Some levels for you on ATRA, by the way. We got the 200-day moving average as well as the previous kind of distribution ranges lows sitting right at 1050 to 1030, that kind of 20-cent zone there. So I would be keeping a close eye on that. I'd expect some sellers to get in there. I would also expect if those sellers get ran over, this thing can squeeze for the full gap fill, and that would be a 1311 type move over there. So those are my levels there. The last one for you to the downside, 862 is going to be the entire range's equilibrium. So you might get some algorithmic kind of counterplay off of that level as well for you.
Which
Good
is
stuff.
awesome because that comes right into my 875 roll, which I absolutely love, which is just kind of whatever reason becomes a natural resistance or support area for small caps as you run up from say $3 or $5. And you can see today, more closer to 9, but yes, a lot of failing at 875 into that 9 area. So that will, and again, kind of be coming from me and myself. For you, Atra, is a stop loss area. And then for other traders out there looking for a dip and rip, your bounce play potential off that former resistance area into around the 870 area for sure.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Love
All right,
that.
so let's get into it. So to me, edges versus like edge bounce plays, right? I can go. We talked about this yesterday. We've talked about it quite a bit, obviously, on the live streams. With the two of us lately, we go through the ringer. I've showed off a ton. Hopefully, if you're just joining us, I think most have seen it. Balance, imbalance. I know maybe just joining us here later in the afternoon. I know most saw me talk about bounce plays earlier, real farmhand, etc. And here's that. Look at this.
Yeah, there
look
goes.
at the halt strategy. Halt strategy, holding where it halted up at, and it goes right into that area Steve talked about, that 1040, 1050 mark. 100% beautiful move right there for ATRA. Take your profit too there. Mind music muscle into that 1050 mark, and then as much as you can, anywhere it gets close, put some limit orders up there is what I would do. And that way, the closer it gets to that area, you'll get filled on the exit. And then, you just managed it that way. Put some limit orders in. When they get filled, they get triggered, and just watch it go. Put your stop at around like 875 or whatever, because now at that point, you're sitting so pretty. Beautiful halt strategy. That's what I call my halt strategy. So essentially, the old halt up at 960 is now going to be your new support.
I love that. And Josh, I just love how when you just look to the left and you mark those levels out, like it's not rocket appliances, right? There was like 3 reasons right there where there was going to be a seller, and that is where the wick down first occurs. Does that mean they don't get cooked? I kind of think they do get cooked, but it's just really nice that you get those reliable places where you can say, all right, I know we're going to gap up. I know that I'm very confident that it would tag this if it's going to move up even just a little bit. At that point, less confident. So you take some off there. If it comes back, holds the 10, hey, maybe you get a little spice and you add back in. I don't know, maybe. But at the very least, you're taking some off at a very logical level, where at the end of the day, if you look back at that trade, you can't say, no matter what happens, you can't say that was a bad place to trim, And that's really what I look for, because there's always hindsight. You could always trade it perfectly if you had 2020 vision or, hindsight. But at the end of the day, all I really want to feel when I look at a trade is, hey, I managed it the right way at the right time. I can't predict the future. Yeah.
Yep. 100%. Love it. And this is where, going back to the topic for the day, where this is a trend to where it can be an edge at times, my halt strategy. But I think for a lot of traders, it can be, it's luck. Like earlier on, like like me, where I would take these plays where I thought I got in perfectly, and I'd go back and look at them. Like, man, I was so lucky that worked out. A lot of hold and hope strategies, a lot of contrarian to the market of, okay, this is going to be the breakout. This is going to be the breakout. And then especially early on, like when you get or when you do get a little bit better, you start to realize when you actually do have edges like myself, like a bounce play. And then edges too, which I love in the market that do sometimes, like we talk about, it just it goes away. Edge erosion, essentially, like my trend line to shelf cracks. Like we're having a trend line that's bouncing. It's been on this trend line for 2 hours. Usually, typically, you get a good crack, comes through, dumps, and can it'll form a downtrend essentially for another hour or two, because it was just in an uptrend. Now we're going to go in a downtrend. We're not getting that a lot in small caps. We're almost every day for a few years really. I could just, hey, trend line crack. It was automatic. Everyone knew me for trend line cracks. I mean, that was what I did every day. And now they're just not working nearly as well at all. And the ones that do work, you get this huge big sell off, and so by the time you get confirmation for entry, it immediately dumped 50 cents, or it went right to your targets, right? It's just like, okay, well, there goes that trade. I can't get into that now. And so there's going to be that too as well. And so I think earlier on in your journey, we start to decipher. I think, in my opinion, about a year or two in, it seemed like, I bet maybe for yourself, say 2 to 3 years in, you start to really decipher what your edges are, the ones that really truly will work. In a lot of, almost again, like me and my bounce plays from, like we've gone over a small cap play that cost $6 yesterday that we went over to a play that was on MU that was $600-$700, right? So it doesn't matter how expensive the price of the chart is, or the chart doesn't matter the ticker. All I'm seeing is the same chart set up over and over and over for those bounce plays. And so that was an edge early on that I'm seeing work all across the board, no matter where I looked and what size ticker it was, that's showing the same pattern over and over. Versus, like, let's go back to my halt strategy. That's not going to be that way. You're not going to get that, right? Now, it was crazy when we were seeing car halts. I'm like, car is halting? What? But yeah, but it is not. But my strategy in the small caps don't carry over to large caps, because it wasn't doing my halt strategy. It was very unpredictable what car was doing when it was halting. You couldn't really trade it. And that's really, so to speak, what we're seeing here in the small cap sector over the past few weeks, where, yes, true, 100% Atra just worked out perfectly with my halt strategy, but it's been very hit or miss with that, to where you're getting a little bit lucky if it's working out. You want to be in lower. You want to be in where my music muscle is on the bounce play, way lower, and getting into that halt up, versus trying to trade the halts, which can be now hit or miss, and you're going with not a good edge, and it's more luck, versus my bounce plays, which is a true edge that every trader in this room can learn. As we just saw we just saw, I should say, my music muscle, what he's trading is Atra. Watch my bounce play lesson last night, and then come in today and use it to an advantage.
Absolutely, Josh. I love how you're able to define your edge even within it's one system, but you're still able to see, like, okay, well, just because it's the same system doesn't mean I can just slap it on any old thing and it's going to work the same. So absolutely. And I just want to shout out, guys, if anybody would like to call in, we have a 5K donation, or a 5K giveaway account for any new caller. Oh,
so
Usman.
Usman, there he is from yesterday. I call him US Man. How about, hey, see if he can call you Usman. I'm just going to call you US Man. So US Man. Anyway, yes, what's up, bro? How are we doing? And yeah, you'd be a first-time caller. Where's Saline Girl? Where's Aussie? She can win back-to-back. She won 25K earlier. She can win a 5K for just calling in today. Make a 30K eval, essentially. Crow, want to hear from you regardless. Mind Music Muscle, same with you. You think you would be a first-time caller. So anyone that's hasn't called in before, come on. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Want you guys to call in today and talk about your edge versus the times you've been lucky. Can you talk about those? What was that like? And then on top of the fact, like I said, if you're a first-time caller, we had someone call in last week. I think it was Amanda. I can't remember her name. We had a week before last, I think it was. We had 2 people call in off the Discord, because they're like, oh, what free eval if I just call in? I know it was Amanda. Oh, let's say if her name was Amanda, but the girl that called in, she was truly just calling in to get an eval. I mean, she was, hey, okay, cool. I just call in, I get a free eval. Hey guys, it's me. You could tell too, she was just kind of wanting to get right back off, right off of it, Steve. But like, oh no. Not so fast, my friend. Mr. Josh has some questions for you before you do run away, I ask. But yeah, love it. How do I call in? There you go. Mind Music Muscle. Just click that link, my man. You can use your phone. You can use your computer. All it is a Google Meet. You can call it if you want to, or you can click it and boom, like right here on my phone right now, we're in the Google Meet. So you just click on that link and boom, you're in with us, chatting it up on the live stream. Barney, there's Barney in chat. What's up, Barney? Took my first bounce play on. There we go. Today, Josh made 2% on the floor.
There you go.
Barney, easy. we got, oh man, I love it. Mind Music Muscle and Barney back-to-back traders. I say back-to-back, but coming in here, let me know that the bounce plays are working.
Josh, you know what I love about the bounce plays, especially just for people who are learning how to day trade, not that they're new, but just like, honing that craft. What I really love is it teaches you a solid repeatable entry, but it's not always going to be the same exit. And it's kind of up to you, at least how I interpret these is, okay, this is solid support. It could be the first tap, we could get a nice 50% retrace of the initial drop. It could be a second tap and we expect a little bit less. But either way, it's giving us a really reliable level to play off of. And then we can watch and be ready and know that, hey, I'm not necessarily shooting for, a massive breakout of the top. It could be just the first bounce off of a consolidation. So it teaches you how to trade these mean reversion, how to trade these ranges, trade from an edge back to the middle. Back to wherever you're finding that sell pressure. So it helps you identify that sell pressure in real time. And I think it's just a really nice strategy, because there's some strategies where, yeah, they're good. The numbers are good, but you don't actually learn that much on any one trade because you don't get enough like teachable moments, I would say, as you do in a scalp like this. So just really cool stuff.
Got to do it over and 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 over. But yeah, then it finally starts to stick. So who do we have in here? We got a caller. Is this Mind Music Muscle that's joining us?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
I can
Yes,
hear
sir.
you. I can hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What's up, dude? I got my headset on. I'm stoked.
Love it. Love it. Love it. So,
Okay, awesome.
What's your entry price there on ATRA, ATRA? Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Is this Mind Music Muscle?
Yes, this is Mind Music Muscle.
Nice.
So I was saying, what's your entry price there on ATRA? What's your entry price on ATRA?
So I'm out. I had gotten in at. I had to run outside to feed my chickens real quick. Got to forgive me. Let's see
Love it.
here. I had got in. Yeah, I have chickens. They give me eggs, and so I feed them. I have 10 of them. I got in at like right on the bounce at around 8:19. I was a
Very
little bit
nice.
late.
That's looking good to me.
The low
8:19?
of the, I think is what it was. I'm
Right.
Let's see.
And what's
Just
fun,
so you know, I've only been trading for like a week,
Whoa.
so this was all new.
I love it. This is
That's
awesome.
awesome.
Yeah, this is awesome. So A wins a 5K eval, and now you're learning bounce plays and getting a dub in, and on a play that halted up. I know you got to be stoked in today.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm on a streak, but yeah, I've been putting in about the 12 hours of absorbing every information I could from like audios to the YouTubes and kind of like going heavy.
Mhm.
And yeah, I saw the bull flag pattern, compared it to the pre-market level. I wrote the line out. I did a risk reward management where I only risked $30 and I ended up making $130 on the
Beautiful.
small trade because I'm still testing. But I mean, dude, I'm just stoked because I didn't think I could ever trade a small cap. I was so scared. I'm like, how does this stuff work?
Yeah, you know what? That's how I felt before I met Josh, Kevin, Joe, some of these other killers in the stream that are really showing me the ropes. So it's so cool to see a new trader step into this arena. It's not an easy arena. This is the hard mode, but here you are. You're doing it with the big boys here. And I love that you drew out your level pre-market. I see I have a nice little pivot there at 814. So playing off of that kind of level, that's what I'd be doing too. So
And then
really,
what do I see overall on this in the 3-minute time frame is an inverse head and shoulders that the completion of that right shoulder then leads to a halt up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Absolutely gorgeous.
One more little bit of confluence there, just because I love how the systems come together. Josh, you know what the exact neckline of your head and shoulders there is?
875.
Yeah. Well, that is the exact giant fib range of that daily range from the big top to the big low.
Yep. And Tack, and this goes back to Tack earlier. Tack was like looking for charting, and you know me, I'm just all about. I used to do this though, and point being, he was like, Steve would have fib lines or something like that. I'm like, I have fib lines in. They're all right here in my head. I laser them in essentially from my eyes. And I mean, that's because it's crazy how often I'd put the fibs in. And I'm like, oh, and it would just be like, well, duh. I'm like, oh, well, duh. I'm like, oh, well, duh. And I'm like, I just can't stand lines. I like, you look at my charts, I have like no lines in on them. I just want to see the candles. And so, I just was me as a trader. And so, it's huge when you have all those confluences coming together. Like I call them double whammies, triple whammies, quadruple whammies. When you get all of them together, that says that yells take the trade. This is the trade, or it's going to do, like you say, it's going to do the thing. And it did the thing here. And our boy Mind Music Muscle not only gets the arm win, then he comes in today and gets the ATRA win, and now he's a first-time caller and gets another win.
Boom.
So I love it. So Mind Music Muscle, all you got to do is email paulandshow@tradethepool.com. You can email me, joshasmith7@gmail.com. Hit the Discord up. If you have our Discord, hit us up there, and we'll get you another 5K eval. So you should be getting 2 from us, my man, as far as I'm concerned. 1 from the dub yesterday on ARM, and now 1 for being a first-time caller. And again, too, good stuff because you're new. You literally just started last week, and you get a dub on the live stream today with ATRA as it's halted up. Oh, I think he dropped out. You there?
Did we lose him?
Yep, we lost him. Yep.
Oh, he's with the chickens now. Well,
Yeah, he's with the chickens.
It's the way she goes. He flew the coop. But you know, I just love it. It warms my heart to see new traders starting off the right way, because so many traders start off the wrong way. They work so hard for that money, and then they say, you know what? I could be doing a little better. I see all this money these guys are making. They give so much back of that money that they sweated over, that those blood, sweat, and tears dollars, as I call them. And it's tough. It's so much easier to say,
Yeah,
hey,
I'm back. Sorry, I dropped the call. My bad.
He's back.
We
thought you flew the coop.
He's back. No, that's what. We're loving it though. We were just giving you praise there because, like I said, being a weekend and you getting the win. I mean, that's good stuff and good for your confidence. And like Steve was saying, you're doing the right thing first to begin with, and then taking it slow. Going in small. And like you were saying, man, I can't trade small caps, but okay, well, I'm going to try. Josh says this, so I'll try it. I'm going to risk $30. And you risk $30. That's not a lot. I mean, that's really not a lot. And then you make 130 from it, and that's so I know right now your energy on a Thursday heading into Friday is on cloud 79, not cloud 9, cloud 79 probably at this point.
100%. It's 100%. And I just think that like trade the pool and everything that y'all have between the Discord with the Valerie and the trader guy Joe, and everyone's been so helpful. And anytime I ask a question, I feel like everyone's directing me to audibles, and then there's YouTube. I even went into Josh's stream the other day just because he put a watch list up. I was like, I don't really have a scanner, but that looks like some good stuff to look at. Then no, it's just cool, man. But anyone out there, if you're a seasoned trader, I think this is a good thing. 10 years ago, I started doing the little stock account long-term investing, because I think that's the way to make wealth. But I wanted to find a way to do some trades to like furnish that. And dude, it's been so crazy. But I've been putting in like 8 to 12 hour days, like all day, just trying to look and absorb. So it's really cool that it played to fruition. So thank you guys for everything that you're doing. Y'all put out so much content, and I think anybody, can learn to trade if they just do it, one step at a time. And I plan to scale. As I learn more, I want to scale.
I love it so much, man. And just real quick, dude, I think you're dead on. I always tell people, I don't trade with that much of my net worth. It's scary out there in the fields. But what you do is you take those fat pitches on the long-term investments, and then instead of looking at them too much and messing up, because where they're going on those weekly and monthly candles, where the fundamentals lie, that as long as the narrative and the fundamentals don't change, you shouldn't be worried about the price going down a little bit. So I find the less I look at that, the better. So when I'm sitting on my hands, what better thing to do than make a little bit of safe money on these level to level trades, just to have some more cash to throw at these great plays. If I do look and it's down a little bit, and then I get to go, oh, nice, I get to average down on something I love. And that's how I've really seen those around me compound their wealth. So I think you're dead on, man, and on the right track.
That's so important you say that, Steve, because from an analysis standpoint, I was wondering, why did this stock push up? And then I was using like Grok and Claude and Perplexity to kind of look at some stuff. And it was like, oh, they had FDA rejection, and then all of a sudden approval. So from a fundamental perspective, that's good news. And then I used the MACD as well as a 9 and 20-day EMA. I saw a confirmation volume candle, and I'm like, oh, this is 4 checks. Now I'm understanding that this may go against me, but I feel like if all those things from a risk reward management, risking 30 to win 130, 3, 6, 9, 12, that's 4 to 1 on your money. 4 plus 1 is 5. 1 divided by 5 is 20%. So as long as you're right more than 20% of the time, which is a lot better than a coin flip, you're going to have B plus equity, because that's how poker works. And I like poker. So.
Yes. Okay. So, all right. It's all coming together, Mr. Triple M. Coming together. This is why you're doing the right things from the start, because it's not new to you, because you're thinking in bets already. You understand probabilistic outcomes. You understand tail risk and variance. If you're playing poker, you get how numbers work, at least to some degree. I'm a terrible poker player, but even I get it from, just playing some hands. So that's really the way to look at this, guys. And I'll tell you what, you don't have to know anything about technicals to be a profitable trader. You can just practice excellent risk management, and you just have to be right, like he said, 20% of the time if you take the certain setups. I like to say, hey, I take 1-to-1 risk reward trades quite often, and I just look for those ones. They're a lot more likely to play out than 50%, because you see small patterns every single day. And I don't know. It's really, really encouraging to see newer retailers just starting off with such a higher level, because I mean, I won't toot our horn too much, but because of educational content from people like us, including us, so
Well, it's
I'm all about
100%. I mean, okay, you don't have to toot your horn. Toot, toot, toot. I'll toot it, because without the information that y'all provided, then I don't think that I would have been able to do that. So I will toot your horn for you there.
Oh man. Well, that's honestly, I don't know about Josh. I won't speak for Josh, but for me personally, this is literally why I do it. It's like this is yeah, I mean, God gifted me with a few brain cells, and I stumbled upon this career, and it seems like I'm able to help people make a better situation for themselves, despite, you can overcome just about anything if you have edge and you stay in the pocket and stay disciplined. And I think it teaches you a lot about life too. So I don't know. It just warms my heart. I'm very appreciative of on this Thursday. So it means a lot.
Yeah. Love it. No, the good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I to add in on any of that stuff. Yeah, I mean, do it for sure. I mean, like I said, this that hits home. I think more than anything when the traders like us, Steve. I do this for a lot of reasons. I will say that, right? We do, but that's the one that hits home. I mean, I guess these TCGL trades of the world that I'm in at 100 points, those are crazy and fun, but and the emotions are there. But more emotions come in when I have people like the guy like I was saying going on. I'm on a Peloton in December, 5:30 in the afternoon. Getting in, just going through my phone as I'm trying to get it. That's how I go longer on Peloton as I get my mind busy and I get on my phone, and then I'm on it for like oh my god, I'm on it for 45 minutes anyway. So I got into the email I got, get the email from the guy saying, thank you, Josh, and sending me a picture of him and his sailboat and, his yacht, whatever, and I'm just like, God, I'm sort of tearing up. I mean, here he is making millions. And I mean, I for whatever reason, it still brings emotion where I'm like, I should be like, oh my God, yeah, I'm crying. Like, this is I'm like, this is so awesome. But yeah, just to get the thanks and the feedback is so cool to get that from traders. Cause that's the thing. I mean, we're here and we know we've been there too. I think that's a lot of it. We've been there and we've struggled. So know that traders, whether yourself and you're brand new or traders that have struggled, but they're starting to get it. They're winning. They're understanding how to trade. They're understanding how this works, so to speak, and how they have to use edge. Like we get back to possibly, but you got to find your edge. And when you find your edge, let's get the right risk reward ratios going down. And when those trades represent themselves, you've got the edge, you got the risk reward, all these parameters are meeting up. You take the trade, and it's that simple. I mean, like we've said, I mean, so many times on this game, on this stream, I especially have played a lot of video games in my life. I've played board games. I have played sports. I have played and participated in things in my life is my point. Yep. Do you think I've won every single time? No. Yeah, nope. I don't know the percentages, but it's not high. And so if I know in life that I lost and I've lost a lot and I'm going to continue to lose, why do I think it's going to be any different in this game? So I just let losses happen. They're going to happen. I let that go. I'm going to learn from them, but you can't. And that's the thing. Everyone wants to be right, and then they freak out on their losses, and they really don't learn from them. And so, you got to get used to seeing red. You got to know that you're going to lose. And if the main thing is, if you put yourself in the right, like Steve was saying, even if it's a 1-to-1, it's so important. Where I think traders at first think about money when they should be thinking about risk reward, risk more to me risk. What's your risking? What are you willing to risk and why? Yeah. Because that's going to be way more important in the end than any reward. Because in the end, if you don't think or manage your risk, why do you think a lot of traders get out of this? Because they're worried about the reward and they don't get the reward. Their risk is nasty and they have a $50,000 educational tuition because they lost 50K or they lost, and again, that's why we say go to trade the pool, because earlier on, you're most likely going to do that. Higher on 90%, 90+%, you're going to lose. Well, if that's the case, the odds are forever in your favor to come to trade the pool. So you don't lose because you are going to most likely at first.
So just lose small, right?
Right. Just lose small. Well, that's what you talked about. That the 5. We have 5 trades for the most part: big losses, small losses, break even, small wins, big wins. Get rid of your big losses, and yes, all you have are small losses and break evens. But then you got a lot of small wins and big wins. You get rid of the big losses. That's how you stay in this game for 3 years, for 5 years, and eventually you're like me and Steve, and you're streaming live, and you're teaching other people, and then those people like Mind Music Muscle eventually here soon will be teaching other people, right? So
got a long way to go on that.
Hey, one step at a time, brother. You're gonna get there. It's you learn while you teach while you learn. So I'm always shocked. Even new traders, they'll be like, "Is this a thing? I noticed this thing happening." I'll be like, I never noticed that thing happening. And I look into it, I was like, it's totally a thing, So it's
right.
Everybody brings something different to the table, in this pattern recognition and thinking in bets type game that we're playing.
Right.
It's funny you say that because I'm self-taught on piano and I play music a lot, and I play music based on patterns. And I played sports like Josh. I was a pitcher, I was a tight end, and like, I don't know. I like numbers and patterns, and my handwriting is like terrible. Nobody can read my handwriting. And
Yeah,
I
me
think
too.
Josh said that one time.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm amongst friends. Hopefully I found my tribe.
You found, I was just about to say, you found your tribe, you found your people.
And the fact
One
that
of
I don't
us.
really, and the fact that I don't have to write anymore because everything is on, on the phone. So when I do go to write stuff anymore, I'm like, can I even write? What is
Right.
this? And then there'll be those times where I like take my time and write real slow because I'm not in a hurry. And I'm like, why can't I write like this all the time? That is so pretty.
I know, right? Everything's computer now, so it's tough. But
Yeah.
I'm right there.
Exactly.
With you guys.
Well, yes, definitely.
Yeah.
You found your tribe. You found your group there, Mr. Mind Music Muscle. How about if we can get maybe one more call in for the day? Well, how about you yourself, since you literally just started this? What words of wisdom would you tell for any newer trader that has just started or maybe even still struggling as we speak?
I think you should put your ego to the side and not focus on making money, but focus on a good process. When I was in the Navy, I was in the Navy for 10 years, and we learned in Japan when I was there, it's process oriented versus result. I think trading, if you focus on the result, you might get lucky. But if you focus on your process, your risk reward, your sizing, and even Steve says, hey, I'm just going to try this trade for a proof of concept with 5 shares. Who cares if you win or lose? If you do something that produces a positive result, take a note to that, journal it, maybe then say, okay, now I can scale this into the future. So I would say focus on your process and educate yourself. Just educate yourself and learn as much as possible. And don't be scared to ask the silly question. I ask questions all the time. That's all I got.
Oh man, that's
100%.
a lot. I mean, Josh, he should be co-hosting this because what a
I
perfect way to
told you he's going to be
tie.
teaching people one day, didn't I? I told you. I told you.
What a perfect way to tie in our topic of the day. Like, what is skill and what is luck? What is actual edge and how do you discern that? And he's saying if you're process oriented, that's how you define or develop skill. If you're outcome oriented, you're gonna hit 3 trades in a row and think you're God's gift to this earth, and hey, maybe you just got lucky 3 times in a row. I've gotten lucky a couple times in a row myself. Didn't mean that they were good trades. So I just absolutely love you hammering home the absolute crux of this conversation there. Great call. Good stuff, man.
For sure. And if you ever see me again, you can call me Chris. It's probably easier to say. I'm just Chris. It's just Chris. But thanks, guys.
Hey, Chris,
Thank you for everything you do.
Love it. Love it. Well, I don't have, unfortunately, lost my Uncle Chris. So I don't get to call anybody Chris anymore. So you know what? You can take my Uncle Chris's spot, Uncle Chris. And I will be calling you Uncle Chris from now on, brother.
Good stuff.
Thanks, guys. God bless and good luck and happy Mother's Day. Take care of mom.
Yeah.
Likewise, you as well.
You too. You too. You too. Good stuff. Amazing call in right there from Chris, Uncle Chris right there. Not Uncle Rico, Uncle Chris. He's way cooler than Uncle Rico. Uncle Rico really thought he was God's gift to earth. He thought he should be playing in the NFL at the age of 45 still. No, Chris has a much better headset than Mr. Rico. But it's all good. Let's go over to RFax in chat. How we doing, Mr. RFax? He says, what about RKLB? The first thing I want to bring up right out of the gate, and I want you, Steve, Mr. Achieve, to put in RKLB, and I want you to tell me what the low of day is and how often I bring up a certain number.
Low of day is going to be sitting at 78.73, which is pretty darn close to Josh's 875. That's 875. Okay.
Yeah, 875. Yeah. So boom. So yeah, love that. So they're out of the gate, just crazy. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if these are just mad magicians out there and market makers. It's the rule. They walk into their market maker lobby and it's up there. The number 2 rule is 875 rule. I don't know. It's just weird. But let's go for earnings. I say major support down below at 75. And going back to former earnings, which I love to do. What did you do in recent earnings? What's the projected move? Are you going to get that move? I don't see much of a move on RKLB. I say 75 is main support. If we crack it, we get no lower than 65 by tomorrow. On the way up, it's about a whole nother 10 up. 85 to 86 strong resistance. If we get over that, we're going $10 more. up to about 90. Well, it's 92, 93 in that fail zone at the mid part of April there. Those are my main areas. 85 over that to 93. 75 under that down to around 65. But again, I don't see a lot of movement from RKLB in its earnings. So I don't anticipate a lot of movement. Like the last one in February into March, she didn't do nothing.
Mm-hmm. And this is an interesting one. I've been watching this setup cook for, it feels like years now. I guess it has been years now. We've taken some good trades on it. Obviously, the best trade was to just buy and hold. I was trading this thing in the 30s. Well, now I'd still really like the structure of it. I could see it going two ways, though. Personally, what I'd like to see is a small retrace into this kind of, I see a ton of support sitting at that 70 to 73, 74-ish kind of handle there. Pardon me there. Yeah, so that's the area that I'd like to come back and retest if we are going to kind of do the squat before the push-up, as Mitch likes to refer to. So in that case, I'd still like to see that 70 respected at the worst case, and then push on up to test that 88, 90 type pivot that we were talking about. If we do get through there, this thing can blue sky its way on up. It really, I think, has a magnet to that $100 level, and through that, it's so nice when you have a stock that the high of the range is literally $100, because my fibs are so neat and tidy. The 1.27 fib, well, my target's 127. The 1.68 fib is just about 170. And so it makes it nice and easy, and it makes me think that Rocket Lab 250 in a year or two. Well, let's see how those earnings go. Let's see how those earnings go. But structure is still intact for another move up for me. It comes all the way back down to 40 to 50 area. I think that's where the real rising support is going to be, if it can't do the momentum crazy high beta squeeze type thing.
Love it. Good stuff. Over to Eddie now. Eddie says, is this a CoreWeave long buy today before earnings? Is it the dip before the? It's funny you mentioned I have a trend line, and I was looking at CoreWeave last year. I have a trend line in that's still on my chart on June the 26th of last year. Okay. Anyway, that's like on the daily. It goes on a daily chart. But over to CoreWeave, and where do we think here? Before I forget, the Mitch thing, the squat before the go. I always call those slingshots. So like you think of a slingshot and go boom, and then so I always call those I call it the slingshot effect. So yeah, it's funny that Mitch's terminology, how we all see the same thing, we just may have different names for it.
Right. And I'm an ICT guy, so I'm always like, they're grabbing my liquidity, guys. They're grabbing it. Come on, let it go. Come on, let this stock go. But often they'll reach down, they'll scare people out. And then you gotta just get mad. You gotta say, no, I know what I got. I know it's going up. If you take my stop, okay, but I'm not putting my stop in that liquidity grab zone. So those squat zones can be really, really nice places to manage risk. And I wonder if we are seeing that on CoreWeave into earnings. It's been a powerhouse. It's broken out of that daily flag, and it not only did it break out of that, consolidated over it, kind of did a false auction back down that internal liquidity grab, only just down to the moving averages, which are still sharply rising, boosted off of that, now pulling back just a tiny bit. But really all that it's doing is kind of just taking a little bit of a rest, a little bit of a de-risk into this binary print. So if we do see the continuation move on these, I'm telling you, I'm looking all around the sector, APLD, IREN, CRWV, NBIS, all of these names have been cooking, and they look like they want to just bust out the top and make that next leg up. If you look at the index for them, WGMI, also incredibly, incredibly strong, looking to make new highs. We have both CoreWeave and IREN reporting today. I would love it if this little bit of extra weakness today was just kind of painting the tape to the downside, getting people in a little bit lower before this big print. That's I'm long APLD, I'm long a little bit of IREN too for a gamble. So that's I'm planting my flag. I'm hoping that's what we
All right. I will say the only caveat to that, going back to CoreWeave, the last three earnings, we're going to break trend. Every earnings report over the last year now have been nasty sell-offs. Go back to last July, go back into the fall, go back into the spring. Earlier this year, I guess that was maybe anyway, but you get my point. The last three earnings, we have seen gap down sell-offs, but they've gotten smaller and smaller. So I'm back with Steve. If we do see, if anything, it's a pullback down to the maybe into the 100 to 110 area at most, and it's that slingshot effect, and it's going to go flying back on up. I could though see what Steve is talking about, as in each one of these earnings reports have gotten smaller and smaller and smaller with the gap down and pullback. Now we're going to see. I could see it doing the opposite Well, I'll say the opposite of what we've seen here in the. I would say the opposite was anyway. Point being the slingshot or the squat and go or the liquidity grab. After hours, earnings comes out. This thing sweeps down to say 115, 110.
Perfect.
I'm just throwing
Just
out
about
numbers.
to say, yeah.
Right, and then
I like that.
boom, and then goes ripping back on up to like 135, 140, and then maybe makes new highs in this overall run recently that we've had, and hit back up to 150, and the highs we had back in the fall and the summer there. Of course, not all time high in 187, but I like the slingshot look here where we go, oh boy, here we go again, another sell-off off the earnings, and this time go, pull a little Lee Corso, not so fast, my friend, and rip and slingshot back on up. So that's what I'd be looking for right there.
No, I love it. Good stuff. And if we're talking CoreWeave, I got to shout out my buddy, my little buddy in the chat. Me and him go back a few years. He knows all about CoreWeave. He held for 8 months.
He's letting me know.
He says, yeah.
He's letting me know. He says, Josh, let me tell you something.
Oh boy. It also just for anybody, any of the OGs, any of the real ones, they might remember this reference. There's some old clip of me that went not viral, but my community likes to mess with me about it. It's he asked, it was in the middle of one of these crashes, I think the April tariff. We're like, is everything okay? Are we gonna be okay? It's okay. Just relax. We're gonna be fine. Well, I am, because I sold, and that got clipped, and there was more after it to comfort people, but it kind of seemed like I was hanging them out to dry. So
that's funny.
So we're here. We are back at all-time highs and then some. Everything turns out okay, little buddy. We just gotta hang in there.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging in chat there.
And My Music Muscle, thank you for that call in too as well. Don't forget to email us at the call-in show at tradethepool.com, or go over the Discord and hit us up there. You should have a 5K eval coming for getting the ARM call earnings yesterday and again today for calling in. Don't forget, if you're a first-time caller, we want to talk to you. We want to hear from you, and more, and then most importantly that. But then secondly, and kind of cool, you get a 5K eval. So if you're a first-time caller, again, don't forget 5K eval coming your way. So take advantage of that. Every Thursday we'll have a cool topic. Next Thursday is your Thursday. We'll call it that then, Steve. So next Thursday, whatever you want for topic. We can have multiple topics too. It doesn't have to be about one, but there are multiple things that we can go over. Like my dad sometimes on his show, it was 4 hours long, a little bit different, but still there'd be multiple things that we could go over. It doesn't always just have to be one single core topic. There are many things to cover here in the stock market. So we're here to help you guys out to cover as much as we can. So, and don't forget again, one last tease, the earnings predictions we just went over. You have until, how many hours we got left here? We got 3.5 hours left for you to go over. We have the link in the description. The link's in the chat. The Trade the Pool prediction challenge here for earnings. We got RKLB, IREN, CRWV. 3 chances today to win a 5K eval. We gave away 2 yesterday. We got 3 to go today. There's no reason for you to not to click on the link. Takes you literally probably, and again, wait till later, unless you just want to throw out some numbers now. Get a little bit better of a prediction price and maybe a better chance to win the 5K eval if you wait till later in the day if you can. If you can't, I get it, but if you can, wait. Wait till about 15, 20 minutes before time expires, because you're looking for the 5 p.m. print. What will the price be at 5 p.m. Eastern today? That's what you'll be looking out for. Again, I'm done for the day. Not for the week, though. Not for the week. Tomorrow we have, the Friday recap. We're going to recap the week. We're going to recap the day, and we're going to preview next week. We're going to see essentially where we're at in the large cap sector. All these plays going to all-time high. Show you essentially what we think is going to happen next week. So don't forget, tomorrow, every Monday, every Wednesday, every Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, me and Steve recap the day. And on Friday, we recap the week and preview the next week. And then also tomorrow night, Friday Night Live, myself, Kevin, Steve, Florida Joe. We got a plethora of traders that love to join 6, usually, if not more than that. We'll try to circle some other people in as well that have Friday Night Live. So every Friday night at 9:30 Eastern, we just chat it up. Yeah, we talk about the week. Sometimes we'll have some topics, maybe, but really it's just, again, Traders Anonymous was the original name that me and Kevin gave it when we did it on our own YouTube. Trade the Pool said, hey, let's do it. We'll do it. We'll do it on our trade, do it on our YouTube page. Promote it out there, put it on X, put it on all the social platforms. So I said, sure, cool, let's do it. So we call it Friday Night Live. We have a drink, you have a smoke, you sit back, we talk about the week, we talk about stocks, talking about maybe Mother's Day, which is on Monday or on Sunday. Movies, going to see Mortal Kombat 2, so I'll have some opinion on that maybe tomorrow night, right? So yeah, come and join us. Friday recap at 1 p.m. Eastern and the Friday Night Live at 9:30 Eastern. Friday Night Live goes for about an hour and a half. The recap goes for about an hour.
Love it.
How about, hey, look at our play two. Go back over to ATRA. Look at, okay, we're off the, yeah. Let's go off the Google Meet. There we go. And now we're back.
Hello.
Yeah, you're good. How about ATRA? Okay. ATRA. Sorry, I pulled up these other charts here, but ATRA, before we're done for the day, ATRA. What did we say this play was going to bounce at, Steve? ATRA, what did we say our stop loss should be, Steve? Oh, and it didn't ever actually hit it. Yes, beautiful move right there from ATRA. So, again, Mind Music Muscle, great trade today on that. Great call-in for the call-in show topic as well. So, thank you for calling in and talking about you taking a bounce play. All the, the essentially the stars were aligning, so to speak, for you to take that trade, which I love. And of course, we went over that. And you got to love it when you have, I send the double whammy, the triple whammy, all these, areas that kind of come together to say, hey, this is four, like you were saying, 3 check marks, 4 check marks. Here's my risk. Why would I not take this? These are the setups you need to take and attack more and more and more often. So, Steve, to everybody else in chat today, let's go through it real quick. I always call it the roll call. It's the roll call. Mind Music Muscle. Oh, Uncle Chris. Tack. That's right. Jeremy. What's up, Jeremy? Are we doing little buddy up in chat today? R-Fax was killing it. Eddie in chat today. We had Tack, of course, as always. Crow. Mr. Chris was in chat. We had Michael in chat earlier. We had D-Rider in chat earlier. We had Mr. I forgot US Man. I know you said you were going to maybe call in. The English is a little weak, so US Man. Usman, if you're still listening, call in next week. I don't care if your English isn't that good. I have heard worse from people in Arkansas. Let me tell you right now. These guys were born in the United States, and they speak English for a living. You can't even understand the word coming out of their mouth. Anyway, so don't worry about it, brother. I'll be able to understand you. Everybody, thank you all for coming over today. It's been a great call-in show. It's been a great stream. There's Giovanni, Mr. Delcor. Oh, balance. There's Saline Chick. I love it. There's Bick in chat. I love the roll call. They love the roll call. I was like that when I first started trading, and when I wasn't streaming. You got to love when they call your name out. Like, yeah, they said my name. We want you guys to know that we love you. Whether you're wallflowering and you're back there against the back of the wall and you're not saying anything, or if you're right there in the front of the crowd, you're saying everything like Tack or myself. We love you guys. 4 bounce plays today, 3 wins, 1 loss. Saline Girl, killing it. Bick and G Delcor, they've been around in my life for a while. Bick, what always reminds me of what? A Bic lighter. And then G Delcor is just my man Giovanni. So yeah, anyways, some awesome. Former. And there's Aussie Chick. So it's Saline Girl, Aussie Chick. And again, one last shout out. Congratulations earlier to Rochelle and to you, Ingrid, for the 25K eval wins. And again, to Mr. Uncle Chris, Mr. Mind Music Muscle, for winning the 5K eval giveaway. Well, we were here at the top of the hour. Steve the Achieve, any last words until you're back for after Power Hour and After Hours for earnings, which again, we talked about 100 times today, what we're covering in after for earnings. So any last thing for Trader Shares? We leave them for the next couple hours or so?
I don't got too much. That was such a nice summary. Just echoing thanks again to everybody out there watching. I'd love it if you guys would tune in to Trader TV at 2:45 Eastern time for 15 minutes. I'm going to be doing a spot there. We're going to be hanging out talking with Sean and Neil, and it's going to be a good time before we get on into that earnings stream. That's going to be a lot of fun. I believe Jesse's joining me today. Yep. So we got the Jesse James gang heading over to hang out with you again today. And again, thank you for everyone that has joined us today and those that do join us for those after hours earnings streams. They've been killing it. Lots and lots of views for those. So thank you guys for coming over and the ones that stick around here in the day. And yep, Steve, besides over at Trader TV, definitely tune in. I remember I did last week. I will again this week. He's over there weekly. Don't forget about that. That's huge for him and us here at Trade the Pool. We'll try to get some more time over on Trader TV. Maybe get those guys to come over here as well. And then yes, Steve back for the Power Hour After Hours commentary at 3:30 Eastern. So have a good one, team. I'll be back tomorrow, of course, with Steve for the lunch week recap on for Friday. Again, 1 p.m. tomorrow. 1 p.m. tomorrow. Tack, Saline, Bick, Giovanni. I want to see you all here throughout the day and in earnings, and I want to see you all back here tomorrow. And then Friday Night Live tomorrow night as well. If you are out for whatever reason, and maybe you're just busy and I get it, you ladies out there, you have an amazing Mother's Day weekend. You treat yourself. You don't do any dishes. You don't do any cooking. You don't do anything. You have the men or the other women in your life, your kiddos, do it for you. You hear me? You tell them Josh Smith, or it's funny in the last hour, Steve, now I'm going to be called probably from Jesse. He's like, man, you remind me so much
of Johnny Knoxville. So you tell them that Johnny Knoxville stunt devil. Yeah, that's right. He actually had a stunt devil in Jackass, and the new Jackass that's coming out. You know who that was? It wasn't me. Actually, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. I'm just kidding. But you tell your family that Josh and Steve from Trade the Pool wish every single one of you mothers and the daughters that'll eventually be mothers a happy, wonderful Mother's Day. So you guys have a great Mother's Day weekend. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. Enjoy the beautiful spring weather we're still participating in. At least for me, I think most of the United States, it hasn't gotten that hot yet. So get out, enjoy life. I want you to do that this weekend for sure. So come back tomorrow for me and Steve, or just stick around because Steve will be back here in about 2.5 hours.
Awesome. Great stuff.